Walking in Another World ch 361-460. This novel was requested by Endless of More Clan and Joy. Links are below if you want to request any novel or story. Let's go. Walking in Another World, Chapter 361, Divine Realm, Part 6. I see Ignis and Elizabeth start to fight, drink a full potion, and then create another one with the creation skill. What I'm about to do should hit my MP pretty hard. Not to mention that if Elizabeth feels threatened by me, she should try to attack. If that happens, I probably won't have the time to drink a mana potion, so what I need now is something to speed up my MP recovery. It would be best if it fully recovered my MP, but apparently that won't work. I get an X mana potion, and use the remaining Minotaur magic stones to make a new item. Here's the result. X mana potion, revised, recovers 20% of the maximum MP value every 5 seconds. Effect lasts for 1 minute. Whether those 5 minutes are fast or slow depends on the opponent I'm facing. It sounds great to me, but I'm facing Elizabeth now. I put up a shield charged with magic energy on myself, drink a mana potion to fully restore my MP, and turn to ooh. I'm going to create a weapon that can kill Elizabeth and attack. You and the others attack with the flashiest attacks. You have to distract her. I have 3 revised X mana potions in my hands. I drink one, and quickly activate the replication skill. What I'm replicating is the Dragon God Fang. I can tell this takes a lot of magic energy, and I'm using that to make a bullet, a god-killing bullet. I quickly load the gun, and fire at the barrier. The bullet pierces the barrier very easily, and hits the transparent box, but it looks like the box itself is made of tough materials, and doesn't break with one shot. What did you do? Still, the fact that the barrier was so easily broken is enough to shake Elizabeth. I ignore her, press on, and create and shoot another one, but before it hits, the bullet lodged in the wall disappears. I was expecting it, but the materials being what they are means that they can only hold their shape for a very short amount of time. The mithril I tried before is a rare metal, but the difference is still huge, and the moment the bullet disappears, the cracked wall goes back to normal. Young man, what is that? A weapon made with Dragon King Fang. But as you can see, I have to force them out with a skill, so the effect is too short. I fire again, and again, but it's no use. I won't break through that wall unless I use full auto to fire at the same spot. That means I have to create a magazine worth of bullets and fire them one after the other. But I can't. Even if I prepare a lot, they disappear while I'm doing it. So what should I do? Can I create them directly in the chamber and fire them immediately? Can I even manifest something in a specific place and not in my hand? I guess I have to try. And as I make up my mind, my shield is broken, and I see the spear Elizabeth was using at my feet. Not only that, but she's dashing this way, not caring if she's damaged along the way. I'm totally in her sights now. I guess that's just how threatened she feels. I'm surprised, and feel a sense of danger I can't quite describe. I jump to the side, and the spear flies to where I was. Does it have an effect to go back to her hands? Once I look at her, she's already holding the spear. Again, I quickly fire my gun, but she easily dodges. She read the trajectory, but that was just a bullet. However, that confirms that if I'm going to fire, it has to be there. Maybe I could hit her if I use transfer the moment I fired. But I'm already using replication and creation. I get the feeling that adding transfer to that would be too much for me. I could replicate a god-killing dagger and use transfer to stab her, but I already used that trick once, so I'm sure she's watching out for it. I really have to create the bullets directly in the chamber like I thought at first. I'm counting on you, Ignis and Du. I have to trust them to hold her back, and get to work. I want to finish her with this. Once I start firing at the box again, Elizabeth looks like she hesitates for a moment, but gets moving right away. She fires magic at Ignis and the others, and the smoke it creates fills the temple and makes it hard to see. Is she going to use the smoke for a sneak attack? I'm vigilant, but Windsor and other demons surround me. They've realized that Elizabeth is after me. I cast a shield to protect everyone, and press the trigger in full auto mode. I keep repeating replication and creation, and bullets are shot one after the other. The noise is being muffled by a silencer and wind magic, so they are basically inaudible. And as I fire and think about that, which doesn't really matter, someone grabs my shoulder strongly. Hey, are you alright? I move my eyes, and see Windsor looking worried. What does he mean? Then I feel something touching my lips, and when I wipe with my free hand, I see blood. Once I see it, I feel my strength leaving my body. I'm about to fall, but Windsor quickly holds me. And since I stopped firing, the temple is now silent. Visibility is still bad because of the smoke, and the demons round me are still cautiously looking around. Now that I've stopped choosing replication and creation, I have room to think, and notice something that doesn't feel right. Elizabeth hasn't attacked since the smoke screen went up. The demons feel it too, and look even more cautious. And as the smoke goes away, our vision returns, and everyone stops moving out of surprise. We see something we weren't expecting. Why? I think everyone is confused. Yes, Elizabeth is there. She's standing like she's leaning on that transparent box, and when she notices us looking at her, she smiles, and her body slowly sinks. Walking in Another World, Chapter 362, Divine Realm, Part 7. What happened? Asks Ignis with a suspicious tone, as he sees Elizabeth weakly crouching on the floor. I'm sure everyone has similar questions in mind. And Elizabeth reacts to his words by laughing, almost as if provoking him. Ignis immediately raises his sword, but stops him. This is already. He stops, then turns to the transparent box, and looks surprised. Foo, how unfortunate. I was supposed to kill, and actually ended up being killed. Does Elizabeth understand her situation? She's saying that like she's happy, and pleased from the bottom of her heart. She has wounds on her body like it was shot. They look like remains of bullet wounds. There's blood flowing from them, and even though her wounds were regenerating before, they aren't now. Is it because of the god-killing effect the bullets had? You seem calm. Do you understand that you are already dying? Asks Sue, and he receives a simple I guess as a response. This doesn't feel right to me. And why was she protecting that box? Elizabeth's body does look to be falling apart. Her extremities are turning to dust, like the demons that were killed earlier. Something crosses my mind, and I turn to the transparent box. Can she recover as many times as she needs as long as she has that? Is that why she was protecting it? If this was a video game, this is the part where she'd be revived and come back stronger, right? I can't really put strength into it, but I raise my arm and point my gun at the transparent box. But I still can't use replication or creation. I'm barely even standing up. Don't worry. She should not be able to recover, says Zu as he gently touches my arm. I follow what he says, and lower the gun. For some reason, I couldn't help but do it. Elizabeth's face looks nervous, completely different from the expression she had before, but she breathes a small sigh of relief when she sees me lowering the gun. I think she knows I noticed that, because she quickly changes her expression. Do you have any last words? Even hearing U say that feels off to me. His tone is calm, like they weren't trying to kill each other until a moment ago. Yes, I guess I'm surprised to meet an old acquaintance again like this. The response doesn't seem to make any sense, but then I notice that she's looking behind us. I turn around, and see the Dragon King Eltsahak. He slowly approaches her and looks down at her. His eyes are squinted, like he's observing her closely. Are you here to kill me? That is prohibited. Besides, Eltsahak peeks at the transparent box, and looks up. I see him mumbling something, but I can't hear it. What I do know is that his face is twisted with sadness. And in the meantime, Elizabeth's body is slowly crumbling. Everyone here is just looking on. It feels like this would be over immediately if someone gave the killing blow. But no one is moving. And that includes me. For some reason, no one can move. Even though there was so much hatred before. Is it because they want her to suffer for as long as possible? But then, I'm surprised when I realize that now I think she's really dying. I doubted it before. But strangely enough, now I think she really is just going to disappear. Does Zu realize this too? Is that why Ignis and the other demons aren't moving either? It feels like someone used some weird technique. But I have perfect resistance to status conditions, so that can't be it. Foo. How awful of you to not kill me instantly. Elizabeth laughs, as everyone's eyes are on her. That smile on her face looks more genuine. It's like the expression full of affection that you really would expect from a goddess. Well, it was fun, a lot of fun, and Elizabeth's body has disappeared all the way to the chest. All that's left is the neck and above. And yet, she speaks without a hint of suffering. Now, her last words are cut off, as her face turns to dust. That dust is sucked into the transparent box, like the remnants of magic energy. It shines brightly, but then goes back to normal like nothing happened. The battle against Elizabeth is over, and it leaves many questions. I feel like I'm not fully satisfied with this ending, but if it means the others will be freed, that's all that matters. Now we have to see if we can even return to that world. Walking in Another World, Chapter 363, Elizabeth, Part 1. When I woke up, there were 11 fellow gods. Apparently it was the same for them. The moment we woke up, we knew who we were, and what to do. Our duty was to watch over a world that existed in a different space. If any malfunction occurred, we were to deal with them. At that point, I didn't know what said malfunctions were. That world had just been born, so a lot of things were happening. The beings that inhabited it looked like me, so I felt a sense of affinity. I knew they were called people, humans to be precise. I'm sure that knowledge was already in our heads. Thinking back, all the other gods had distinctive forms. They would use transformation techniques, and sometimes walk on 2 or 4 legs too. And me? I couldn't do something so embarrassing. I'm getting off track. We called the world they lived in Arca, and watched as it became active. The humans that were few in number at first slowly grew, and began to learn and produce various techniques. And as their numbers grew, they split up into groups, and the areas they lived in expanded. Eventually, they created countries. After that, humans continued to slowly grow. In the meantime, there were great conflicts that made a few countries disappear, and others were born, but there was never a conflict big enough for humans to go extinct. And one day, a god said, "Humans are fun." Yes, so fun. Then that god disappeared, and a race other than humans was born in Arca. That race looked like said god, with ears on top of their heads, and tails on their backs. They came to be called beast people. We understood why they were born. Because that one was brimming with curiosity, and couldn't help it. But then years passed, and then decades, and no one saw that god again. That god never returned to this world. Even after searching carefully through Arca, that god was nowhere to be found. That might have been what started it all. Eventually, another, and then yet another god disappeared, and every time, a new race was born into Arca. And at the same time, wars kept breaking out, and many lives were lost. To further complicate things, beings with strange shapes called monsters also appeared, and this era of hardship continued. The 12 gods were down to 4, the demon god Hekel, the dragon god Altsahak, the spirit goddess Ileana, and me, the goddess Elizabeth. The 4 remaining gods worked frantically and without rest to deal with the changing Arca. If the world called Arca was twisted anymore, it would collapse. Somehow, I knew. But there were fewer than 12 gods managing it, and furthermore, things that were not there originally were born in Arca. We kept falling behind, and despaired at our inability to do our duty. In the meantime, Cockle created something. It was something that retrieved the souls of the dead, turned them into energy, and sent it back to Arca. He called it the soul circulatory organ. That energy fixed the distortions in Arca, and for a while, we were able to deal with them. But that did not last. At this rate, Arca will be destroyed, was the last thing Cockle said. Eliza, I will do what I can. Eventually, Ileana was also gone. I was left behind, and despaired. I couldn't stop the destruction anymore. I thought those 2 had given up on Arca. They abandoned it. I resented them for abandoning their duty, and blamed myself for being powerless. But in the meantime, 2 more races were born into Arca. I thought more terrible things would happen, with even more different races, but contrary to my expectations, Arca was headed to an age of stability. 10 years, 20, 100. The peace lasted. I had peaceful, gentle days that I had forgotten at that point. I wished those peaceful days would continue, and for the ones who disappeared to come back. Was it because I held a wish beyond my means? Because of the warmth in my heart? By the time I noticed a change, it was too late. I was too late. The earth in Arca cracked. Mountains erupted, and there was a great seismic change. Everything born in Arca suffered equally. Those strong monsters with such vitality went extinct one after the other. In the middle of this endless despair, Altsahak disappeared, as if running away. And that left only me. Walking in Another World, Chapter 364, Elizabeth, Part 2. How long was it since I became alone? Arca faced the danger of extinction many times, but somehow, it still survived. I should have been happier the longer the peaceful time lasted, but my heart became cold. I was lonely all by myself. No one was there, even though there were so many people in Arca. Every time I saw smiles on the faces of the people of Arca, my chest hurt. I leaned on the soul circulatory organ Cockle made, held my knees with my arms after I sat down, and placed my head on my knees. I was tired of even thinking. I wondered what I was doing. I almost got caught in the thought that I might as well do the same, but shook it off. After all, I needed to protect the place where they would all come back. At first, it was a small war. When I realized it was the start of an age of turmoil, the world was messed up badly enough that there was nothing that could be done. The war that began after hundreds of years really was just a tiny conflict at first. And then towns, countries got involved, and destruction spread through Arca. Hostilities were opened all over, and the beings living in Arca were dying at an incredibly rapid pace. It was fighting more intense than ever before, that had no end in sight. Normally, it would die down naturally as they became exhausted, but not this time. People of Arca kept fighting like they were possessed. At this rate, is it going to be destroyed? I trembled in fear, and thought about what to do. How to stop a war. Just create a common enemy. In the middle of all that, I remembered what Heckle once told me. A common enemy, and so, I used the soul circulatory organ to create one. And that was the beginning of all demon kings. After that, every time a big war broke out, I manifested a demon king. Creating a demon king took a lot of energy from the soul circulatory organ, so I picked people with strong magic energy in Arca, people suitable to become demon kings. The people who became demon kings simply became enemies of the people of Arca as ordered, and their destruction led to peace. That same pattern repeated itself many times in the land of Arca. A common enemy, people would join hands when a demon king appeared, but as time passed, they would forget about it and start fighting. They learned nothing. I was sad, thinking there was nothing I could do about that. And one day, the soul circulatory organ began to not do well. I acquired some knowledge, and learned techniques from Cockle, so I continued using the soul circulatory organ as I repaired it, but the rate of collection of souls was gradually going down. The way things were going, the balance of retrieval and return would be broken, and eventually collapse. And as if that was not enough, a problem arose in Arca. A demon king was named because a great war had started, but the demon king of that age was too strong. Representatives of humanity called heroes all fell before the demon king, and countries were destroyed one after the other. The population of Arca rapidly declined, and it was in a truly precarious situation. I thought that was fate. All would end there. The soul circulatory organ was almost empty, so I figured even if I used everything, the demon king would not go down. No, it was more that if I did use it, Arca would be doomed anyway. But fate did not wish for Arca to collapse. At first, I did not know where he came from, but he suddenly appeared in a small country, stopped the advance of the demon king, and eventually defeated him. I shuddered at his overwhelming power. Eventually, he married the princess of a small country, and the country known as the Kingdom of Elysia was born. I looked into who he was and where he came from, and in the end, discovered he came from another world. Crossing through worlds. I figured if I understood this phenomenon, I could freely go into Arca and back, but in the end, all I could do was summon people from another world, and move souls to Arca. And so, I was able to summon people from another world when a demon king was born. I also transmitted the method to the royalty of the Kingdom of Elysia. After trying it a few times, I realized that only the people I summoned could go back to their world, but I still taught them how to do it because I knew it. I knew that when other worlders died, a lot of energy would be brought to the soul circulatory organ. That's why I overlooked it when the kingdom of Elysia worked other worlders hard for their own purposes, treated them as slaves, created destroyers who inherited the blood of other worlders, and continued to grow their country. What mattered was continuing the existence of Arca. That was the top priority. Thinking back, there were a few other worlders in particular who caught my eye. That power. I thought they might have been strong enough to threaten my life, but I soon forgot about it as something that did not matter. That was because I learned of something enjoyable, that method to transport only souls, that I learned when I learned how to summon people from another world. I used it to possess a saint, and kill a demon king myself. I felt an indescribable elation when I first killed a demon king with my own hands. It was something I had forgotten over the course of those long years, probably the feeling called joy. Walking in Another World, Chapter 365, Elizabeth, Part 3. When I first saw him, I thought my heart would stop. Is that Altsahak? He looked like the dragon god Altsahak. He did, but I felt no sense of divinity from him. After that, I spent more time following him. I saw him enjoying his life in Arca and got angry. Also, at the same time, a turbulent new race appeared. Demons. A group that served the Demon King when the Demon King was born. They reminded me of Cockle. Was it because they appeared in Arca after Cockle disappeared? They had long lifespans, learned as the years passed, and movingly prepared to kill me. Apparently they resented me for killing who they saw as their master, the Demon King. As I watched them, I thought it was futile, because I understood. No one in Arca could even harm me. Yes, the only ones who could harm me or destroy me were otherworlders. But I figured I might as well keep quiet about that and fight the demons. I thought that would be more fun, and besides, maybe. Time passed, and something happened. Altsahak married someone from Arca, and was blessed with a child. When I saw that, it felt like my heart was freezing. All I felt as I watched that happy Altsahak was the simmering hatred in me start to boil. And so, I made up my mind, I would kill the one he loved. If he forgot his duty, I would remind him. I feel like it was at that time that my heart really started breaking. I made Altsahak's partner a saint, and used her to kill the Demon King. I imagined he remembered me, because he apologized and pleaded for me to spare the rest of his family. Seeing him like that made me realize that the one who possessed the same power as me no longer existed. I was made to understand that as he stood then, without any sense of divinity, he could not kill me. About 100 more years passed, and war once again broke out in Arca. I looked for someone suitable to become Demon King, but found one that was a little too young. But I made a decision after seeing her skills. She had formed contracts with spirits who ruled over space, no less. It should not be possible, but with the power that came from awakening as a Demon King, maybe she could open a door that led here. Not only that, but one of the other worlders summoned that time caught my attention. He had a strange skill I had not seen before, and as I followed his actions from time to time, I saw he also had interesting encounters. Among them was the little sister of the Demon King. Once I saw them go around together, I decided to use her. If I could direct his killing intent to me, maybe he could kill me. Part of me thought that, but part of me also thought he was just a person, and it would be impossible. But whatever the result, I figured I should try it. If I ended up killing them, I would just chalk it up to fate. And then, the fateful day came. The demons proudly declared that they had prepared that place to kill me, and attacked. I had to control my smile, and try hard to play along, as I thought to myself that it was useless. Also, I used the doll from the kingdom of Elysia. It seemed that the contract she formed with him held back the darkness etched into her heart, but once that was lifted, I gave her a push to go crazy. Once he came to this world, that contract would be voided, and if she rampaged and killed the Demon King, that would sever their escape route. And after a fierce battle, I was defeated by a blow from him. When he stabbed me with that dagger and I looked into his eyes, I smiled. His anger was without a doubt at a fever pitch. And sure enough, he came to the world where I lived, along with demons. It was my first time fighting in my own body. It was a different sense of elation, compared to possessing someone else's. Fun was what I felt. But at the same time, I thought with a cool mind. Me, who had the duty to watch over Arka, and me, who wanted to end that duty. My heart had lost most emotion from spending so long in solitude. I figured it was probably being revived because the remaining emotions were being shaken. And so, I abandoned what I decided, and decided to leave myself to fate. If I won, I would once again watch over Arka. If not, in the end of that battle, they tried to destroy the soul circulatory organ. Once I realized that, I wondered what would happen to Arka. I was interested in how they would react when they were faced with the reality that they had destroyed the world. But my body moved on its own. I stood in front of the soul circulatory organ to protect it, and my life, my divinity, was scraped away. Once the attacks stopped, I knew I was beyond saving. Fate had picked Arka, but Arka would one day end. No one would be left to manage it. Still, I figured the energy stored could maintain it for a few millennia. If someone returned in that time, when I thought that, I laughed. What was I expecting? No one returned in all this time. But, as if to betray my expectations, Altsahac appeared before me. Once I saw his face twisted in an apologetic way, I knew. But still, I had nothing to say to him. I had no strength left to speak anyway. My heart was just bright. I would be freed. When I closed my eyes, I thought back to those fun times when the 12 of us watched as Arka developed. If only I could go back to those times. Walking in Another World, Chapter 366, Return. I open my eyes, and feel like I was dreaming, but I can't remember what it was. For some reason, my eyes are wet like I've been crying. You're awake. I look where that voice came from, and see Ignis. I guess I was sleeping on the floor. I look around and see Uwith. Is that the Dragon King? It looks like they're talking in front of the transparent box. What happened to Elizabeth? I vaguely remember her being defeated. My memory gets a little fuzzy when I try to remember the end. She's gone, but we have a problem. Problem? Yes. The door we came through is gone. Does that mean he can't go back? Sora, we were thinking that maybe you could do something with your transfer. I'm about to try it, but I notice that my body hasn't fully recovered. Was I sleeping for a long time? Never mind that, let's check it first. I try to use transfer, but notice that the option doesn't appear. So I try to create a new magic item for transfer, and do you wish to fly to the magic item? It says, apparently I can't. I see. Ignis' response doesn't show a whole lot of disappointment. Maybe he was half expecting it to be the case. More importantly, there's something on my mind, so I ask it. I've thought about it before too. But how come you know what skills I have? My people appraisal skill is maxed out, but I still can't see what skills others have. I see. So you can't use ability appraisal. What skill is that? I look for it in my skill list, and find something. Ability appraisal allows the user to learn what skills the target has learned. Is this it? I'm pretty sure this didn't appear when I leveled up people appraisal. It probably appeared when I broke the limit. I need 3 skill points to learn it. Let's save that for later. It would be a useful skill, but I want to accumulate some skill points, because I spent so many all at once, and looking for skills to help me get back to that world takes precedence. And while I do that, Uan the Dragon King come to me. Are you awake? It's been a while, lad. I have a lot of questions on my mind, but why is the Dragon King here? You asked a mouthful. Altsahac has a vague smile on his face, like the question troubles him. Firstly, a thank you is in order. It was the Dragon King who healed you. Apparently Altsahac treated me. I say thank you, and he says it was no problem. More importantly, you should all return to Arka. We don't have the means. The door was destroyed when you came over. Ignis responds to Altsahac with a sharp tone. I see. Then I will share some of my power with the lad. That way he will be able to cross through worlds just once. Altsahac's body starts glowing, and that light flows over to me. Your bodies won't survive here. Are you going to be all right by yourself? No problem. I heard about the circulatory organ from Cockle, and the Demon King system has been destroyed, so that girl should be freed from the Demon King spell. Although not immediately. The demons seem happy, but a little lonely too. Aren't you going back? I have said my goodbyes. And Eliza has been protecting it all this time, so I believe it is my turn. Altsohak says in response to Ignis. His eyes show firm determination. The demons gather around me, and I use the transfer skill. Now it shows another destination, where Hikari and the others are. Oh, lad, I heard from her that you are looking for holy tree fruit. If so, you should head deeper into the dungeon in the Dragon Kingdom's castle. You should find it there, says Altsohak the moment I use the transfer skill. You really should have said something that important before, not just when we're leaving. The skill activates, not even giving me time to ask anything, and my vision gets distorted. I feel a little dizzy, and almost fall, but someone holds me. When I'm able to see well again, I see Hikari holding me. Welcome back, Master. When I hear that, it really makes me feel that I'm back. Ignis and the other demons also speak to the demons that stayed behind, and who is saying something to Eris. I look at Mia, who is laying on the floor next to Eris, and that gives me the feeling that I still have things I need to do. But for now, I'm just happy to be back. I'm back. Hikari. Walking in Another World, Chapter 367, Delivery Quest, Beast King's Point of View. My name is Rick and, well, not my real name. This is what I go by when I work as an adventurer, so that's what I'm calling myself now. After all, I'm here in the Adventurer Guild again today, to accept a quest. Are you sure about this quest? How many times have I had this back and forth? I look at Makaru, the receptionist, and nod. Yes, I don't mind. The capital is so big, that I have trouble remembering the roads. And if I can do that and make some money at the same time, isn't that just the best? Well, it's good for us, but Mr. Rick and I know what you mean. I do feel bad about an A-rank adventurer such as myself taking quests away from low-rank adventurers, but there aren't that many quests for me to take anyway. And no, that part is fine. Not many people take those delivery quests to begin with, says Makaru, sounding like she feels a little bad about that. Well, my excuse isn't completely truthful. Yes, there aren't many quests like hunting quests of high difficulty. But that also means that it's not like there really aren't any. But like I said before, I want to know the geography of the capital of the Kingdom of Elysia. This is sure to help my strategy. Actually, that's just what my advisor, who isn't here right now, said. I wish I could accept hunting quests and really let loose, but I don't want to risk ruining the strategy, so I'm holding back. Just thinking about it makes me tremble. Are you alright? You look pale. Why yes, I'm fine. More importantly, there weren't many quests in the Beast Kingdom, but it's different here. Makaru then responds to me, like she's feeling nostalgic. There was a time when there weren't that many. There was this person who accepted a lot of delivery quests by himself, and that was a spark that led others to accept them too. I see. That sounds like a discerning individual, to take the initiative to accept quests others didn't. Yes, he was really great. The fun look on Makaru's face then turns sad. Did I mention something I shouldn't have? My experience tells me that when a woman shows this kind of change, I should avoid whatever caused it. Anyway, please handle the formalities. Yes, it's done. Good luck, she says with a gentle smile. What a pro. And I can tell why she's popular among young people. Some in my ranks are secret fans of her too. Is that all right? And me? I'm all about my wife. If I started ogling other women, I'd never be able to set foot in the Beast Kingdom again. I'm not crazy. It's true. Really? You don't believe me, do you? Did you get yourself a quest? And? Why yes, I sure did, Ryra. What about you? Hearing someone talk to me all of a sudden surprises me. This is my chaperone, Ryra. She's also a beast person, but a fox. And me? I'm a proud wolf. We just got done with one. We were thinking about what to do to kill time. You wake up too late, and it's 'cause you drink till late. That's a way of deepening friendships to acquire information. It's fine, but we have to report to Figgle when we get back. Seriously? No, it's alright. I have a just cause. Just don't overdo it, Ryru. It's fine. I know how important it is to take care of your health. I'm more worried about you, says Ryru as she walks over to the reception desk. Talking to Ryru knocks me off balance in more ways than one. She's the shortest among all the people I brought with me, and it's easy to feel anxious because she seems weak. But once she gets a spear in her hands, she's stronger than anyone. Not including me, of course. But more important than all that, she's my wife's younger sister. It looks like she's having fun talking to Mikaru. It's not about me, is it? Let's just do the quest. What were my wife and Figgle thinking? Telling me to bring Rairu along as an attendant even though what we're doing is dangerous. When I said I was against it, my wife hit me. She's so unreasonable. Let's just stop thinking. Instead, let's work hard now to earn some drinking money for later. But delivery quests come with a lot of temptations, especially that stall. It keeps pulling me towards it, and that tasty smell is just not fair. When we first got here in Elysia, it felt like a lot of the townspeople kept their distance when they saw we're beast people. It makes sense. It's not as bad as the Empire. But Elysia is a country that touts human supremacy. Beast people are rare here, but they do exist. And people in stalls also talk to us like they don't care, although there's also the fact that they're selling us things. It's not lunchtime yet, so I'll go somewhere to eat when the quest is done. I keep walking through the capital, while saying hello to people I know. Walking in Another World, Chapter 368. Monitored. Beast King's point of view. Is someone watching us? I finished 3 more delivery quests after that, and exhaustion is something I don't feel. But the sun has set, so I came back to the inn. All the major players are gathered here, starting with Rairu. It looks like a suspicious bunch, sitting opposite each other in a corner of the inn like this, especially since someone who doesn't know us probably just sees a bunch of old guys surrounding Rairu, who is small enough to look like a little girl. It wouldn't surprise me if someone reported us, but there's no one here except for us and guild employees, so that won't be a problem. In fact, no one else is staying here in this inn anyway. Normally there would be adventurers, but apparently a lot of them went to the fortress city, so we basically have the place for ourselves. But since there are too many of us, some are staying in other inns. Are you listening? And, whoops. My mind is wandering. Aren't you just imagining it? Of course not. Maybe you have a fan, Rairu. I blurt that out, and feel bloodlust all around me. The inn employees are getting scared. I drop my fist on the head of one of my people scaring them, and apologize with a bow. It's because Rairu is kind of like a mascot everyone loves. I think that in a way, these guys are more loyal to her than to me. But who knows how true that is? HN, why are you all turning away? Come on, tell me the truth. I won't be mad. But then Rairu does get mad. Hey, stop fawning. What do you mean thank you for that? Geez, she says. But Miss Rairu is right. I do feel unpleasant eyes on me sometimes, says Heat, who has been quiet this whole time, and the air around us becomes tense. If Heat says so, it must be true. He's good enough at covert operations to be in the running for either best or second best, even among the ones I brought with me. And since he's also a good fighter, I trust him to act independently too. Will it get in our way? I don't know that much. Then someone needs to investigate who exactly is after us. Can you do it, Heat? No problem. But I feel like it's multiple people, so I'd like a team. You can pick whoever you want. Move out tomorrow. Everyone hears my instructions, and nods deeply. Did the kingdom notice us and send people to keep an eye on us? According to Figgle, there's a troublesome group here in Elysia, but even he doesn't know the details. We should settle this before our strategy gets started, if possible. And that's a careless remark. You don't know who's listening. Rairu rushes to whisper to me, after I said that quietly. Yes, this is a dining room of an inn, not a private room. But there's no one else here, and I checked that the employees aren't near us either. No one's listening, so it's all right. Still, Rairu is right to be worried. I'll be more careful. Anyway, drink up for today. We should act as we always do, right? I ask Heat, and he agrees. He gets it. Well, Heat does like his booze too, although he makes sure it doesn't interfere with his work. Rairu looks at us, and sighs like she's kind of given up. The next morning, I wake up and head to the Adventurer Guild like always. When I look at the board, I immediately notice that the amount of chore quests has drastically gone down. When I first came here, At least one corner of the board was filled with them. Now there's enough empty space that I can see the color of the wall. But it's still not over. I found out why this is the way it is by talking to adventurers in this city. Most of the adventurers here in the capital became experienced in other places, so there aren't many people that do low-ranking chore quests. There are some beginners too, but they like to jump straight into the profitable hunting quests. It's all about money. People who were born here and have homes here are one thing, but staying in inns costs money, and so does getting their equipment. And then there's other things like potions. Oh wait, let's accept a quest first. As I walk and pay some attention to it, I really do feel like something's off. Is someone following me? I wouldn't have noticed if it wasn't pointed out to me, but now that I'm aware, I can tell. Should I capture my pursuer? No, that's not my job. In fact, I should be careful not to let them know I'm aware. I don't want them getting wary and running away. And getting into a fight to capture them would draw too much attention anyway. First, we need to find out exactly who it is. If we discover that it's not someone from the kingdom, I can take matters into my own hands. But I'll just trust that my allies will bring good news, and keep acting as I always do. Walking in Another World, Chapter 369, Capture, Beast King's Point of View. When I get back to the inn, I'm told to go to a room first, not the dining hall like always. Watching others enjoy their food makes my stomach growl, but the main members, like Rairu and Heat, aren't here, so they're definitely waiting for me in the room. If I ignore them and eat first, I'm going to hear about it later for sure. Some of the people in front of me would consider getting scolded by Rairu to be a reward, but unfortunately, I'm not into that. I'm back. As soon as I go in, someone gets mad. Why? And didn't I tell you to knock? What if I was changing? Nothing would really happen, would it? That right there. Good grief. I'm going to report it to my sister. You're getting points subtracted. I look at Heat so he can throw me a lifeline against this unreasonable person, but he just looks away. I knew Rairu wouldn't be changing, because she's not here alone, so it's normal to knock, right? Well, I will knock when they go back to their own rooms. Anyway, you called me because you need something, right? As I say that, I realize there are two people here that, while not unfamiliar, wouldn't normally be here, and they're bound with ropes. He's Argo, right? Was he the one tailing us? And the other is his partner, Guilford, I think. I'm pretty sure that's it. Yes, and it looks like his party members have been busy as well. We were just about to start the interrogation. My body trembles with a sort of fear, as Heat says that and bares his fangs. He really looks like a bad guy. I'm sure kids cry when they see him. A lot of bear beast people are gentle people, in contrast to their appearances, but humans don't know that, so they're scared based on appearances alone. Well, I'm sure A-rank adventurers won't be scared. So, why were you following us? I go straight to the point, and Rara holds her head with one hand. What's wrong? You can go rest if you have a headache. You've been working too much lately. Because you've been acting suspiciously. You're walking around like you're investigating the streets of the capital. Argo responds directly, and Rairu's mouth hangs open. That's not very proper for a girl like you. I should talk about that with my wife when we get back. Still, that's an A-rank adventurer for you. He saw through us. But I need to confirm something. So, did you report that to the guild? No, not really. So why are we being spied on? They probably want information. Apparently Argo over here is looking for someone. That's probably why he thought what we were doing looked suspicious, from his perspective. Where did you get that information? That's the first time hearing of it. Everyone's surprised to hear Iris say that. Not just Argo and Guilford. From Minarisa, one of the guild employees. Was there a Minarisa there? Why do you even know so much? Ryari looks at me, and lets out an exaggerated sigh. So what should we do? Silence them? Hey, don't say that, that's scary. Sometimes Miss Ryari here can get pretty extreme. I wonder who she takes after. But you know they might get in the way of our objective. She has a point. This strategy can't fail. So we need to remove anything that worries us, but still. Then we should take them into our group. I think that would work. Or form a contract that won't let them leak any secrets. That would be the most peaceful solution, but can we do that? If they were bad, We could spare mercy, but according to what I heard in the guild, there's nothing bad about their characters, other than Argo's habit of hitting on girls. Good grief. These people that don't know a man should love only one person with all his heart. But they can't just not reveal our secrets. They have to swear not to interfere too. Yes, that's right. They have to swear absolutely secrecy and to not get in our way. I say, and everyone nods. So what do we do? Ryuri's execution? Or my proposal of forming a contract? I think the answer is pretty obvious. Yes, of course. And stop kicking my shin, Ryuri. We get ready to form a contract right away, not just with these two, but with the other party members locked in another room too. Now we just need to form a contract and disperse. But that's when Ryuri drops a bomb. But it's too bad. If Argo and the others helped us, they might have met the person they're looking for. Argo's hands stop completely. What's that about? Right? Don't ask me. I don't know what you mean. Miss Ryuri is correct, says Heat. That was misleading. She said it while looking this way, so I thought she was saying it to me. But I guess Heat is behind me. When we got to the capital, we investigated the adventurers currently here. Why did they refuse the extraordinary reward they would get if they went to the fortress city and stayed here? I thought, continues Heat. That's true. Normally one would get excited at the prospect of facing a strong enemy. And that's how we came to find out that Mr. Argo here stayed because he's looking for someone. So, as a result of my solo investigation, I found out where that person possibly is. Ah, really? Argo asks as he leans forward. He fell. Where is it? May I, Miss Ryuri? After the contract. Having more power on our side is never a bad thing. What a scary girl. And Argo ends up forming a contract of full cooperation. Are you sure? You haven't even heard what it's about. Is Argo not thinking about it well? Or is Ryuri just that scheming? I really can't tell right now. Walking in Another World, Chapter 370, Mock Battles, Part 1, Beast King's Point of View. So where is it? This is just one possibility. But we think it's the castle, answers Ryuri, very plainly. And Argo and his party freeze with surprise when they hear it. The castle? I would say there's a good chance, based on my investigation. There's also a higher than zero chance that the person you are looking for is in an important noble's mansion, answers Heat instead of Ryuri. Of course, this is not information on the woman that Argo saw. It's about a similar situation, and the result of a solo investigation gained from following a carriage that sped away in the dead of night. Away from people's eyes. Where did you investigate that? Every place has people that are knowledgeable about this sort of thing. These ones probably aren't. They probably used professionals in this sort of field in the short time since we came to the capital. And Argo and his party were probably not aware of this option. Would higher-ranking adventurers really not know about this sort of thing? That question pops up in my mind. But people can't be good at everything. It's not like I'm an expert on this subject either. Using a third party also comes with its dangers. An amateur handling it poorly might get burned. From what I've heard of Argo and his party, I get the feeling that they're completely unfamiliar with the underworld, so I guess it makes sense. And there's also the fact that he's one of those rare people from the Empire that doesn't look down on other races. And I'm guessing he cares about his people. After he forms the contract, Guilford and the others also sign it, even if they have reluctant expressions. And they don't say a word to complain. That ups our fighting power, Ryuri says with a very nice smile. Then there's one thing we need to check, I say, and Ryuri's face turns unpleasant. Foo. It's unavoidable. We need to confirm this because of what's to come too. Argo and the others look more worried, probably sensing something. But it's too late. What are you doing? Isn't it obvious? Mock battles. Everyone with me, except Ryuri, nods in agreement. These guys get it. If we're going to be working together, it's important to gauge each other's strength. How could we trust our backs to someone otherwise? And Ryuri, everyone's rusty from doing delivery quests. It's important to get a tune-up too. I say, like there's really nothing else that can be done. End. That's just you. Everyone else has been finishing their quests quickly and exercising so they can be ready anytime. She says. I look at the others, and they have iffy looks on their faces. You have that much time? The sun is setting by the time I'm done with mine. You always wake up too late. Starting today, stop drinking and start leading a more regular life. Okay? It's scary how she can accurately respond to what I'm thinking. And I've already drank today anyway. I look to the others for help, and they all shake their heads. Please give it up, says Heat, consoling me with a hand on my shoulder. I don't need to be consoled, I need booze, is what I want to yell. But Ryu's eyes are scaring me, so I swallow my words. My instincts are telling me that going against her anymore will be dangerous. HMPH, alright, but I really want to do mock battles tomorrow. Is that alright? I won't drink. But I'm not giving up the mock battles. That's fine. I agree that we should know how strong they are. I want to toast our new friends, but I go to bed without drinking. The lady that owns the inn looks a bit disappointed about that. But what can I do? Even the Beast King, the one at the top of his country, has things he can't object. The next day, I finish a quest before midday, and go to the training area with Argo and the others to get the mock battles going right away. Are you sure? Yes, no problem, asks Argo, as he holds a training sword that doesn't have a blade, and I nod. I fight with my bare hands. Basically, I pulverize my enemies with these fists. And I can kick too. That's why people tend to be surprised when they have mock battles with me for the first time, and see I'm not holding a weapon. Don't hold back. HMPH, it's decided. Stop saying nonsense and get going. Ryu is cold as always, and then she gives the signal, and the mock battle is underway. Argo is an A-ranked adventurer, so he's pretty strong. He has a strong foundation, and training with fighting people too. A lot of adventurers in the magic state are weak when they fight other people, even if they reach A rank. A lot of them only fight in the dungeon, so they only get to face monsters. That's why student adventurers tend to be stronger, because they train that too. Hey, that's all? His swordsmanship is good, but he's still too soft. He's not gonna touch me like that. I get close, hit 2 punches in a row, and the mock battle is over. I can't be too harsh, or he won't be able to face the others. And Heat and the others look like they're looking forward to it too, so I need to make sure he still has energy left. And I can still face Argo's party anyway. I crack my knuckles, and call out to my next prey. Walking in Another World, Chapter 371, Mock Battles, Part 2, Beast King's Point of View. I sit down in a corner of the training area, and watch as the others fight. They're going at it a little too hard. Argo and the others are leaning against a wall, looking spent, and watching the heated mock battles. Their eyes look dead, but that's probably just my imagination. By the way, everyone's attention is on Ryu, who's swinging her spear around with that small body of hers, and taking down tough guys one after the other. Did something bad happen? Her victims aren't just the beast people I brought with me either. First she fought Argo and the others, and then she started fighting adventurers from the capital. This tragedy began because adventurers who work in this country came over here after hearing that Argo and his party were doing mock battles, and made fun of Ryu, who was serving as the referee. First, her fans got mad, but she stopped them, and stepped up herself. And that brings us here. Those emotionless eyes now look exactly like my wife's, when she's mad. I thought she was brought as an advisor, but that girl's strong. That's why she's generally seen as the number 2. Argo and the others laugh dryly at my response. It's probably because what's happening in front of them is very convincing. So, did we pass? Yes, no problem. It's just your opponent being what she is. You should probably train more, if you have the time, although it looks like you're at least doing the minimum. That does sound good. Are you going to train with us? No, I think it'd be better if it was someone who uses swords or spears. And don't worry, Ryu won't be taking part because of her stature, although she might say she needs to unload some stress and join in. I say as a joke, and they turn pale. It's fine. If I get stressed, and here will be my sparring partner. Ha ha ha. What kind of joke is that? Anyway, I wanna discuss things in more detail. Is tonight okay? Why yes, of course. He sounds stiff. Is he nervous because of her? Hey, you have blood on your cheek. Don't ruin your pretty face like that. Shut up. What an unreasonable girl. I just wiped her face and she kicked me. And she didn't hold back either. I'm going back. See you later. I haven't exercised in a while, but I landed here for today. Chen, are you coming back too? Ryoru, you can stay here and keep going. Do you think you need to keep an eye on me to make sure I don't do anything stupid? No. I'm not going to drink or anything. Let's talk about our plan in more detail then. I try to start explaining, but Ryoru steals my spot. Unreasonable. And Heat, and the rest of you too. Why did you stop me? I'm in charge here, right? First, our goal here is the fall of the castle. We're after the king's head. You want to kill the king? We want to take him alive if that's possible, but if we can't, we can't. But that's Sen's job. So you all better keep that in the back of your minds. Ryoru is right. First we need to get a good grasp on that noble town surrounded by walls. Our unit will be doing that. The problem is how many people are there. Apparently most of the nobles don't actually fight, but I'd like to capture them too if I can. Question: how many of you are there, including and the others? About 200, and close to 300 went to the fortress city as camouflage. But I told them to start coming here, a few at a time. If they see demons in the battlefield, they'd attract attention if they all just came here at once. And you're going to take the castle down with just that? Everyone with me is outstanding, and I'm planning to get reinforcements too. Reinforcements? Yes. Once they get here, we won't even matter that much. And the ones guarding the castle right now are Cheval recorders centered around nobles. They call them elite, but apparently they're not all that good. And so, Argo, we want you people to act mainly as a rescue team. Rescue team? Yep. We think that person you're looking for is probably in there, says Ryoru, and Argo's eyes light up. His face looks better than when he's thoughtlessly hitting on girls. When do we attack? When the fortress city is attacked and on fire. That's our signal to start. That means someone's constantly watching, right? I'm taken aback when I hear that. But apparently Guilford knows how to respond. And he's holding his head with his palm. Argo, there will be an alarm if something happens in the fortress city. I'm really surprised by what Guilford says. Did I pick the wrong people? Ryoru doesn't seem worried, so I guess it's fine. There's something I want to ask too. If we attack the castle, what do you think the other adventurers will do? Today's mock battles have taught me that there's not really anyone that will be a threat to us. But there might be more strong people. I don't think there are any adventurers that will go out of their way to protect it. Of course, it's a different story if we're harmed. So no problem then. Now we just have to be patient and wait. Walking in Another World, Chapter 372, Intermission, Part 15. So, what happened? We received a report that the special unit withdrew. And the adventurer and knight units? The S-ranked adventurer that was at the center of their power was defeated, so they withdrew temporarily. Does that mean the operation failed? Well, Your Majesty, the reaction from that paladin hasn't disappeared. I believe the infiltration was a success, but what happened then? Yes. We can confirm that they entered the Demon King's castle. So there is no problem? If it follows the ancient texts provided by Your Majesty, yes. If the Holy Sword has something where the goddess can be summoned, she will descend. Precisely. So we can consider the Demon King taken care of. Next, do you know how much damage the special unit has suffered? It seems their losses are more than half. That much? Did we misjudge the forces on the side of the demons? Actually, it seems the sneak attack was a success, but some mysterious allies of theirs appeared to hinder it. Mysterious allies? Yes, we don't know the details, but we do know they are human traitors. If anyone knows who they are, send them back immediately. Very well, HMPH. But in that case, would territorial expansion be difficult this time? It appears we have more problems besides that. Such as? The biggest is the sacrifices we used for summonings. We haven't seen elves in recent years, so there is a chance that we won't be able to continue summoning people from another world at this rate. Is it hard for them to have more children? There was a lot of harm done when we tried previously. I see. Good grief, if the ones with otherworlder blood in them had magic energy, this wouldn't be a problem. That is correct. We found ones with rare skills, but less than 1 in 100 have skills related to magic. And there are low levels of magic energy across the board. Then how about sending them to a dungeon? A dungeon? Yes, high-quality magic stones have a lot of magic energy. They should be plenty of help as intermediaries for summonings. How about it? I agree with that person's opinion, but we would have to raise people specialized for dungeon exploration. Is fighting monsters difficult? Not in the upper floors, but I don't know about higher ranking and dragon class ones. So we have to abandon territorial expansion in my reign? What a shame. What is it? Excuse me, I have to report this right away. I won't forgive you if it's not important. The fortress city is under attack. Attack? The monsters broke through the defensive lines? No. Demons appeared. What? What do you mean? Is the Demon King not dead? Yes, that could very well be the case. What do you mean? It has been over 3 days since the heroes infiltrated the Demon King's castle. Are they still fighting? There are many mysteries about the Demon King's castle. Its structure is complex, so they may still be on the way. The Holy Sword is supposed to come back if the heroes die. That means they are still alive, so they haven't fought the Demon King yet? And what about the fortress city? I don't know the details. You useless. What happened to the barrier anyway? It should cover the fortress city. I don't know. Then can they come this way? I think it will be fine, as no demons have ever attacked the capital. But no, every subordinate who isn't busy is already gathering. I understand. Tell the Cheval Recorders to stay alert. If I then call the head knight of the Cheval Recorders, I'll give instructions myself. The head knight is in the fortress city. What? Why isn't he in the capital? Then who's in charge? The third Cheval Recorder. The third? Yes. All right. Call the commanding officer of the third Cheval Recorder, and call the head knight back as quickly as possible. Understood. Should we tell the guild to gather adventurers? No, we can't count on those people. All the ones that are left are the cowards that didn't go to the Dark Forest anyway. Walking in Another World, Chapter 373, Conquest of the Capital. Part 1, Beast King's Point of View. An alarm bell is ringing, and I quickly get up from my bed and leave the room. Everything is ready. The people we sent to the fortress city have already been gradually coming here since a few days back. A lot of people leaving at once would draw attention, so not everyone has come here, but there's nothing we can do about that. Although we did arrange for the best ones to come here first. When I leave the room, I hear the sound of another door opening and closing. It's Rairu, already equipped. I'm all set. It's nice to be fired up, but we need to check the situation first, and the positions of the soldiers. I say as I smile awkwardly, to get Rairu to loosen up a little. She's strong, but she really is still a kid. It's not her first battle, but she really does lack experience. And a lot too. Not that a lot of people have experience with this sort of thing anyway. We go down the stairs to the dining hall, and see the owner of this inn still in her sleepwear. I'm going to see what's happening. If there's a shelter, it might be best to head there, I say, and she nods. Once I leave the inn, I see the alarm has turned the streets that are usually quiet around this time into a noisy environment. Sightings of demons have already reached this city, so everyone was already on alert anyway. Since merchants have been leaving to take refuge in nearby towns, the flow of people has gone down compared to when we got here too. Although of course, people who have been living here a long time ago didn't leave for other towns. If they found themselves unable to make a living there, they would end up on the streets. Some nobles in the capital were seen leaving, but a surprisingly low amount. Are they loyal? Or do they just think the capital is not likely to be attacked? The more people there are, the harder it will be when we attack, but in the end, how many of them are really going to move out to defend the castle when we take action? Is it starting? I get a little lost in thought, and then I see Argo and his party also showed up, without making a sound. We're near a wall that separates the central section where nobles live from a section where common people live, and of course, we are hiding in a back street, away from people's attention. Our eyes are on the gate to the central section. There are guards posted at each side of it, but there's also a station on the other side of the wall with dozens of soldiers. By the way, the gate is made up of thick metal, and apparently it's also strong against magic. And the same goes for the rest of the wall. Said wall is not as tall as the outer wall, but it still easily goes beyond 10 meters, and the gap is too wide for us to use nearby buildings to jump on it. I think Kent could jump over it. Don't be crazy, Ryra. Well, if it was just the height, probably, but the sentries on the walls would spot me. But I feel like it'd be easy if we went into it with the assumption that we'll be caught anyway, and just attacked. Of course, that also depends on how much power we're facing, but according to Heat's scouting, the humans there aren't that capable. Well, let's keep our heads down for now. The sun will be up soon, so I'm sure there will be some movement before then. They said they would show themselves before dawn quite a while back, and by quite a while back, I mean when this whole operation was proposed to me, so dozens, maybe hundreds of days before. Now that I'm really thinking about it, I have some reservations about whether or not I'm remembering it right, but I also have a backup plan in mind, so I want to think it will be fine. They called for us in the first place because the capital is protected by a barrier, and their movements will get duller. And when I say us, I mean me. How many days ago was it? In any case, it was when we went to the Dark Forest to have a look, and I went out on my own. I met strong people there, who introduced themselves as Ignis and Guido. I instantly knew from their distinctive features that they were demons, enemies of mankind, but strangely enough, I didn't get a bad feeling from them. So I just challenged them to a fight, to see if they really were as strong as the rumors said. They were surprised at first, but Guido gladly took me up on it. The result was a total defeat. I was unrivaled in the fighting tournament to decide the next Beast King, but I was basically a baby against him. Well, let's not go that far, but I really was pretty powerless. An overwhelmingly powerful individual. I had forgotten the feeling, so I lost track of time, and I challenged him again and again. Ignis also fought me once. As for which was stronger, it was hard to tell at my level. After that, Ignis had a request for me: if you refuse I'll kill you. It wasn't like that, but after hearing what he had to say, I said yes immediately. I knew instinctively that it wasn't a lie. Yes, due to the rules of the Beast Kingdom, I am the one on the throne. I don't have any royal blood, and I'm originally just a martial artist, but still, I rule over a country, and as such, I can't overlook what Elysia is doing. Hey, is that the one you talked about? And as I think back to what happened then, Argo speaks, sounding flustered. Oh right, I didn't tell them what was coming. Yes, that's right, I say, and I hear them gulp. Walking in Another World, Chapter 374, Conquest of the Capital, Part 2, Beast King's Point of View. There are almost 20 demons hovering in the air. It's fine because there aren't any people walking around outside yet. But the guards are panicking. It makes sense, considering a single demon is like a calamity. Well, it's not like all demons are equal in strength. The alarm bell keeps ringing. What's going on? Those are enemies of mankind. Argo tries to grab me, so I dodge him, and twist his arm to restrain him. Those were pretty good moves. Demons are enemies of mankind? Why do you say that? They're the underlings of the Demon King, you know? In a way, that is correct. That's what's commonly said. But rather than just knowing the truth, I looked into it on my own, and various things popped up that corroborate what the demons say. I'm not telling you to fight alongside them, just don't get in their way. Focus on your objective. You have someone to rescue, right? It looks like I've made Argo remember his goal. Still, there might be something here I didn't account for. I've heard that a demon killed a lot of knights and adventurers near the capital. Maybe there were people he knew among them. Eventually, the demons all fire magic at once, and attack the wall. They can fly, so I think they could go over it. But it looks like it's not that simple. I only heard the short version, so I don't know the details. But apparently there's a barrier centered on the capital that hinders the movement of demons. I heard it gets stronger the closer they are to the capital, and it originally reached the fortress city and even the dark forest beyond it. But right now, its effect is weaker. Even just flying like that is spending quite a bit of magic energy, so we'll be leading the attack on the castle for now. What's happening now is basically just a performance so we can infiltrate the central section. There's no doubt that demons showing up and attacking have thrown this country's soldiers into disarray. Our infiltration unit reaches the other side of the wall without any issues, and opens the door from the inside. I can hear fighting from here, despite being a little far. They're really going at it, and of course, that noise ends up waking up the people living in the capital. Demons stand out so much, that I doubt anyone is going to even notice us. And even if they do, I doubt common people are going to do anything. Let's go, I say, and a group emerges from the shadows, and heads to the open gate without a single wasted movement. Some soldiers notice them, but are too busy to deal with us. Really, all that does is distract them long enough for them to be rendered unconscious. Did they kill them? No, I told them to avoid killing if possible. But I also told them not to hesitate if they were in danger. Ah, really? Is that surprising? Showing mercy to an enemy is exposing ourselves to danger. What's even more surprising is that this was a request from Gedo. He even provided weapons infused with magic energy for that purpose. I don't know what their goal is, but there has to be something I can't imagine. I don't like to be thinking about this and that. Figgle and Rairu get mad about that sort of thing, but I leave the thinking to people that are good at it. I'm better at using my fists to take out the enemies in front of me. I pass through the gate, and I'm immediately attacked. But their movements are slow. Simply put, they're weak. They wouldn't stand a chance against Gedo and the others, even if they are weakened. But they're focused on attracting the soldiers' attention. So this is our job. We can't get around it, even if these people are so weak. End. It's over. All right. 10 of you go up to the wall and patrol. 20 of you stay here and defend the gate no matter what. Don't forget to make it look like you're defending it from demons. The real goal is to not let anyone get in. Although considering what the relationship between this country's nobles and adventurers is like, I can't see adventurers taking the initiative to come save them. Still, there are guard and night stations outside, so we need people to hold them back. Also, how many soldiers do nobles have and their private armies? There are nobles who led soldiers to the Dark Forest under orders of the kingdom, so some of them aren't even in the capital. But not all of them went, and the ones that did left their mansions in the hands of others. But the nobles of this country also like to live in the capital, and send governors to rule their territories. Does that mean there are going to be more nobles in the capital compared to our country? Who are you? Someone who looks like a guard comes running right away, and apparently he has a low sense of danger. I move my hands faster than my mouth and silence him. The ones behind him get ready to fight when they see him be attacked, but unfortunately for them, it's too late. They're quickly subdued, and I leave a team to restrain them as I head straight for the castle. But of course, I can't just run in. I guess they're employed by a higher-ranking noble, even if a rotten one. They attack us by surprise, positioning soldiers not just in front of us to block our path, but behind us too. It looks like they have a competent commander and skillful soldiers. I thought I recognized you. Aren't you the A-ranked adventurer Zago? Why are you? Apparently I was wrong. Does he lack the ability to gauge his opponent's power? He's too careless in the face of an enemy. The moment his eyes are drawn to Argo, I close the distance and deliver a strong blow to the pit of his stomach. Mere beasts. It looks like he's wearing high-quality armor. It's light, but it has pretty high defense. I give him another blow, and he steps down hard when he's about to fall. Did he finally shut up? Too slow. And as the others are shaken by seeing their leader go down, Rairu takes them out one after the other. No one's dying, but I see a lot of blood, and I can hear groans here and there. Well, it's natural for her to get upset about being called a beast. Rairu, that's enough. I guess she lost her cool, because she's attacking without mercy. Her opponent's faces are twisted with fear. All right. But it's not all bad. There were others who came running, but they immediately surrender. I'm sure saying we won't attack if they don't resist plays a part, but also, seeing that carnage must have made them think they don't stand a chance. I'm not sure how I feel about that attitude coming from people who are hired to do this, but if they're obeying us, we won't hurt them. They'll just be stripped of their weapons and restrained. Now it's a race against time. We're going to be taking out enemies with intent to kill. I say, and Rairu and the others silently nod, and so do Argo and his party, looking nervous. Walking in Another World, Chapter 375, Moving. We're back in this world, and people are busily moving around. It has to do with Eris not being the Demon King anymore. It seems the Demon King has lost that qualification. According to U, her not being the Demon King anymore is having an effect on the castle too. When the castle doesn't have a Demon King, it loses its functions, and is unable to maintain itself. Eventually, anyone without qualifications, meaning anyone without demon blood, will be unable to see it. And they won't be able to move from it either, so if people don't leave the castle before it disappears, they'll be trapped in a sort of alternate space. Then we have to get out of here. Ruruka says in a hurry when she hears that, but apparently we still have plenty of time, and there's something like a secret path. First, we need to decide what to do with them. U is talking about the heroes, and Kotori looks at him with a concerned expression. Don't be worried. U walks in front, with me, Hikari, and Kotori behind. Ruruka and the others will sort Eris things, and the rest are heading to the faraway town with Windsor, to explain to Swaran and the others what happened, and place the magic item I gave Hikari that serves as a mark for transfer. Apparently the magic item Ignis and the other demons used doesn't work when the Demon King's castle isn't operational, and it worked through the spirits of space that Eris formed a contract with too. The heroes are being kept, I guess you could say, in a jail underground. Kotori doesn't look very happy when she sees it. Damn you! Shun gets up and yells when he notices us. At first his eyes are pointed at U and Ignis with hatred, but then he notices Kotori. You traitor! He yells at her. That threatening attitude makes Kotori take a step back, but Hikari steps in front of her and glares back at Shun. Ignis sighs, and takes a step towards Shun. Shun looks like he's about to say something, but he falters and crouches on the ground. I know what happened. I'm behind him, but I can faintly feel the anger. He's probably releasing something similar to my intimidate against Shun. He's shaking like a newborn fawn, but Kotori is also trembling, and for some reason, her face is red. Quiet. Ignis then turns his eyes to Noto and Kt. What are you planning to do with us? Noto looks pale, like he got caught in the air that was released against Shun. They already fought anyway, but is he feeling the difference in their power more clearly now that he's standing in front of Ignis? At least he looks cool, standing in front of Kt to protect her. Firstly, there is no spell to send you back to your world. Also, no one is coming to save you. Ignis plainly states the truth. It seems unbelievable to someone hearing that all of a sudden, so telling someone to believe it might be harsh. Shun reacts by yelling that it's a lie, but Noto and Kt accept it. It seems Kt in particular has memories from when she had the slave mask put on, and vaguely remembers what she heard. So what will happen to us? Noto asks again. First, you will form a slave contract. We don't know what you might do otherwise, says Ignis, and U responds. That sounds good, especially considering how severely affected that young man is. As for the master, what about Kotori? Restrictions won't do? I ask, figuring that they could do what Ignis did to me. But since a skill broke it, it can't be relied on. In the end, it's decided that they will form slave contracts with Kotori. Kotori herself seems troubled by that idea, but she knows she can't refuse, and gives up. It might also have to do with Ignis whispering that it would be faster to just kill them. Young lady, make sure to hold the reins tightly. I'll do my best, Kotori says while clenching her fists. Then her attitude flips, and she's happy to see Kt again, although the mood with Shun and Noto is more lukewarm. It makes sense, because apparently Kt helped her a lot. Then Ignis is contacted by Windsor, and we can now go to the faraway town. Before that, I wonder how we're going to carry Mia, but she can go inside the item box. Should I take the responsibility of keeping her there from now on, or should we ask people in the faraway town to look after her? We need to discuss it. I wonder how many people I can use transfer on at the same time, but it looks like I can use it on my usual party of 5, Eris, Kotori, and the 3 heroes, so apparently I can use it on at least 10. Ignis and the other demons are staying behind, to look after the castle for the time being. Well then my lord, I mean, Miss Eris, please spend some time in the faraway town, says says Ignis, and after the other demons see her off, we travel to the faraway town. Walking in Another World, Chapter 376. The next destination. Transfer takes us to the entrance of the faraway town. People who aren't used to it. Actually, everyone except Hikari and Eris are surprised when the scenery around them changes all of a sudden. I gave a quick explanation of how transfer works, but I guess it's different when you actually experience it. Eris has her spatial spirits, so she understands it, and Hikari just doesn't get agitated. Windsor takes the lead as we go into town, and the children all gather to see what's going on. Some of them tease Kotori, who gets mad at them as her face turns red. Kotori has changed, Kt says, looking surprised, but also happy with a slight smile on her face. Is it just me, or is she watching Kotori with the eyes of a mother? Then we head to where Swearin lives, to say hello and discuss what to do next. When Swearin sees Eris, she cries, and hugs her gently. Also, Shun and Naoto can't take their eyes off Swearin. She looks a little more mature than Eris and Chris, so I guess that slight difference is resonating with them. Kid looks at them with an exasperated expression, and Naoto quickly tries to cover it up when he notices her. Then we all eat together, and go rest. The girls are going to sleep together in a large room, and Shun and Naoto will go to another room. I have a room all to myself. Honestly, I'd feel awkward sharing a room with those two. What would we even talk about? I'm sure they feel the same way. As I lie down on the bed, I remember the last thing the Dragon King said. I can get the holy tree fruit we need to make elixir if I go further down in the dungeon that's in the Dragon Kingdom's castle. That means that's where I should go next. But hearing that Gedo and other demons are going to attack Elysia is making me hesitate a little. By the way, I haven't seen Gedo around. Is he fighting in the Dark Forest? It all started when I casually asked Windsor that. I was curious about that, because Gedo loves fighting, so I thought it was strange that he wasn't present for the battle against the heroes, even if he did already fight them once before. Not to mention that it's also strange, from the point of view of the demon's fighting potential, that he wasn't there when Ignis and the others knew Elizabeth would descend. Of course, fighting off the attackers in the Dark Forest was an important role too, but it made sense to assume that protecting the Demon King was more important. Gedo is commanding another mission. Another mission? Yes, attacking the capital of the Kingdom of Elysia. Windsor said that so casually, but there was something off about it. Was it really necessary to split their forces to attack them at that point? I think it's because the barrier around the kingdom is weaker now. We also have people cooperating with us, so they figured we should take the opportunity to take them down. That last part is just something I heard though. Did my face show what I was thinking? Windsor told me the reason, but still. The barrier. Do you know why it's weaker? Because the Holy Sword is here? Who said it was originally the cornerstone of the barrier, but reworked the sword or something, right? So is there really any reason why they have to do it now? I feel like he changed the attribute of the Holy Sword. And I guess it's an issue of military power too. Elysia and the Empire sent a lot of knights and adventurers to the Dark Forest. Apparently U and Ignis are thinking that this thinned out the defenses of the capital. Also, the barrier is weaker, but it still doesn't allow us to use our full strength, so they said they want to attack when their numbers are down. I think that's dangerous too, but they must have some plan. They must have something going on behind the scenes, like they did with us. I tell him that, and, well, Ignis. He smiles awkwardly, and he says he's a little uneasy, because this time Gedo also took part in formulating the plan. But the capital. I honestly don't know how to feel. Strangely enough, I don't really have any feelings of wanting them to take responsibility for summoning me, or getting back at them. It's a harsh world, but I wouldn't have met all these people if I wasn't summoned into it, among other things that I couldn't have done if they didn't summon me. Then there's Hikari too. I heard she went berserk when I went after Elizabeth. She's calm now, but there might still be some brainwashing inside her, and the king or someone else in Elysia might know how to get rid of it. And there are also my compatriots. From what Kotori and the others say, Shun's condition is particularly severe. If he were to go berserk like Hikari, that would be a problem. Ignis overpowered him, but it doesn't change the fact that he was strong enough to defeat a dragon in a dungeon. I don't think I can decide on my own. I'll talk it over with the others tomorrow. Walking in Another World, Chapter 377, To the Capital, Part 1. The next morning, we talk after we're done eating. Here in the dining hall are the 10 people I brought with me from the Demon King's castle, and Swyren and Windsor. So, what did you want to talk about? Asks Rurika, and after peeking over at Windsor, I explain what the demons are up to. When Shun hears it, he starts making a fuss. Quiet, please, says Kotori, and he immediately sits down and stays quiet. I already knew the slave contract made this sort of thing possible, but I'm still surprised to hear the normally reserved Kotori issue an order so clearly, and when people's eyes fall on her, she starts fidgeting and looks down with her face turning red. Apparently Shun was making a fuss because Miharu the Saint is recovering in the castle. What do you want to do, Sora? I don't know if we'll make it in time, but I want to help if I can. If it goes well, we might even be able to save people being forced to work against their will, like Hikari was. I say to Chris, I don't know what they're planning, but I'm also worried for the demons, even if the barrier is weaker. That's just how bad the barrier is to demons, at least as far as I know. Even Ignis was trying not to get close to the capital. Eris seems to know this too, after spending all that time with the demons, and she's looking at Windsor with concern on her face. There's also the rumor that there are elves in the capital. What about Mia? Maybe we can leave that for when this is over. We're going to be exploring a dungeon again, so we also need to prepare anyway. We've already talked about the elixir, along with the fact that the key lies in the dungeon in the Dragon Kingdom. I'm also worried about Guido and the others, but, Eris says she can't go. She was the Demon King, but she thinks she's just going to drag us down when fighting is involved. Noto and the others are surprised to hear her say that, but I get it. She hasn't stepped foot outside the Demon King's castle since she became Demon King. It's not like she has any experience fighting. Hikari and I are going. What about you, Rurika, Chris, and Sarah? I've already talked about this with Hikari last night. Hikari immediately said you can count on me. I get the feeling that she's really raring to go. We're going too. You're curious about it too, aren't you, Chris? Asks Rurika, and Chris nods. I see. I figured Chris would be interested, but Rurika and Sarah were raised by an elf, Morrigan, so of course they want to save elves if they hear about them being held captive. But what are we going to do? Are we going to make it in time if we go there now? Asks Sarah, but that problem has been solved too. Leave that to us. We got permission from but we were contacted by Guido, and he says that the day when they carry out their plan has already been decided, and we'll make it there in time. Just barely. We should go as soon as we're ready. We're going to end up outside the city. Is that all right? It would be best if it was in a discreet place inside the city, but I guess that's not possible. Well then, Swyren, I think we can get in contact, so please act as an intermediary, says Windsor, before himself and a few other demons he called fly away from the faraway town. I guess they grabbed a magic item for communication along the way, and are flying straight to the kingdom of Elysia. And apparently they're going to fly through an empty area to avoid fighting the people sent by Elysia and the Empire. You're going to the capital, right? Can't you take me too? Asks Shun after Windsor has left. I don't know how to respond to that serious expression of his. After reuniting with Kotori, I heard from her what they had been doing, and apparently Shun likes Miharu. I get that he wants to save her. I'd be thinking the same thing, if it was one of my friends instead. But I have concerns. Firstly, could he go berserk? We should be able to avoid that if we bring Kotori along, but should we take her with us? You could have asked the same thing about me before, but can she fight people? Depending on the situation, we might even have to kill people. And although they used to practice fighting people, I don't think they can fight to the death with them. Not to mention that they might know people among the kingdom's knights. But on the other hand, they know the interior of the castle. There were places they weren't allowed to enter, but they still know a lot. And so, I ask, are you prepared to kill people? Walking in Another World, Chapter 378, To the Capital, Part 2. The three of them react differently to what I said. Shun closes his eyes, looks down at his hands, and clenches his fists. Gulps, and her eyes wander like she's looking for help. Noto grimaces, but then smiles with a shifty expression. I couldn't at first. Now, I won't hesitate to kill people if I have to. I'm asking you that because it would be dangerous if you couldn't. Do you still want to go with us to the capital? Shun and Kid look pale, but I think that's a normal reaction. Noto on the other hand, drops his smile and stares straight ahead. I still want to go. Even if you think you might slow us down and put us in danger? It's funny hearing me say that. It's like I'm looking at myself in the past. I don't actually know how strong they are, but from what I heard, they can probably fight multiple knights, overpower them, and neutralize them. But it could be said that no matter how big a difference there is in terms of power, the power of will has the strength to turn it around, especially when people are fighting to the death, when a moment's hesitation can cost you your life. I imagine that Knight Richard was feeling like this back when we went out looking for the bandits. I feel like I did something bad, even though we weren't given a choice. I should get him something the next time I see him. Shun, give it up. It was Sora. It should be fine if I'm the only one going. I'm probably the one who knows the castle best, right? Kurosaki. It's alright, I'll hide behind them if it comes to that. I'm not sure I like that answer, but at least Kid looks reassured when she hears it. I'm pretty sure they worked in the same company, and had a senpai and kuhaya relationship, so I guess that makes sense to them. According to Noto, he went to places he was supposedly not allowed to enter, like the place where the holy sword was. Shun looks frustrated, but in the end, it's agreed that he'll stay. Now all that's left is to prepare. First, Noto's equipment. What he used when he attacked the Demon King's castle was left in unusable tatters by Ignis. It's not just Noto either. Shun and Kid are the same. That guy really is merciless. We go to the general store here in the faraway town, and manage to more or less get them the equipment they need. People here hunt in the dark forest, so they actually have more weapons and equipment than I expected, and they use materials from stronger monsters. Then we help them practice fighting against people. Apparently they did it with the chivalry recorders of the capital, but they are actually pretty weak. Weak enough that I'm wondering if Noto should really go. They've got the fast movements of people with a high level, but they're not used to fighting people at all. With moves so simple, you're not going to beat even one of the kids. Rurika is currently facing Shun. They're using practice swords, but she's hitting him pretty hard. That's got to hurt. That brings me back to the first time I was taken to the training area. It had to be done if I was going to protect myself, but she was pretty rough. Other adventurers looked at me with jealousy, but by the end, they were trying to console me. That's a nice memory. Also, when she said he couldn't beat a kid, she pointed to the kids here. Maybe it's because they live in a dangerous area, but even kids that are a little younger than Hikari can fight. Apparently the biggest reason is actually because they play with Gedo, who at the same time trains them. Looks can be deceiving, says Noto while crouching and looking at Rurika. I'm pretty sure he's talking about how strict of an instructor she is. I also didn't think she'd be that harsh at first. But people and monsters are completely different. We trained with knights, but that was just when we first got here. Then, they probably held back just to boost our confidence. It makes sense to end up like this when you're facing people who are used to fighting other people. When I fought Hikari the first time, I would have lost for sure if I didn't have skills. Speaking of Hikari, she's fighting Kotori is on the ground nearby, but she's a spirit mage, so I'm pretty sure that's why her stamina is so low. Skills? Wasn't it walking? But why would they throw you out if you had more? I learned the rest later. When I saw the status panel the first time, it didn't mention that I would level up as I walked. What that appraising magic item showed changed all of a sudden. But I was shown the door before I could even say anything. Then can I fight again? I want to at least be able to defend myself, says Noto, and Shun steps aside while breathing heavily. Then the mock battles continue, until Swiren comes by to call us. Walking in Another World, Chapter 379, To the Capital, Part 3. 3 days after Windsor left the faraway town, Swiren was contacted. Apparently they're going to reach the Kingdom of Elysia tomorrow morning. However, Gedo and the others' plan is already underway, and they're going to attack the kingdom early tomorrow. It would be one thing if it was just the demons, but because of the beast people helping them, and judging by the conditions in the fortress city, tomorrow is the ideal time to attack, so they can't change the plan. I go back to my room, and check the items in the item box again. I have several healing potions, including full potions. Not just for me, I also gave them to the others in item bags. Oh, and Naoto and the others were surprised about the item bags. I guess it makes sense to be surprised about someone handing out a rare item to everyone. We have plenty of healing potions, thanks to the medicinal herbs gathered by the people of this town, and of course, I gave them potions too. Next, the mithril sword. It was damaged during the fight with Elizabeth, but I fixed it with alchemy. Its magic energy conductivity is as good as before too. Then I check the throwing knives, the gun, and see if I didn't forget anything. I guess I'll cap it off by making this. And by that, I mean the magic item to use as a marker for transfer. Windsor took one with him, but I want to make another one to be able to come back here. Even if everything ends well there and we go to the Dragon Kingdom next, I still need to bring Naoto back here. Maybe we could save time if one of the demons flew to the Dragon Kingdom, but Mia's problem is totally our problem, so I feel reluctant to ask. Although I'm pretty sure they would accept. I also want to stop by Majolica in the magic state of Ifar. I think I need to go there and talk. When this is over, let's go ahead and make it then. I activate the skill and make the magic item. Then I place it on the bed and activate transfer. And see, I have two options now. It worked. That makes traveling between towns and countries much easier. Although that will also get in the way of leveling up the walking skill. I call up the status panel just to check, and see something that grabs my attention. Name, Sora Fujimiya. Job, Sorcerer. Race, Otherworlder. No level. HP, 1090. MP, 1040, plus 200, SP, 1090. Strength. 1080, plus 0, Stamina. 1080, plus 0, Agility. 1080, plus 0, Magic Power. 1080, plus 200, Dexterity. 1080, plus 0, Luck. 1080, plus 0, Skill, Walking LV 108, Effect, user won't get tired no matter how much they walk, get 1 experience point with each step. Experience points, 683,749 1/millionths. I lost 50 MP. I try breaking the magic item, and sure enough, it goes back to 1090. Master, what are you doing? I'm surprised when I hear a voice all of a sudden. When did she get in here? I knocked many times, but you didn't answer, says Hikari while adorably puffing her cheeks. I guess I was too focused. I didn't notice at all. Sorry, I was making the magic item to use with transfer. Transfer? Yes. Remember that mark I gave you for me to come back? I was checking if I could make more than one. More than one? Yes. If I leave it, I can use transfer to come back to it any time, but that's useful. What's the problem? Well, every time I use it, my MP, the amount of magic energy I have, goes down. That means that if I keep making them, they will spend a lot of magic energy, and I might not be able to use magic. I need to check if each costs me 50 MP, or if the price goes up when I make a third one. Also, I can break them, but I want to see how durable they are. Do you want to help, Hikari? Yes, you can count on me. So, first I make another magic item, and then another one. I check my MP, and each cost me 50. I check to see if I can break one from a distance, but apparently I have to touch them directly to break them. Then I ask Hikari to see if she can break one by attacking it, but it feels like she can barely do it with a magic energy-infused mithril dagger. It's pretty tough. Master, this is hard, she says. Hikari, you don't have that collar anymore, the symbol that you were a slave. You don't have to call me master. Is what's on my mind more than the magic item. I can't call you master? I steel myself against how cute she sounds, and nod. Well, Kotori already knew about Hikari, so that was fine, but Naoto, Shun, and especially Kid were really staring at me. I guess for people who don't know her backstory, I'm just making a small girl call me master. Alright. But I'll change the way I talk after big sister Mia wakes up. I think that's her way of encouraging me to help Mia quickly. Alright, let's add that to the list of reasons to save Mia. Yes. And then, the next morning, I go back to the capital of the Kingdom of Elysia. Walking in Another World, Chapter 380, Capital, Part 1. After we're done eating breakfast, we wait for a while, and Swarin is contacted. Windsor has landed in a deserted area near the capital. But apparently their operation is already underway, and there's a lot of confusion in the capital. We've gathered in a storehouse to use transfer, because if we do this outside, some kids might run towards us. Also, I've asked Swarin to leave the magic item mark here, so we can come back after things in the kingdom settle down. Be careful. Naoto, please bring back Miharu. Listen to Hikari. Please. Shun and Kotori all talk to Naoto. Don't overdo it. And please look after Rurika and Sarah, and Chris, says Eris, sounding worried, and Chris faces down with her face turning bright red. Did that embarrass her? Here we go. I feel like we'll be here forever if I don't say something, so I call out to everyone that's going, and ask the ones that are staying to step away. I can designate who's going through transfer, so they wouldn't fly away with us anyway. But I'm still not used to this, so it's better to be safe than sorry. Once I activate transfer, the first thing I see is the prompt asking where I want to go. I pick the place near the capital of the Kingdom of Elysia, and it flashes in my mind, and I can see Windsor and a few other demons. This didn't happen before, but I guess it's because I made more than one of those magic items. I check if the others are ready, designate who's going in my head, which makes a mark appear over their heads, and after doing a final check to see if everything is good, I activate the skill, and in the blink of an eye, it's done. Windsor is in front of me, standing in front of a nostalgic sight. I'm back here, whispers Naoto, and I nod to myself. I think you heard, but there are beast people fighting in there. But they are with us. I take the magic item from Windsor, and a pendant. Hang these from your neck, and make sure they're visible. You shouldn't be attacked if you do. I guess he got those from the demons working with Gedo. We equip those pendants, leave Windsor and the other demons, and follow the main road to the capital. I check map, and see we're east of the capital, and if we followed the road in the other direction, it would take us to the Empire. It feels nostalgic, whispers Rurika. This is the road they traveled when they came to Elysia for the first time. As we follow the road and get closer, I feel like something is off. There are usually multiple people guarding the entrance, but there's only one gatekeeper today. And he doesn't even notice us approaching, because his focus is inside the capital, not outside. Can we go in? I ask, and he jumps with surprise. I don't think you should right now. The gatekeeper turns to the main street that leads to the castle, and starts explaining. The capital is under attack by demons, but only the central section where nobles live. The sections where commoners live are unharmed. Because of that, the commoners living close to the central section have evacuated to the outer areas, in large buildings like the Adventurer Guild, inns, or churches. Windsor said the capital was in a state of confusion, but it's surprisingly quiet. Aren't you going to evacuate people to the outside and take down the demons? Haha, no way. They're demons. Knights are one thing, but guards like us can't do a thing to them. And apparently the adventurers decided to sit this one out too. They're on alert, but aren't going to take the initiative to attack. Most high-ranking adventurers were sent to the Dark Forest, so the ones left here are mostly low-level. It sounds like they've decided that if they try to attack, they might end up just causing more damage. And apparently this gatekeeper is here alone because the others are helping people evacuate. That's why it's dangerous to go in right now. If you're passing through here to go to another town, you better just keep going and not stop. What are you going to do? He asks, and I lie, saying that we need to resupply. He also doesn't forget to check our identification despite the emergency, and after I pay for Hikari's entry fee, we enter the capital. We need to get identification for Hikari too, once things settle down. We got it from Layla, but it hasn't been registered, so we can't use it yet. We enter the city, and avoid the main street. We need to cross the one gate that leads inside the central section, before we go to the castle, so that's our first destination. I bring out map while walking, and check for people near the gate. Walking in Another World, Chapter 381, Capital, Part 2. There's an odd atmosphere around the entrance to the central section. It's a double gate, but the right door has been destroyed, and the destroyed part is propped up on its side like it was placed there. And it's also being used as a barricade of sorts that's blocking the entrance. I can't even see the other side. If I had better visibility, I could just use transfer. I get a good look at the people gathered around the gate. There are demons right in front of the gate and on top of the wall, with beast people facing them. And behind the beast people, but still far, are people whose uniforms lead me to believe are guards of the castle. This composition makes it look like the demons are guarding the castle, but apparently it's to stop more people from getting in. Are the beast people facing forward towards the demons so the guards don't attack the demons? The demons look pretty relaxed, but the effects of the barrier must make them want to avoid unnecessary fights. Also, there are fewer demons here than I was told, and I don't see Guido around either. What are we going to do, Sora? Asks Chris, and everyone's eyes focus on me. Let's go to a high place where we can have a better look. Using transfer to get inside right away would be best, but if we move in from the front, we'll have to fight demons. That would probably cause confusion, and break this stalemate. I want to avoid that, but looking around, I don't see any good spots. If only that door was lying on the ground instead of being propped up horizontally like that. How did it even fall that way? Master, hand me the transfer magic item. What are you going to do with it? Sneak inside. It's easy if it's just me, declares Hikari, brimming with confidence, so I give her the item. She's the one who knows the most about the castle, so I think I can leave it to her. But let's cast a shield on her just in case. Master, once I give the signal, go, she says, before disappearing without a sound. I can see on map that she's avoiding the main street. But that leads me to notice something. The center of the capital, the area inside those walls, is blank. Is it like different levels of a dungeon? Maybe I wouldn't be able to use transfer even if I could see it. Wait, maybe I can't even do it by using a magic item. I've never tried it. So I wonder, is she going to be alright by herself? I've talked to Noto and the others about Hikari. Steven cried when she first heard it, and Hikari looked kind of bothered when she hugged her tightly. But still, Noto is worried based on her appearance alone. In our world, Hikari would be in grade school, so even though they got a good taste of how strong she is during those mock battles. But more importantly, I should focus on the fact that transfer might not work, and she'll be over there alone. Should I go after her? The moment I start thinking that, I see her stop, and disappear to the other side of the wall. I should check if transfer works. When I activate it, it gives me two options. I'm getting a response from the magic item Hikari is holding, but it's not stable. I don't know if it's because she's moving, or if the barrier is having an effect. But wait, if she's moving, could it be that she's being chased? Or is she looking for a good place to use transfer? We'll go right away once we get a signal, so be ready. We also might end up facing enemies, so get ready to fight. Hikari could be facing enemies. Everyone takes out their weapons, and we hear the sound of an explosion, and see a streak of light. Hikari stopped. Let's go. I activate transfer, but it's still not stable. And yet I know I can still use it. It's strange. But it's like the skill is telling me. The scenery around me changes, telling me transfer worked. Hikari is standing right in front of me, but she's also holding her mithril dagger. And where she's looking, actually, all around us, are beast people. They're surprised because we popped up here all of a sudden, but their stances quickly change. Their postures are low, like they're going to move at any moment. I also try to get into position, but my knees give out. It's the feeling I get when a lot of magic energy leaves my body all at once. Rurika and the others are surprised, and quickly move in front of me. I take deep breaths and get up. I can't really put much strength into my knees yet, but I don't want them to think I'm a weak link, although my resolve is instantly rendered pointless by what they do next. It's not just me. Everyone's surprised and baffled when the beast people in front of us suddenly kneel. Walking in Another World, Chapter 382, Capital, Part 3. As we all stand here looking perplexed, one of the beast people stands up and speaks while still bowing. Miss Elf, I apologize for the hostile behavior. The other beast people follow, and also get up and bow. But as their attention falls on Chris, she looks towards Rurika and Sarah like she's asking for help. Apparently she has no idea what's going on. Did something happen while you were in the Beast Kingdom? I ask, but she says that while they did talk to some people there, she doesn't recognize any of the ones in front of us. Rurika is also tilting her head, seemingly just as confused. I'm sorry, our people were saved by elves long ago. Of course, that was before I was born, but that respect has been passed down through generations. And those pendants too. Are you involved in this? Yes, we are here to save someone we know. I see. We were surprised when this young lady suddenly appeared in front of us, but we were going to talk to her when we saw the pendant. But she really threw us for a loop, so they tried to talk to her, but Akari thought they were trying to capture her and evaded them. And why did you infiltrate like that? The entrance was blocked by demons, and we also saw guards from the capital, so we figured we weren't going to get in through normal means. I see. But still, we would have no way to stop someone from infiltrating like that. Was it magic that made you all appear all of a sudden? This is a skill, and at the very least, I've never seen another human use it, although demons do use it. Can you tell us the present situation? I want to hurry, but I think it's best if we know what's going on inside. And they tell us that the central section is already under their control. Although the knights and guards resisted, they weren't a match for us. In fact, they were disappointingly weak. The beast person says, complaining about not being able to fight at full power. Do a lot of beast people like to fight? We are currently assaulting the castle. Aside from some who stayed behind, we don't know the enemy's numbers, but with the elite unit led by End, along with the demons, it's only a matter of time until the castle falls. Where does that confidence come from? Are they all that strong, starting with this End? Also the demons are feared for their power, and they really are strong. But I'm sure they can't display their full power because of the barrier. Maybe they don't know that. All right. We are here to save someone being held captive in the castle. So, can we go? Very well, but we can't move from here. I'm sure you will be fine if the demons deemed you worthy, but be careful in there. We run towards the castle, and one of the beast people in that group comes along. Think of me as someone who's here to explain things to the others if we come across other groups, is what he says. We actually do come across a few groups of beast people along the way, and we do save quite a bit of time because he explains things to every one of them. Be careful. We part ways when we reach the castle's gate. I can tell by looking at it and how terribly destroyed it is that there was fierce resistance. The gate is broken. The walls supporting it are destroyed, and there are pieces all over. I see big chunks of it inside too, and crushed corpses. It's like it was hit directly by a missile, says Noto, sounding kind of taken aback. Yes, it's like something I used to see on TV. Sometimes I would see half-destroyed buildings and other terrible scenes that were unthinkable in a peaceful country, and it didn't feel real to me. But in this world, it's easy for people to cause that sort of destruction with the power of magic. In fact, high-ranking, strong monsters can probably do that with their bodies alone. Let's go. Passing through this gate would usually lead us to a neatly taken care of garden, along with furnishings like stone statues, but the marks of destruction are clear here too. Near a destroyed statue, I see people on the ground, wearing armor. It doesn't look like they're breathing. Among them there are chunks of flesh that have lost their original shape, and I see Noto grabbing and pressing his mouth. Are you all right? He asks me. I've seen my fair share. I respond, and he looks at me like it's unbelievable. In my case, it was more monsters than people's corpses, but I've gotten used to it. I guess the similarity between humanoid monsters and people has helped numb me to it too, but still, it takes a whole different kind of resolve to kill people, compared to killing monsters. That might be an instinctual thing. In our world, killing people was not only a crime, but a taboo that should be avoided. Well then Naoto, Lead the way. Noto leads us to the rooms they were given here in the castle first. Walking in Another World, Chapter 383, Castle, Part 1. This is where we lived. As Noto leads us through the castle, I'm surprised by how quiet it is. There are traces of destruction from battle, but other than that, it's completely still. And it's also strange how we came this far and haven't seen a single person. If they're after the king to conquer the castle, it makes sense that they're heading to the throne room. I vaguely remember it being on the upper floor. I feel like back then, knights took me down a few flights of stairs. Normally, the people who looked after us would be here, but the room is empty. I'm sure they heard all the commotion and evacuated. And the room the Saint Miharu used is also empty. Miharu was recovering after being attacked on the way back from a dungeon, right? Do you know where she might be? I ask, and Noto crosses his arms and thinks, it would be simple if I used a map. But even here it's still not working well. Presence detection's range is also about a tenth of what it normally is. I feel like something is obstructing magic and support skills, but it's not like everything is like this. The item box hasn't been affected, and I can infuse the mithril sword with magic energy just fine. They said they were going to treat her, and didn't tell Shun where either. According to them, she was in critical condition and we couldn't see her. That means it has to be somewhere we haven't been. If we don't know, we should ask someone who does. How about we check where the holy sword was? Proposes Ruruka, as we're all stumped. It does sound better than staying here and thinking. Yes. There's a lot of foot traffic around the place where the holy sword was kept, and she could even be there. There's also a path on the other side that I've never been to. And back then, Noto says that when the king looked that way, his eyes were like he was looking at trash. He whispers that we should go, and we all agree and hurry there. The fact that he's not just taking off running is a sign that he's keeping his head cool. There's a high risk that we'd run into an ambush if we ran without thinking, and put ourselves in risk if we were suddenly in a fight. Well, it sounds cool when put like that, but I think I'm just feeling insecure. Normally I can use map and presence detection to avoid ambushes, but now that I can't use those very well, I'm feeling anxious. I look at Hikari and Ruruka, and they look the same as always. Master, what is it? Asks Hikari while tilting her head, so I tell her exactly what I'm thinking. I'm feeling anxious because I can't really feel presences that might be coming this way. It's alright. I'll protect you. Thank you, I say, before casting another shield on everyone. That's about all I can do. We keep walking cautiously, and I can't really tell if there really isn't anyone around, or if the skills are just malfunctioning. Maybe it's just in my head, but I feel like when I try to use presence detection anyway, I get tired even though I'm walking. Maybe it's because I'm using parallel thinking. When I use more than one skill, my SP slowly goes down. Are you alright? Now Chris is worried. Eventually we go through a door, and go down a spiral staircase that goes on for a while. I don't know if I'm just imagining it, but I feel like it gets colder with each step I take. I have a bad feeling about this. And it looks like Chris feels the same way, because she's trembling. But Noto looks fine. He's walking forward without a care like he's in his backyard. When we reach the bottom, the path splits in two directions. If we follow the path on the right, we'll reach the place that's said to have housed the holy sword. So, should we go to where the holy sword was first, or there? Asks Noto, with his eyes on the left path. Just to confirm, only you can enter the place where the holy sword was. The way the king spoke led me to believe only heroes and royalty can enter it. The person that looked like a sorcerer that was with the king all the time never accompanied him in there either. Could it be that the sorcerer could actually enter, but did that to support the lie? Wait, says Ruruka, sharply. Hikari is also looking at the left side with caution. It looks like someone's there. I couldn't tell, but it looks like they feel a presence. I follow them, and hold my weapon, ready to fight. Should we go or wait? Noto was in front, but he's falling back. I can tell by his voice that he's nervous. Sarah takes his place in front, and Hikari and Ruruka stand next to her. I stand next to Chris to protect her, and Noto moves to the opposite side. And then, while looking out for any attacks from the back, We start moving towards the passage on the left side. Walking in Another World, Chapter 384, Reunion, Part 1. Sarah and the others start walking slowly, but with somewhat audible footsteps. They're making themselves heard on purpose, to check what the other side will do once they're aware of our presence. Of course, this doesn't come without its risks, but we're ready to take action quickly if we have to. We have barriers, but Chris also has her spirit magic ready to be used. And in front, Sarah is drawing attention, while Hikari and Ruriku are standing slightly back while erasing their presences. They're doing that to effectively use the blind spots of the dimly lit passage. Are you sure about this? Noto sounds worried, but depending on how good the others are, they'll notice us even if we act normally. So there's no use being worried. They're coming, Sarah says quietly, and as if signaled by that, a knife comes flying. Sarah dodges it and lets it pass. She could have stopped it, but that would have created an opening from her. Also, she knows that there's no one else in its trajectory, and decided to simply dodge it and focus on whatever comes next. And sure enough, the knife passes by the rest of us without hitting anyone. Also, after the knife, we get magic fired at us, followed by an arrow. Sarah ignores the arrow and quickly throws an axe at the magic. There's an explosion just before the axe clashes with the magic, neutralizing it. That's because of the explosive effect I infused into that axe. And as a side effect of the explosion, the arrow is also blown away. We hear surprised voices, followed by what sounds like screams. It's because Ruriku and Hikari got close to them with their presences hidden, and are attacking. The dull sound of metal clashing echoes, and we cautiously advance too, but it's over by the time we get there. Everyone on the floor is wearing matching armor. Have you seen them before? I ask Noto, but after taking a closer look, he shakes his head. The knights fainted, and are suffering from the paralysis effect of Hikari's dagger, but we tie them up anyway. Not with rope, but with a restraining tool I made with alchemy. We bind their arms behind their backs, and don't forget their legs. Now they won't be able to move about even if they wake up and the paralysis effect wears off. Master, we have to gag them too, warns Hikari. Yes, they can use magic if their mouths are free, and so, Hikari expertly gags them in a way that they can't make a sound. Hey, just what is her deal? Noto trembles with fear as he watches her. I'm kind of surprised too, but I keep it to myself. A spy like her learned how to do that too? After checking a room and leaving the fainted knights there, we keep advancing as we cautiously check each room. It doesn't take long, because there aren't that many of them, but all we see are dusty beds that look like they haven't been used in a long time. We don't see anyone neither. I guess we have to keep moving forward. There are stairs in front of us that lead underground. Wait, yells Chris, just as Sarah and the others are approaching the stairs. What's wrong, Chris? I just got a bad feeling. I use magic energy detection, and feel an unstable something that's fluctuating, but I don't know what it is. Hikari and Ruriku check the floor and walls, and the rest of us keep an eye out behind us and on the stairs. And then, we hear footsteps running down the hall. And they're getting louder and louder. Someone's coming. There are multiple footsteps, and it doesn't sound like they're being cautious at all. Is this a trap? Maybe they're doing the same thing we just did. The hall is poorly lit, and visibility isn't good, but I have a night vision skill. Also, now that they're this close, I can pick them up on presence detection, despite its range being shorter than usual. That's far enough, I warn, and they stop, seemingly surprised. I don't think they were expecting anyone to be here. I feel like I've seen some of these people before, and they're accompanied by a beast person, so I'm guessing they're involved in this. And since I raised my voice, they're now aware of us too. They slow down and approach us, stopping just one step short of being near us. Now that I'm getting a closer look, I see blood on their faces and clothes. But it doesn't look like they're hurt, so it's probably not theirs. The amount of blood tells me there was a pretty fierce battle. Were they running without caution because they're just confident in their power? But as I observe them, one of them suddenly speaks to me. Are you Sora? He asks. Walking in Another World, Chapter 385, Reunion, Part 2. I look at the man that said my name again. I feel like I've seen him before, but I can't remember where. And as I feel that annoyance that comes from almost remembering something but not quite getting it, I calm down and remember that I can use appraisal. I guess I got nervous without even realizing it. It makes sense though, considering this is the place where it all began, and it doesn't bring back good memories. Name, Argo. Job, adventurer. Race, human. Level, 61. Condition dash. Now I remember. It's that Casanova. Yes, the guy that was always hitting on receptionists when I went to the Adventurer Guild in the capital. He looks dejected when I yell that, and everyone else with him besides the beast person laughs. Yes, I know. I remember. He's the one who treated me to a meal in the guild. Only because he lost a bet though. So it really is you, Sora? You're alive? And Rurica is here too? Argo looks at me with a nostalgic expression on his face, but it suddenly stops. Is all he says as he freezes in place. I'm confused, but so are his partners. He eventually takes a step forward, then another, towards Chris. It looks like he's trembling, and as he gets close, Sarah steps in front of Chris to block his path. It makes sense, because he's just a random guy as far as she's concerned. And when Sarah glares at him, Argo comes to his senses. Chris, he whispers, and Chris nods. I see, her hair and eyes are a different color now, and her hair is straight instead of tied in twin tails, and more importantly, her ears are pointy like an elf's. You're an elf? He asks, and Chris nods again. She undid her transformation to be able to use her full power, so there's no use in trying to hide it. Argo's partners also approach when they hear that. They talk to Rurica with a nostalgic tone, and also seem surprised to see Chris' appearance, and then they start launching questions at me, because they're surprised to see me alive. At first I don't really know what to do, but when I hear that Argo and the others are working with the beast people, I answer truthfully. Of course, I don't mention that I'm from another world. I throw in the fact that the kingdom was trying to kill me, and tell them I faked my death to escape their grasp. That sounds awful. But why are you here? To save Noto's friend, and because we heard that an elf was seen here and wanted to check. They're surprised to hear that. Also, the man named Ricken that's with them tells us that Argo's party is helping them because they heard someone they're looking for is here. And that it's someone Argo fell in love with at first sight, which prompts cold stares from Rurica and Chris. It's enough for me to take a step away from them unconsciously. Oh, and Guilford from Argo's side took over for Rurica, and has been checking for traps. Apparently he's good at it, and he has found and removed all sorts of traps in dungeons. I'm sure he stayed here in the kingdom for Argo's sake. And the same goes for the others. I'm done removing traps, but what now? Argo, sweating from that silent pressure, seeks relief in that voice. Keep moving forward. He manages to squeeze out. His voice is raspy from nervousness. Anyway, let's not touch that, and just keep moving. I don't want to say the wrong thing and move the crosshair from him to me. Sometimes you just have to not get involved. We finally go down the stairs, now accompanied by Argo and the others. There's no light at all, so we're surrounded by darkness, but we don't use any light of our own either because it would serve as a target. Also, Argo and the others are equipped with magic items that let them see in the dark. We pass by a few landings on the stairs, and keep going down. There are traps on the landings, and Guilford disarms them every time. Rurica and Hikari watch him do it too, and are clearly surprised by how good he is. And eventually, we reach the end. It's even darker down here, and the night vision skill doesn't work. Apparently it's the same for the others' magic items, so we have no choice but to use a lamp. We see cells up ahead. Every one of them have chains attached to the walls, clearly built so the people they capture don't have any freedom even in here. The smell makes me nauseous. Normally I'd use wind magic to disperse it, but there's no point when there's nowhere for it to go. We just have to bear with it, and stay alert as we move forward. With each step, Sarah's face contorts. The same goes for the other beast people too. It's even tougher on them, because they have a better sense of smell than humans. We eventually see the end of this hall, and all the cells we see in the meantime are empty. But when we reach the end, I feel someone's presence. And sure enough, the last two cells on the left and right each have someone inside. They're both women, and one has a slave mask. Their pointy ears tell us what they are. Walking in Another World, Chapter 386, Trap, Part 1. The moment Argo sees those pointy ears, he brushes off Guilford when he tries to stop him, and calls out towards the cell. She's bound to the wall by those chains, and raises her head in response to his voice. Her lifeless eyes don't focus, and her scrawny cheeks show her pain. "It's not," Argo whispers as he sees this terrible scene, and he's about to break open the cell with his sword, but notices something isn't right. "Argo, stand back," Guilford says in a hurry, and Argo reflexively jumps back, successfully evading the shadow that appears all of a sudden. What is that?" Noto's surprised face is pointing to a magic circle on the wall of the dead end, and the shadows emerging from it. Shadows keep coming out from the magic circle, and eventually take the shape of people. "TCH, a trap," Guilford whispers, and we all hold our weapons towards the shadows. They're not very fast, and their attacks are simple, which makes it seem like they'll be easy to deal with. What are these things? But once we actually start fighting them, we see that our weapons don't work on them. A slash supposedly cuts one in half, but it immediately puts itself back together and attacks. "Magic!" yells Argo right away after judging that physical attacks won't work. Using magic in a tight space is dangerous because of friendly fire, but they're high-ranking adventurers, and have splendid coordination. But it also doesn't seem to work on the shadows, although it takes them more time to regenerate compared to when they were slashed. "Damn it, what should we do?" The shadows stopped appearing after the 10th one, but being completely on the defensive like this makes it clear we're on the back foot, and apparently they can sap away our stamina by touching us. The shadows stop while regenerating, but we have to keep attacking them if that's the case. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we become exhausted and run out of magic energy. We can't find a way to deal with them, so the word retreat pops into my head. Apparently those shadows have a limited range away from the magic circle. That's why those elves are there. We have to save them, and it looks like the others agree. "Can't we do anything about that magic circle?" asks Guilford, but the mages, including Chris, shake their heads. "When I fired magic before, one of the spells pierced a shadow and reached the magic circle, but it disappeared just before it could land. Maybe a stronger spell would work, but I have some reservations. We're underground. If I fire a spell strong enough to destroy the magic circle, we could end up buried alive. I want to think that wouldn't happen, but it might." "Can I try something?" asks Noto, who was quiet all this time. "Try something?" "Yes, this." After responding to Guilford, Noto holds up his sword, whispers something, and it's enveloped in a white light. "I'm pretty sure his job before hero is Master Swordsman." "Is that a Master Swordsman skill?" "I can feel the holy energy pulsating on that blade even without using magic energy detection, and its effect is big." Despite not being close anyway, the shadows back away from Noto. "That confirms it to the rest of us too." "That will work." Also, since the holy attribute is effective, everyone else switches to anti-undead equipment. We pour holy water on our swords, and change their attributes. "Let's go." Argo gives the signal, and we all form up around Noto. Mia would do great if she was here. That thought pops into my mind, but I shake it off. I need to focus on what's in front of me. The battle starts again, and the shadows are defeated like we never even had a problem with them in the first place. Cutting a shadow in half still isn't enough, so we need to cut them into pieces or they'll slowly regenerate, but the flow of the battle is still on our side. We're all thinking the same. We can take down all the shadows like this. But it's actually only just beginning. 1, 2, 3 shadows go down. But when there's only one left, we hear a piercing scream. It comes from the elf bound to the cell, and the magic circle reacts to her voice by activating. A shadow comes out. Then another. Hey, look, someone whispers, but we're more frightened by the elf that screamed than the new shadows. There's blood gushing from every visible orifice in her body, and she's convulsing. We can beat the shadows, but is she receiving that damage? Noto, do you think you can destroy the magic circle with that? I won't know until I try. Noto doesn't sound too confident, but we have to test it. And his skill boosts his power more than my sword with the holy attribute. Will draw their attention, so try attacking the magic circle, Naoto. We quickly swap our weapons again, and Naoto moves out along with someone from Argo's party, who has a shield. And then, we continue fighting, this time being careful not to damage the shadows. Walking in Another World, Chapter 387, Trap, Part 2. Damn it, their movements are getting better. I faintly hear someone whisper. Yes, the shadows are moving better than before. Back row, stand further back, but vanguard, hold your ground and draw their attention. Don't let them go to him, says Argo as he goes around and moves in front of a shadow that was going towards Naoto. I don't know if the shadows are trying to get rid of enemies getting close to the magic circle, but Naoto and the one holding the shield stop and take position as Argo instructs. And once the path to the magic circle is secured, they dash towards it, with us stopping the shadows that react to them. I dodge their attacks while dealing damage, but I have to make sure not to actually take them down. Judging by what happened before, I guess we can take down a few before it becomes a problem, but maybe that condition changed after their movements became better, and so, we only deal damage and bite time by taking advantage of the way they slow down when they regenerate. Meanwhile, Naoto has reached the magic circle, so he stops, activates his skill, and swings his sword hard. The moment it hits the magic circle, black mist appears that pushes the sword back, like it's protecting the magic circle. He stops for a moment, but it looks like he puts more strength into it, because the sword starts shining brighter. But then, as if drawn by the light, the shadows start ignoring us and moving towards Naoto. They don't even care if we attack them to slow them down, they just keep heading towards him. Do they fully see Naoto as a threat that has to be eliminated? We're retreating temporarily. Hang on a little longer. I'm onto something. Naoto yells back to his escort. Then he says the name of some skill, and the path is covered in a bright light. It's like it has physical properties, because it repels the shadows trying to get close. Hey, I'm surprised to see it, but feel shocked when I see the shadows disappearing. If they disappear, that's going to happen again. But just as the shadows are swallowed by the light and everyone is picturing the worst case scenario, nothing happens. Save them, yells Naoto, as we're all braced, and we all do as he says. We break the doors, and inspect the chains binding them. I feel something that resembles magic energy, but Guilford says we can break them, and I trust him, and after taking the elves from the cells, we move out. They've got them, says Naoto's escort, and he responds with a very pale face. Then get away from here too. What are you going to do? I don't know what will happen when I stop the skill, so tell everyone to get as far away as possible, he says as he peeks this way. When our eyes meet, I get what he wants to do. Chris, sorry, but once you get to the stairs, illuminate the passage with light magic, I say before I approach Naoto. That's a pretty crazy plan you thought of. It's just something that popped into my head, and because I know you have the means to get away, getting away instantly with transfer, and do it quickly if you can. This is pretty rough. Yes, I can see the shining light coming from his sword getting gradually weaker. I see the light that serves as a signal that they've gotten away from here, so I grab Naoto's shoulder, and use Chris Light as a marker to jump there. Argo and the others are surprised when we suddenly appear in front of them. I almost crash into Chris too, because I misjudged how much strength to put in it, but I just barely stop. Then I hear a loud sound of destruction behind me, and then, I feel something weak and small fluttering. Let's get out of here after we heal them, says Argo, and everyone nods. First I give Naoto a mana potion and a stamina potion. I don't know if he used MP or SP. It doesn't look like he wants to drink them at first, but in the end he gives up. And he looks surprised when he starts drinking them. No way. What is this taste? He whispers. I forgot all about it. But this world's potions don't taste good. I kind of think that wanting potions that heal you to also taste good is kind of asking for too much. But they really do fit the expression good medicine tastes bitter. After going up the stairs, we check on their condition. They look exhausted, but their lives aren't in danger. What do we do about this mask? Asks Argo as he reaches towards the slave mask, but stops. Argo and his party look puzzled, so I explain what it is. How could they do that? Everyone looks angry. But what do we do? I don't know what will happen if we force it out, so let's just bind her for now. You're really going to do something that cruel? Argo protests. But we can't have her be controlled and attack us. We could overpower her if that happened, but we might end up hurting her. I see. All right. So how do we take this slave mask off? We don't really know either, but we still have someone we want to save. And then we'll look for a person that might know how to save her. Mia might have been able to do it if she was here, like she did with Kt. Someone who might know? Asks Argo. This country's king. I answer. Walking in Another World, Chapter 388, Reunion, Part 3. I think that might be fine then, Argo says in response. Rickend went to him to teach him a lesson, says Guilford. Apparently he's ridiculously strong, to the point where even S-rank adventurers that Argo and his party know were completely outmatched against him. Should we just bind the masked woman's arms behind her back for now? Chris, how do we make it so someone can't use spirit magic? An experienced person can cast spells even without verbalizing them, so there might be no way to prevent it. There isn't. Then let's use this binding tool. Apparently it's an item that can restrict magic use. Apparently, a young lady named Ryra left it with me, said it might come in handy, says Argo, who then equips it on the masked woman while talking with Guilford. It sounds like the beast people attacking this country know a lot about this place. Did Ignis and the other demons share information with them? Chris is watching closely, just in case something happens. Sora, can you give me a hand? Rurika says as she watches the other elf. I gave her a full potion, and she's using it on her, but is something wrong? The full potion isn't working. I think her complexion is better, but it doesn't look like her condition is improving. Rurika is right. She doesn't seem to be getting any better or worse. Name, Karina. Job, sorcerer. Level, 42. Race, elf. Condition, weakness, binding spell. Binding spell? Is that like a curse? I don't know, but let's try casting recovery. Recovery. I chant, and after the elf's body is enveloped in a bright light, the binding spell disappears. And at the same time, the elf, Karina, reacts. She opens her eyes and looks faintly at the ceiling. It's like she's still half asleep. Eventually her eyes move over to Rurika, and then to me, and she tries to whisper something. I give Rurika some water, and she holds Karina's back as she sits her up, and lets her drink slowly while rubbing her back. She could have let Karina drink by herself, but apparently it's not easy for her to move. Thank you. It looks like drinking water calmed her down, and she asks who we are. We are enemies of this country, I guess. Sora, you're just troubling her more. We came here to save someone being held by the kingdom of Elysia. I see. But the others besides us are already. Tears fall from Karina's eyes. I'm scared of asking her to continue, but I think I have a pretty good idea of what she was trying to say. I heard it takes a lot of magic energy to summon people from another world. And although there were only 2 people there were lots of empty cells. I'm sure they were occupied by other people they captured. Oh, is the other one all right? Miss Morrigan was trying to keep my spirits up to the very end. When Rurika hears that, she stops. Chris, then Sarah, turn this way, and slowly walk over to us. Their expressions are completely blank. Please tell us more. Chris struggles to say that, and Karina reluctantly nods. I don't know how long ago it was, but we were gathered in an open area with a magic circle. There were many people that looked like sorcerers around it, and they were chanting some sort of spell. She then stops. It's like she's afraid to say any more. You don't have to talk if you don't want to. Chris, let's leave it be for now. Karina just woke up. I get how they feel, but it feels to me like if we put pressure on Karina like this, she's the one that's going to break. Chris wavers but nods. And once they see that, Rurika and Sarah exhale like they're letting go of their tension. But Karina is surprised when she looks at Chris. An elf? Are you by any chance Chris? Now it's Chris who looks surprised. And so does Rurika, and Sarah, and me. Does she know Chris? I don't think she does. I see. So it's you. Karina closes her eyes, and makes up her mind to quietly continue. There were 10 elves, and one after the other, They were made to go on the magic circle, and perish. In the end, Karina and Morrigan were the only two left. They were still treated terribly after that, but Morrigan kept encouraging her. And then they put the mask on her and took her somewhere. And when she came back, she didn't remember Karina, and didn't respond to anything, like a lifeless doll. Walking in Another World, Chapter 389, Trap, Part 3. There's a clanking noise. It's Chris' staff hitting the floor. She hears it with a blank look on her face, and slowly turns to Argo and the others. To be more precise, to the elf with a slave mask. She walks over there with weak steps and reaches towards the mask on the elf restricted by an item, but stops. Ignis said before that forcibly removing it could deal a lot of damage to someone's spirit, and leave them heartbroken. Chris then turns over to me with pleading eyes. I already tried using recovery, even though I was pretty sure it wouldn't work, and sure enough, the mask stayed on. Sorry, but I can't do it. Recovery really has no effect on slave masks. If Mia was, I'm sure all the others are thinking the same thing. It's best if we look for someone who can remove it. Miharu's class was Saint. Could she do it? Sora, do you know this person? Asks Argo, who was quietly watching our reactions. Yes. Well, I've never actually met her before. I turn to Chris, Rurika, and Sarah, because I'm not sure if I should keep talking. If she is the person we know, she's the one who raised us. Rurika explains instead of me. She looked after them in an orphanage in the Republic of Eldo. And after the war, she went missing after leaving one day and never returning. So that's Argo and the others are at a loss for words. What are you guys going to do now, Argo? What about you, Sora? We're going to stick to the original plan and look for the person we know that's being held captive in this castle. I see. We want to help too, but Argo looks at the masked woman, Morrigan, and Karina. Yes, it would be hard to carry them around. Morrigan is unconscious, and Karina is far from having recovered too. It's all right. In fact, we'll be safer if you look after them. What about you three? You can stay here too. We are going. Argo, please look after Grandma Morrigan, says Chris, and Argo and his party meekly nod. Are you sure? Asks Snota with a concerned tone, but Chris nods. Argo and his party are moving to one of the rooms, to look after the elves there. And the beast person moves out to go call for reinforcements. At first I'm worried about him going out alone, but he says he excels at erasing his presence. We walk together until the path splits. This path will take us to where the holy sword was. I feel like I can sense some sort of holy energy, so we're going there first. Master, wait, is someone there? Says Hikari, and we all stop. I do feel like there are multiple reactions, but I don't see anything. I use both presence detection and magic energy detection, but I feel like I'm getting a stronger reaction from magic energy detection. What's up ahead? I think it's just a path with nothing of note, but I just followed them through here. I don't really remember it too well. Sorry. Sounds like he really doesn't know, and is very apologetic about it. I think the shields should stop any sneak attack. But still, let's send a decoy out first. I summon a golem. I completely forgot about them. I cast a shield on everyone, including the golem, and drink a mana potion. And then, the golem follows orders and moves forward, and after a while, it's like it's walking into a hornet's nest. Or rather, it's bombarded by magic one after the other. It might be a trap. I think Rurika's right. So that's why magic energy detection gave me a stronger reaction. Were they all activated there? I use magic energy detection again, and I feel like the reactions are weaker than before. I bring the golem back, and it's not attacked again. Maybe it's fine now. I infuse the golem with magic energy to repair it, cast a shield, and send it out again. And this time, there's no magic, and the golem advances without being attacked. So we keep watching it while we follow it from a distance. Nothing really happens, and we see a big door in the distance. And in front of said door, are people wearing robes and holding staves. Sorcerers. We were alerted of intruders, and here is a hero. What brings you here? Did you finish off the Demon King? And one of them says, I kind of remember that voice. It's someone who was with the king when I was summoned. Is that the otherworlder who was summoned that time too? He's alive? I guess they remember me. Anyway, The king has ordered us to guard this door to the death. If you are a hero, you should go deal with the demons and beast. Wait, is that a beast person? And is that an elf? As the sorcerer talks, they start noticing the other people with us, and laughs with their eyes wide open. Ha ha, so you brought us fresh sacrifices, hero. Bring us the elf. Or, do you all want to die together? And as they spew out some nonsensical words, the sorcerers start attacking. Walking in Another World, Chapter 390, Trap, Part 4. I order the golem to act as a shield against their magic, and we start preparing our counterattack after moving behind it. Master, above, yells Hikari. I look up as she says, and see a group clad in black jumping down from there. I did see a passage up there on the ceiling, but I was pretty sure there was no one there. Hikari and the others throw weapons at them, but the black-clad group repels them all. But those were infused with magic, so there are explosions and screams all over the place. The sorcerers are surprised, and so is Nato. But some of the black-clad enemies manage to get through that hell, and attack us one after the other. And as we fight them, the sorcerers don't stop attacking. They're trying to eliminate us, and don't care about taking their allies out too. What do we do with the elf? Don't care. She just has to still be breathing. What about the hero? We don't need him anymore. I hear this unsettling stuff here and there, but I need to focus on taking these people out one at a time. I summon the dog-type golem, and have it guard Chris so I can move out. I fire magic at the sorcerers while also attacking the black-clad ones. I figured they'd be good, since they're stationed in such an important place, but they're a few degrees down in terms of skill compared to the ones I fought in the Demon King's castle. And once Chris starts supporting us with her spirit magic, the momentum turns drastically in our favor. One goes down, then another. It's because of Hikari. She's going around approaching them through their blind spots and cutting them with her dagger with the paralysis effect. The effect isn't actually very good, probably because they have resistance to paralysis, but it still works to some extent. And once all the black-clad enemies go down, we turn to the sorcerers. The golem is pretty messed up after taking almost all of their attacks, but the destroyed portions regenerate immediately after I infuse it with magic energy again. I see the sorcerers turn pale when they see this, but they keep attacking. Hikari, use this to restrain the others. I use creation to make copies of the magic item used to restrain Morrigan, and hand them over to Hikari so she can restrain the black-clad ones that are still breathing. They're enemies, but I don't want to kill them unless I have to. They might be victims too, in a way. Now, the sorcerers. The fierce magic attacks start settling down as time passes, because one after another, they become unable to use them. They work for the castle, so I'm sure many of them are great, but the golem I made is terrible for them. Although I feel like they would be able to destroy it if they had a little more firepower. How can that golem take so much punishment? Asks Nato, sounding puzzled, and I give him a simple explanation. The golem has a function to absorb magic energy, to be able to work for a long time. It's been absorbing magic energy while taking those attacks, and it regenerates every time it's attacked. That's why we focused on the black-clad ones first. It's sort of invincible. Nato looks flabbergasted, but it's not. This time it was within its acceptable limit, but if it absorbs more magic energy than it can handle, it will explode. It wouldn't be able to handle Ignis magic attacks, and I'm not sure it would stand Chris' spirit magic if she got serious either. The absorption level isn't that high yet. Conversely, these sorcerers might be great here in this kingdom, but they haven't reached the level where they can destroy it. There's also the fact that since Hikari is throwing magic-infused knives at them, they've had to split into offensive and defensive groups. I also think that there's a possibility that a lot of people in this country close to the king use the ones who inherited the blood of otherworlders, so their levels are low across the board. As I think about that, the golem reaches the sorcerers. They don't have the power left to fire straight away, and the golem's blows renders them unconscious. I ordered it not to kill them. They should pay for their crimes. I'm not doing that because I'm soft or anything. After seeing that the last one, the one that was talking smugly earlier, is down, we approach the golem, and restrain the sorcerers. Walking in Another World, Chapter 391, Reunion, Part 4. Is this it? Asks Ruruka, and Noto nods. There are columns in front of us, and one has what looks like a door. Noto grabs the knob and opens it, and we see a woman lying on the floor in the center, dressed in white. I try to use people appraisal on her, but it's like something is repelling the skill. But from what I can see from here, she has that characteristic black hair, so there's a good chance that's Miharu. I was told only royalty and heroes could come here, but, says Noto, but I think the fact that he thought she might be here, and that he brought us here at all, means he's no longer trusting what the king said. Then he tries to enter, but he takes a couple of steps back, like something repelled him. What was that? I ask, but Noto stays silent. Instead of responding, he fearfully puts out his hand, which stops right when it was about to get inside that column. A wall? I can't move any further. Even if I try to force it. Noto's hand is pushed back. Does it hurt? You can't enter. That's a sacred place where only royalty may enter. Lowly people like you can't get in, yells the sorcerer from before with a smug tone. So annoying. I'm sure everyone's thinking the same too. And as if speaking for everyone, Hikari hits him with the handle of her dagger. Her complete lack of mercy gives me chills, but I'm applauding on the inside. Tell us how to get in. The sorcerer with the crushed nose can't even hold it, because his hands are bound. He opens his mouth like he's going to speak, but closes it. I think he was about to say something in defiance, but he felt danger when Hikari quickly held up her dagger. He takes a deep breath, then another, and starts speaking slowly and clearly, with a polite tone. I can't do it. Only the king knows. It's true. I really don't know. Please believe me. He yells that last part in desperation because halfway through, Hikari's body twitches. Scary girl. Well, I guess it's not strange considering how she was raised. What are you going to do? Asks Hikari while tilting her head after coming back. She seems less proactive now, but I guess it's natural. That sorcerer is like a completely different person now. Wait. Did he pass out? I use magic energy detection to examine the column, and feel strong magic energy. Actually, I feel like it's releasing it. Is this place like the linchpin of the barrier that protects the capital? I wake up the fainted sorcerer to ask more about it, but it's not simple. It's all good when I use water magic to force him to wake up, but then he starts making a fuss like he's deranged. I don't think I'll ever forget his face twisted with fear the moment he looks at Hikari. In the end, I use dark magic to hypnotize him into calming him down, and finally get him to talk. According to him, this is like the heart of the barrier centered around the capital. The Holy Sword used to maintain it, but since they handed it to Noto, they placed Miharu here to use as a replacement. However, the weakened Miharu doesn't have the same power as the Holy Sword. He also says that they've been keeping her here ever since they gave Noto the Holy Sword, under the guise of treating her. How could they? Noto clenches his fists, and glares at the column where Miharu is. Do we need to bring the king here and have him release her? I think as I keep examining the column with magic energy detection, I focus and look more closely, and see the starting points. What looks like the linchpins of the magic energy. If I destroyed this, could I destroy the barrier? First, I try asking Chris what would happen if the barrier was destroyed. She says that destroying a magic barrier wouldn't bring down a building. I try asking the hypnotized sorcerer too, and he starts speaking loudly. He actually starts speaking so eloquently, that I start imagining how he would sound if he wasn't hypnotized. Anyway, he also says that destroying the barrier won't destroy the building, and that if it could be destroyed that easily, they would be afraid to live here. I'll believe that, so I start preparing to destroy the barrier. First, I take out a gun. It's the most effective way to take out those linchpins inside the barrier. Then I replicate several dragon fangs and turn them into bullets. God-killing bullets. They even finished off the goddess. If these don't do it, we really have no choice but to bring the king. I take aim, and destroy the important parts with 1 or 2 shots. And when they're all destroyed, the flow of the magic energy changes. What felt like a mist hanging over all this time is now dissipating. I use presence detection just to check, and sure enough, I can see where everyone is clearly. Then I reach towards the other side of the door, and see that I can get in with no problem. Noto takes off running towards Miharu when he sees that, and we follow him. Miharu is on the floor, like she's sleeping. But a closer look shows that her face is pale, like blood isn't flowing. Name, Miharu. Job, Saint. Level, 63. Race, Uthworlder. Condition, weakness. I cast heal and recovery, and we take her out of here. Let's leave her to Naruto. Walking in Another World, Chapter 392, Reunion, Part 5. I keep casting heal and recovery, until the weakness disappears from Miharu's status. She's still unconscious, but her breathing has stabilized, and I think she'll wake up eventually. The issue now is whether or not we should wait for her to wake up. Now that I can use presence detection normally, I can see a lot of reactions above. When I look at map, I see two of them overlapping, before one is flung away and stops moving. Are they fighting? The reaction is still there though, so that person didn't die. The kingdom's side wouldn't have worried about that, so I assume it's beast people who defeated a knight. We can't just take her with us and keep going. Should we go back to Argo and the others? Asks Chris in response to my whisper. I guess that would be the safest option, but then Naruto would have to leave us. Why? I'll fight too, but I'm also worried about leaving her alone in an unfamiliar place, especially when she wakes up surrounded by people she doesn't know. She might panic. That's very possible. How about we go back and talk when we get there, proposes Ruroka, cutting into our discussion when we can't decide what to do. What about them, Master? Asks Hikari about the people on the ground, fainted. I think the restraints will keep them from escaping on their own, but if we broke their legs, they wouldn't be able to move. Naruto turns pale when he hears that. Hikari really is merciless, although it would be the most effective option. We should just throw them in there. Sora should be able to make a key. Let's go with that. I'm pretty sure Sarah suggested that not out of the kindness of her heart, but because breaking the legs of every person here would be too much work, although it still takes effort to drag them in there. Me, Naruto, and Sarah do that. We're careful with the black-clad ones, but not so much with the sorcerers. Sarah in particular drags their legs, and just throws them in there. I guess we are in a hurry. Sure, that's why. Let's go. Naruto and I nod silently to her. He's the one carrying Miharu on his back, because I'm more used to fighting people than him. Yes, there's no other reason. But then, Miharu renders our discussion from before pointless by waking up. At first she seems lost, not understanding what's going on, but when she sees me, she looks confused and starts struggling. You're going to fall if you do that. Naruto puts her down, and she stands on her own, as she looks at everyone here in turn. What is going on? Asking Naruto is the correct choice. It will be a bit long. What's going on up there is on my mind, but we should explain first. Map doesn't show me the situation in detail, but from what I see, it doesn't look like the beast people are outnumbered. And even if they were, I see a strong reaction coming this way, so they should be fine. I'm sure that's from Gedo. Actually, now I'm more concerned about them going overboard. Even the kids in the faraway town said that Mr. Gedo is reckless. Miharu is listening quietly to Naruto's explanation, and it looks like she doesn't like it one bit. But she seems like the type to get silently angry, rather than explode. By the way Miharu, I heard that your job is Saint. Can you remove a slave mask? Asks Chris, after it seems Naruto is done explaining. Miharu looks troubled, and Naruto lets out a dry laugh. I guess you could say Miharu. Naruto peeks her way, and everyone's attention also falls on her, causing her to cast her eyes down in embarrassment. And so, Naruto explains in her place. Miharu, fittingly for a saint, can cast strong holy magic. But the spells she knows are mostly geared for battle, and she knows basically no healing spells besides heal. And even that doesn't have a great effect. Then it wouldn't work. Sorry. Don't apologize. Everyone is good at some things, and bad at others. Mia is the opposite. She's good at support magic, but not so much at offensive spells. Otherworlders had the duty to defeat the Demon King. The goddess Elizabeth probably controlled the abilities we can learn for that purpose. What do you want to do, Miharu? Wait with Argo and the others? I might drag you down, but I want to come along. I want to see them one more time, and see what happens. I guess as one of the people forcibly brought here, she wants to see how it ends. We might be facing that king again soon. And so, we go up the stairs, heading to where we think the king is. Walking in Another World, Chapter 393, Castle, Part 2. I have a simple question. But first, let's describe what I see. We've been going up the stairs, and the further up we go, the more we feel the intensity of the battle. We see people whose armor is broken, hanging their heads. Ones whose faces are in an awful state, and were seemingly just abandoned. There's one tied to a pillar, who faints when he sees us. It looks worse than any battlefield I've seen. Not that I have a lot of experience anyway. But what everyone we see has in common, is that they have all been restrained with that same item. Just how many did they bring? They must have taken down about 300 knights on the way here. Well, that's the question on my mind, but it doesn't really matter. I guess I'm just trying to avert my eyes from reality a bit. And the reason for that, is that the leader, the one who started this, is standing in front of me. He says his name is Rickend, which is the name I heard from Argo, so there's no doubt about it. Name, End, Job, Beast King, Level, 101, Race, Beast Person, Condition Dash, is what appraisal actually tells me. Beast King. I think I remember Rurik and Chris saying they've seen him before, but is this him? Well, if appraisal says so, it has to be, unless it's a double or something. He's famous for being reckless, but I haven't heard much about him. I haven't even been to the Beast Kingdom. I see some people that look strong. How about a match? Says Rickend with a big smile on his face, and a little girl mercilessly smacks him on the head. According to Argo, she's Rickend's personal straightman, along with his chaperone. I heard she had a bad temper and no mercy, but it feels to me like she's more tired than ill-tempered. Looking at them, I get the feeling that he's always troubling her. I'm not saying anything, because I don't want sparks to fly my way. And I don't want to hear grumbling either. Can I assume those pendants mean you're here to help? But that hair and eye color, which is it? I tell her myself, Miharu and Noto were summoned here, and Hikari was born in this world. It's strange how it all just naturally escaped my mouth, and I'm surprised by how she understood what's going on just by looking at us. I see an elf with you too. That's surprising. She's also one that treats elves with respect. I figured the whole Beast Kingdom was like that. But then again, the Beast King's attitude stays the same, so maybe not. I exchange information with Rairu. It looks like Rickend wants to speak too, but she's not letting him. Is he really the king? The way he looks down is kind of shaking my heart. If you go easy on him, he's just going to get carried away. Leave him be, says Rairu, so I do just that. I see. Using elves for such a thing is unforgivable. Some people might have gone there to help already, but please go anyway. We don't want anything to happen. So Rairu, can I talk now? Quiet. But we need to do what we need to do first. If you want to fight, work first, and you can ask later. Sure, I see. So, we're following the plan we talked about before, right? Yes. Act like a bad guy. Actually, just act normally. Putting on an act would just make it feel unnatural. Rairu says they want to judge this kingdom for its crimes. The throne room lies beyond that door, along with the king and the remaining knights. I imagine there's something like an escape route just for nobles in the two. But Rairu says that's not a problem. Is that because there's no such thing, or because they're ready to deal with it? I can't tell from how she talks. So, can you all stand by for a while? When it's time, we'll call you. HMPH, it's not gonna be a problem if you just leave it to me, says Rickend full of confidence, and Rairu looks to be at her wit's end. Yes, I look forward to that. Then we meet up with someone else. Rickend stands up straight when he sees him. And Sora is here too. Was it you who destroyed the barrier? I can use my full power thanks to that. It's Guido with a cool smile. Is that trash in there? Are you not attacking because there's fierce resistance? Nope, we're preparing to judge that king, answers Rairu. You're the talented beast girl I heard about. If you have an idea, I won't meddle. Thanks. We have a lot of resentment towards this kingdom, and we're not letting this opportunity go to waste. As Guido talks with Rairu, Rickend looks kind of flustered. Are you alright with that too? I'm sure you have your own grudges, Guido asks us. I'm fine with it. What about you, Naruto? Me too. If I see him, he says as he sees Ryra getting heated. He looks really angry. And so, we agree to stay here for now, as Rickend and the others blow the door open, and charge into the throne room. We hear the sounds of a fierce battle, but eventually, it all goes silent, and I hear a voice that reaches my ears clearly. Despite the distance. Walking in Another World, Chapter 394, Judgment, Part 1, Ryu's point of view. You really think beasts like you can get away with this? The person howling in front of me is the guy that stands on top of this country. All I see is a powerless old man acting big, that looks like he'd die if King End smacked him a little. I hope he doesn't get too worked up and hits him. Shouldn't we be saying that to you? You've done some really terrible things, like sacrificing a lot of people, like elves. If the rest of the world learns of this, what would happen? Ooh. He really declared that with confidence. He gets 2 points off though, 1 for that smug face, and 1 for not referring to elves with the proper tone of respect. My scolding doesn't really work, so I need to tattle to my sister. King End. The way you're trembling is going to take even more points away. HMPH, what are these false accusations? You're the ones who will be condemned for invading our country. Don't think the Empire will stay quiet about this. Beasts. Not to mention that the elite squadron I set loose is currently putting down the Demon King, the enemy of the entire world. You're going to have a lot to apologize for. How much trouble do you think I have put myself through for the benefit of you incompetent beasts? How does that guy lie like that with no problem? Is that this guy's talent, or are all kings of this country like this? Who? Elite squadron? I really didn't think that existed in this country full of weak people. Don't tell me you brought them over from someplace. King End's attack is working. I saw that guy's face twisting for a second. But he's thick-skinned, so his expression quickly goes back. I guess I should compliment him for that. Actually, I'd rather if King End learned a little from that. He's the kind of person whose face shows exactly what he's thinking. What kind of joke is this? Do you really think anyone will believe your lies? Lies? Like the elves imprisoned in the dungeon of this castle? What were those then? Don't peek this way, King End. It looks kind of awkward. And what about the black-haired girl that was also kept captive there? Wasn't that where the Holy Sword used to defeat the Demon King was supposed to be? He's looking a little more shaken, and he's clearly turning pale. This is where we keep attacking. What's wrong? Did he forget what he was going to say? There's a good chance, considering the unsure way his tail is moving. It just stretched straight up. He obviously just remembered it. Or should I elaborate more? He didn't remember a thing. But at least the way he's talking makes it sound like we know everything. So I guess it's fine. He might be able to gloss over it. But if it doesn't work, at least remember what that boy told us about the state of that dungeon. I explained it to you 3 times, King End. I see. Then we really can't let you live. Not that I was thinking of doing so after everything you've done. When the old man says that, black-clad people fall from the ceiling. He was acting like he felt cornered, but was actually setting up a move to turn this around. King End. Please don't look relieved about that. Do it. Slaughter those beasts and their collaborators, the old man says with a smug expression while raising his hand high. I'm sure he's thinking that he just settled this himself. But unfortunately for him, those people aren't moving. He looks so baffled by how they aren't following his orders, and so are the humans around him. It looks like a lot of people close to him really do know what's going on behind the scenes. 1 or 3 can't seem to follow what's happening. There's a good chance those ones don't know the darkness behind this country. We should question them later though. It could just be an act. What's wrong? Did you not hear my command? The black-clad people are all wearing masks. Slave masks, I'm pretty sure is what they're called. They take away people's freedom, and turn them into dolls that only follow orders. Not only are they more effective than slave contracts in preventing people from rebelling, but I've heard that they even have an effect to boost their power. King End was impressed when he heard that, but it basically just makes them fight like they're constantly in a frenzy. And if you push your body too much like that, it'll eventually give in. You dolls. Why do you think I bred you? His abuse is really annoying. He's just going to keep spitting out stuff offensive to my ears if we let him. It's no use. Those are not your dear dolls. King End raises his hand, and the black-clad people remove their masks. Those masks are just fakes. We've already neutralized the real ones that were on standby. That's what happens when you build a secret escape route. The old man king takes a step back when he sees them. That was some good damage that was dealt. King End, this is where you really strike and break his heart. I'm pretty sure his tongue will become even looser if you push him. Walking in Another World, Chapter 395, Judgment. Part 2. Is this what it means when people say they can't stand to hear something? I hear screams and shouts, and shrieks from time to time. Could it be that what's happening in the throne room is audible from the outside? I ask Guido, who responds with a nasty smile. Yes, we used magic items to make sure what's being said in there is transmitted throughout the capital. That idiot's blabbing, thinking that might save him. If he just offed himself instead, he might have been able to save this country. That's something valid in this country. Confessions drawn through violence. Those would be invalid where I came from. That's why I can see Naoto and Miharu's faces twitching. Rurika and the others on the other hand, are perfectly fine. Chris, is she angry? She's gripping her staff tightly, and looks like she's holding back her emotions. The king basically just confessed to using elves for their experiments. Apparently they did all sorts of things using their ample magic energy, all to sow strong seeds for when a time of need comes, is the reason he gives for his horrible actions. But he doesn't talk about us otherworlders at all. No. He actually hasn't said a word about anything involving otherworlders, like how they used elves to summon people from another world. What will happen now? Who knows? I can't guess what will happen to a human country. Maybe there will be a new ruler, maybe the country is finished and end. No, he can't. But the Beast Kingdom's ministers are thinking something too, right? Is this what you meant when you talked about different countries holding talks? Yes. I think this world will become a little nicer for races other than humans. Really? Even if the kingdom itself, that touts human supremacy falls, I don't think those deeply rooted ideas are going away so easily. I guess regular people don't really dislike beast people all that much, but I've never seen any here either. Maybe they just don't want to go to a country that will give them a hard time. I guess what Guido is trying to say, is that once this is gone and people start talking, things will change. But the Empire is worse, so are things really going to change? If anything, I think people who believe in human supremacy will just move to the Empire, and their beliefs will become firmer. Don't worry about that. In fact, I think the Empire is on a path to disaster. What does he mean by that? Is Ignis up to something again? But as I think about this, it suddenly goes quiet. Is it over? A beast person comes over here and calls us and tells Naoto in particular to make a bold entrance, and so, we're going to position ourselves like we're his subordinates as we go in. The situation is supposed to be like the hero is here to save the king. Is that really necessary? But I guess Ryuru's plan is to give him a bit of hope, and strike him back down. Well, it's fine, I just have to follow along. And they ask everyone except Naoto to wear robes, so no one knows who we are. That makes Naoto's face twitch. Ryuru says I might have a turn too, but probably after the king has spewed enough about his crimes. I'm pretty sure that was enough already, but I guess not. Good luck, Naoto. Like it's not your problem. It actually isn't. If it was me instead, I'd use points to learn some sort of acting skill. Anyway, he just has to go in like he's here to save the king. And then, depending on how the king responds, Ryuru will signal to him so he knows what to say. That part about responding is the problem. It really does look like he's struggling a bit. Miharu is talking to him too, but she looks more nervous than him. It's all right. We just have to stand there. And once we get the signal, reveal our faces. And so, the second act starts. As a result, the king confesses even more misdeeds about how he summoned people from another world to defeat the Demon King, about how he used elves as sacrifices to do it. But he excuses it by saying it was necessary to protect this world. But in the end, he looks at me and Miharu, and then at Hikari, and confesses that he was using otherworlders to defeat the Demon King, and their blood to produce warriors that would help him make a new world with this country in its center. I heard about it in the ruins too, but Akari really has another world from the past as her ancestor. Well then, it's time to give you your sentence. How about you become slaves, and pay for your crimes? Then Godot makes his entrance, and casts enslavement magic on them. Some people faint when he arrives at the scene, but that makes sense. A demon is something that causes terror in the hearts of regular people. Walking in Another World, Chapter 396, Capital, Part 4. After the king is done confessing his crimes, it's declared that he will become a slave. I don't know what's happening in the capital right now, because the castle is surrounded by the noble district and away from areas where common people live. But I'm sure it's in a state of confusion. The king, who stands at the top of this country, and the queen and princes too, have been detained one after the other. And I'm pretty sure the nobles that stayed here in the capital are all being held captive for the time being. I'm not sure what will happen to them, but it seems their punishment will fit the severity of their crimes. The problem is the nobles of other cities. Are they going to take this opportunity to stand on their own, or help rebuild the country? People will be sent to negotiate, but who knows how it will turn out. Relay City Physis is relatively close to the Beast Kingdom, so they'll probably reach an understanding, but the issue is the Southgate City Epica. But don't go thinking we want to rule this place or anything. If anything, it'd be easier to have Godot and friends govern it. Godot grimaces when Rairu says this. I think it will take a while for demons to be accepted. After the king's confession, the narrative has settled into the demons acting not as the agents of the Demon King, but to stop the rampage of a country planning evil deeds. Not to mention that they have the benefit of having gotten the Beast King to help save elves and people who came here from another world. In practice, demons never really did a lot, except against Elazia and the Empire, and when they tried to kill Mia in the Holy Kingdom. Well, apparently they also have a history of attacking and killing otherworlders in secret though. Maybe death is salvation, compared to living their whole lives as tools. It's not like that's a matter that doesn't concern me either. Maybe it would be best to have the Demon King rule it. I don't know if Godot is joking or being serious, but Chris puts a stop to it. Afterwards, we meet up with Argo and the others, and Guilford runs over to the guild to explain the situation. I was curious to see what the guild would do, but apparently they've decided not to interfere with the country, and are taking the stance to sit and watch. But they're also pitching in to help prevent the city from falling into chaos. And it's not like there's no way to make all the confusion die down. Godot says that an unprecedented danger is on its way to the capital. Are you scheming something again? Not scheming. The capital will be attacked by monsters, he says, and the Baun royalty tremble. Why is that happening again? Because the barrier is gone. The barrier went all the way beyond the fortress city, into the outer edges of the dark forest. That means that even weak people could stop their advances. But now I'm sure they're struggling because it's gone. Godot judges that the monsters will break through the fortress city and attack the capital. Are you talking about using that like how Adonis created a stampede in the holy city? We haven't really done anything to the kingdom. In a way, it was all caused by their past actions. And we should defend them? Asks Rairu, who was quiet until now. Exactly. Can you do it? Oh, of course. We get a chance to show off. The Beast King seems a little reluctant, but he's looking forward to letting go and fighting. I think he's just nervous when he talks to Godot. Well, we're joining too. It shouldn't be a big deal. Godot and the others are joining in to show that monsters are their enemies too, and to clear the rumors that demons control monsters and use them as underlings. And it would be good if Chris participated too. It's a good stage to show the power of an elf. But isn't spirit magic too strong? They might actually go the other way and get scared of elves. They won't. A lot of S-rank adventurers are pretty much not human. Not that they'd stand a chance against me, I guess. Argo and the others are nodding. Does that sound good, Chris? Yes, I will be fine. And I have good memories of this city too. I won't hesitate to use my power to save its people. If Chris accepts, then it's fine. Rurika and Sarah don't show any signs of wanting to stop her either. That settles it. It's only a matter of time until monsters get here, so you should do what you have to do before they do. I tilt my head, And Godot sounds exasperated. I'm talking about asking how to remove those slave masks. If you ask End, he can get the answer. A lot of the new slaves, including the king, are bound to the Beast King now. That means that if I ask End, he might learn the way to remove the slave masks off Morrigan, and from that special squadron that had masks put on them like Hikari did. And when I tell that to End, he immediately orders that the king be brought to him. Walking in Another World, Chapter 397, Reunion, Part 6. It's actually really simple. There's no ritual or spell or anything. The king just touches the mask, says one word, and it comes off. Don't do anything stupid. Just do as I ordered. Rickend orders the king. But I'm sure he's not going to do anything with the sword pointed at his neck anyway. He's sweating and pale, but I don't feel sorry for him, and I'm sure the same goes for most people here, except probably the other people affiliated with the kingdom that will meet the same end. Everyone who's had a mask taken off faints as a result, so they're carried to beds. A lot of them seemed hazy anyway, so they need to rest. Much like everyone else, when Morrigan's mask is removed, we see she looks pale. It's instantly clear that she isn't healthy. Chris, Sarah, and Ruriku are staying with her, along with Karina. Miharu is also standing by just in case, even though she's also still not feeling 100%, and I'm told they've already made arrangements to have people from the church come here. Also, apparently it was Morrigan that Argo was looking for. His face is bright red, and his body completely stiff. He's not responding when his party calls out to him, so it's probably best to leave him be until he reboots. So, how did you domesticate those? Rickend asks the king, while pointing at the people with otherworlder blood. There's a better way of phrasing that, warns Ryra. He's asking how they made it so the black-clad people listened not just to the king, but to people like those sorcerers too. Ryra is exasperated, but the king tells them the chemicals they use to mess with their minds, so they give instructions to go look for a cure. Apparently this isn't something that can be solved right away, especially since each person needs specialized treatment. Hikari is listening closely to what they say, and watching as the others are taken away. Are you worried for them? Don't know. But it'd be nice if they ended up with a life like mine. I see. Yes, it'd be nice if they found something fun. What's fun for Hikari? Well, I'm happy that she still managed to have fun during those harsh travels. So, End. What punishment are they getting? Asks Godot, after having heard just about everything he wanted to hear. I'm curious too. Is it up to Rickend? He just looks confused about the question. He starts peeking over at Ryra, but she ignores him completely. Everyone here, me, the demons, beast people, and the people related to the kingdom are all looking at him. Eventually, Rickend comes to a conclusion, and speaks. How about we have them dig holes and fill them? That would be the best punishment, he says with confidence. I don't know what to say, and the demons look like they're struggling to respond too. Meanwhile, the beast people are all containing their laughter, and the people from the kingdom are perplexed. How did you reach that conclusion? Asks Godot, pretty much speaking for everyone here. Because it'd be the roughest punishment, says Rickend, sounding like he's struggling to speak. He's looking into the distance, and his eyes look dead. That's when it hits me. That's the roughest thing he has experienced himself. But I don't know about that suggestion. I think everyone here feels the same way, but no one's saying it. There's this melancholic air around Rickend that makes it really hard to interject. I'm thinking their punishment should be productive. First, let's just separate them between the ones going to jail and the ones that aren't. The awkward mood in the air is brushed away when Ryrie starts to briskly give instructions. Members of royalty are all confined in a separate room with guards, while the sorcerers are bound with magic items that prevent them from using their spells, and put in cells. The knights whose behavior was bad are also thrown in cells. Some of the demons and beast people will be standing guard, and they're going to put out quests so adventurers can fill the gaps. Suffice to say, Argo and his party will act as intermediaries here. Then we head to the room where Morrigan is resting. I feel more tired about this than fighting. When we get there, we're told that Morrigan woke up, but went back to sleep. Her consciousness is still hazy. but Chris and the others were still relieved. I see it on their faces that they've been crying, but I assume it was from happiness. They say so too. So, how did it turn out? Asks Rurika. The wolf man is pitiful, says Hikari. That's not an answer. I take over and explain to them what happened after they left. I see. When I'm done talking, it looks like Karina has mixed feelings as she nods. So what now? I mean, after we stop the advance of the monsters, we need to take Miharu to the faraway town. But should we take Morrigan and Karina too? Yes please. I don't want to stay here. Then we'll go back with transfer, and then head to the Dragon Kingdom. I actually want to walk, but that would take too much time. Maybe it would be best to talk to Gedo and have them take the magic item mark to the Dragon Kingdom. I'll ask when the fighting is over. There's also the fact that making another item will lower my MP. But what about Argo's party? I'll ask them too when this is over. Walking in Another World, Chapter 398, Battle in the Capital, Part 1. Just as Gedo predicted, the fortress city has fallen. This news is shaking people who live in the capital, but the announcement of the Beast King has helped calm things down. The fact that he introduced himself as End, the king of the Beast Kingdom of Lath, contributed a lot to it. It also had an effect on making it so a lot of adventurers decided to join the defense of the capital. I think a lot of people in this city have a poor impression of the knights. Actually, I hear people say that regular knights aren't the problem, but the ones that come from nobility have a bad name. So King End, how are we going to fight? Blow them away head on? Of course, he answers proudly to someone I think is a close aide. Beast people are roused by that, but the guild master and other people who came from the adventurer guild are perplexed. Rairu is also facing the sky with her hand on her forehead. Don't say silly things and be serious. If you want to charge from the front, do it yourself. Little brat, any plans? Gedo speaks sharply, as he turns to Rairu for her thoughts. I'm surprised to hear those words come out of his mouth, and I guess it shows on my face, because he tells me it's upsetting. Yes, we should use the capital's walls to meet the monsters. We can ignore opinions that don't have any interest like a frontal assault. The walls are pretty sturdy, so we can use them to fight. We have elves who are good at magic, so we should attack from a distance first, and then mop up the rest. Are you sure? Asks the guild master after Rairu is done. No problem. Mr. Gedo and the others are participating too, right? Yes. If this place is destroyed, I won't get to have fun later. Gedo smiles, but it probably comes across more like a wicked smile. I can even see the guild master and the others twitching. It makes sense for them to be so wary, considering the damage they suffered at the hands of demons. But I'm pretty sure Gedo has no interest in doing anything to the capital, and he's talking about the captive king and nobles. Eventually, everyone's positions are settled, and we start preparing. As for us, myself, Hikari, Chris, and Sarah, will be taking part. Rurika will stay with Morrigan, and Noto with Miharu. And Karina is also going to sit this one out, because she still isn't feeling great. Big sister Sarah, look after Master. Yes. And you look after Chris. This time, Hikari will be guarding Chris on the wall. The fact that there are somewhat big monsters that would put her dagger at a disadvantage played a part in that decision. Are you coming here too, Argo? As we make our way towards the group that will be mopping up, we see Argo with his party and End. And, Beast King? Ha ha ha, it's End. So you're also here, Sora? And you too, young lady. The Beast King smiles boldly. But he's kind of the one in charge of this part of the operation, so I didn't think he'd be coming to the front line. I thought for sure Rairu would stop him. HMPH, it's time to show what I'm made of. Once this is over, I'd love a match, he says as he leaves with a loud laugh. This man really is free and wild. I have a question, Argo. Is now okay, HN? Do you want something with me? I wanted to ask if Morrigan was the elf you fell in love with at first sight. No doubt about it, it's her. Apparently he went to see her before coming here, just as we were leaving. So what do you intend to do? Sarah just charged right in and asked it. I guess it makes sense, she pretty much raised her. But I don't think that got the point across. What do you mean? Argo asks, looking perplexed. and this time Sarah turns to me. I think she's hesitant to talk about transfer. We are planning to take her somewhere she can rest after this battle. Chris and Rurika also want that. That means you'll have to say goodbye, so I think Sarah is asking if you're going with them. Can I? Well, that depends on them. And we need Godot's permission too. We're talking about the faraway town, although she's probably going back to the Republic when she's feeling better. But what is she going to do from now on? And what about Eris? I think the same could be asked of everyone in the faraway town. Well, let's talk about that after we get through this. We don't have much time left, so we need to focus or we'll die. Argo can't seem to find an answer, so Guilford responds. I think he has a point. I check map and see a lot of monsters, and they're advancing faster than I thought. Then again, a lot happened after the barrier was destroyed. The king was judged, Morrigan's slave mask was removed. I guess it all took more time than I thought. Eventually, we see smoke on the horizon, and hear the earth rumble. The noise coming from this group stops, as everyone turns and faces the monsters. Walking in Another World, Chapter 399, Battle in the Capital. Part 2. There's a strange feeling of tension in the air, and then it happens. I start to feel strong magic energy just a bit behind the monsters leading their charge, and then it swirls as it expands and engulfs the monsters. The monsters inside that vortex. That tornado, a cut, and their blood sprays all over, creating a red rain. We, the ones watching this unfold right in front of us, are scared in a way. It's like tornado, a wind magic spell, but its power is on another level. I'm sure it's Chris spirit magic. And yet, the monsters aren't stopping. And if they keep charging at this pace, I doubt we'll be safe. The other sorcerers also fire magic, intended to stop the monsters in front. They mostly use walls with earth magic, that are meant to slow them down rather than take them out. The idea here is to stop the ones in front so the ones charging behind them hit them. Goblins and wolves aren't much of a threat if they charge at us. But I don't know if even the people using shields can hold off the bigger monsters. Charge signals the Beast King, and us, the group fighting at close range, charges forward. He timed it so it happens just when the sorcerers stop attacking. I also oblige and run forward. I can't be the only person that's just walking, so I actually run. However, I slow down as I get closer to the monsters, and I'm back to a walking pace by the time I'm attacking. My magic energy-infused mithril sword is incredibly sharp, and cuts through the thick muscles of an orc general and an ogre like paper. Argo's party is surprised when they see this too, but Sarah surprises them even more. She's making full use of both her axes to not so much cut, but crush the monsters. Unlike me, she's sending chunks of meat flying, and the monsters that don't die instantly are left on the ground writhing. In a way, she's more gruesome than them. In fact, I see adventurers fighting alongside us trembling. The only one who looks amused is the Beast King. He's even praising her. This really is too easy for him. Eventually, a gong echoes through the battlefield. That's the signal to retreat, because the sorcerers are ready for the next volley. We also take as much distance as we can from the monsters. And then, magic bursts between the monsters again. Their advance has already been stopped, so this time they're firing magic that focuses more on power. There's also a group of demon sorcerers among them, and their power carves craters into the ground. If we had to go against that, we wouldn't stand a chance even if we had multiple lives. Argo's right, but it probably only looks so powerful because a lot of sorcerers are attacking. Chris, on the other hand, who attacked first, astounded everyone with her power when she attacked alone. Let's finish this. The tempest of magic subsides, and we attack the monsters that survived among the corpses to mop them up and finish this. At this point, some of the smarter monsters are retreating. And since not a lot of us can go after monsters running away at full speed, some manage to get away, but we don't chase them too far. But did the monsters that got away leave here with fear of people carved into them, or a grudge? Who knows? But what I do know is that the advance of the monsters was stopped, and the capital is unharmed. Well, it's going to be a lot of trouble cleaning up the corpses and taking care of the craters, but that's not much compared to people dying, and the people of the capital cheer when they hear the announcement that the monsters were beaten back. I'm glad it ended without much issue. It looks like some people got seriously injured, but no one died. People from the church in the capital are doing their best to help. Miharu's presence meant everything went smoothly when they were asked to assist. For now, some of the combatants are going back to the capital, while others are staying here to escort the guild employees. They can't leave the monster corpses here, so apparently they're carrying them away, mostly using item bags. Why don't you help too, Sora? Asks Sarah, and I think about it. I guess I could store a lot of monsters. How about taking turns with Hikari? Oh, and I need to talk to the Beast King. I want to know if we're getting a reward for collecting the corpses, and I'm calling Hikari to hear her opinion on what monsters to collect for meat. I only really care about magic stones, but Hikari would be sad if I said that. Then I negotiate with the Beast King, and collect monster corpses with Hikari. Maybe it would be best if instead of picking which monsters to take, we just collected ones in relatively good condition. By the time we get back to the castle, it's late at night and everyone's asleep, and tomorrow morning I have to take the monsters I collected in the item box to the Adventurer Guild. Walking in Another World, Chapter 400, Reunion, Part 7. I'm going to the Adventurer Guild with the same group as always. Rurika wasn't a part of the defensive line against the monsters, but she's coming along because she hasn't been in the capital's Adventurer Guild in a while. That means that Karina, Nato, and Miharu are the ones looking after Morrigan. Argo also wanted to stay, but he's already in the Adventurer Guild because Guilford and the others dragged him there. Compared to the last time I was here, the busy atmosphere is still here, probably because of all the stuff that happened. But there aren't as many odd job quests compared to before. The board used to be packed with them, but now I can even see the board behind them. Rurika and Chris, and, Sora? We walk to the reception desk, and meet a guild employee. It's Makaru, the one who took care of my registration as an adventurer. She first calls out to Rurika and Chris with a nostalgic tone, but then she's surprised to see me, and her loud voice attracts attention from around us. Sora? I've heard that name. It's the delivery guy. Wasn't he dead? Who's that? Is he famous? I hear all sorts of voices. I recognize some faces too, but also see some I don't. Honestly, I don't really remember. Is my memory just bad? I was struggling just to make a living when I was here in the capital, so while I remember people like Siphon and Argo who were always hitting on the receptionists and made a strong impression, I didn't really have the time to remember anything else. So what brings you here today? We are here to deliver monsters we retrieved into item bags yesterday. Where should we put them? I say, and Makaru runs over to the reception desk to speak to an older woman, and comes back. Follow me. She then takes us to a storage room. I accepted a lot of delivery quests, but this time we're going even deeper. I ask her where we're going and she says it's where they keep monster materials. I end up looking all over, because I've never been here before, and then suddenly turn my eyes to Mikaru. I know she's been peeking my way. I'm sure she has a lot to ask, like why am I alive, but it's difficult to explain. Actually, now that the royalties, the misdeeds of the Kingdom of Elysia have been exposed, it might be a good time to say it. We reach the storage, and I go in by myself, before following another employee's instructions and taking out the monsters. And it's actually so much that I can't take everything out. There's still more? The surprised employee asks, but I still have monsters in the item box. I'm sure this is all because the large monsters are taking up too much room. Someone who appears to be a higher-ranking employee shows up, and when I say that my item bag is a good one that won't let the monsters spoil too quickly, I'm told I can come back tomorrow. An employee rushes out, seemingly to go put out an emergency quest for adventurers that can take apart monsters. But apparently that's not going to be easy because most of them are already working outside the city. Looks like another all-nighter, whispers one of the employees that's working on taking monsters apart, and I feel like the mood here is heavy. I can come back some other time. My item bag is really good, I say without thinking, but it's not my fault, I think. We settle on me coming back here in 3 days. Then I tell Chris and the others what happened and apologize, but they're gracious enough to forgive me. Actually, they accepted a quest to go outside the city to take monsters apart, and are raring to go. See, money is important. Yes, exactly. You can never have too much. Chris, Sarah, and Rurika all give me their honest thoughts. And Hikari says she's going to work hard for meat. Then it's fine, I guess. In fact, we should probably wait until Morrigan is feeling a little better before we take her to the faraway town with transfer anyway. Afterwards, the four who accepted that quest leave, and I explain what happened to Mikaru. At first I'm not sure how to do it, but Mikaru is looking at me with such a sincere expression, that I tell her everything about coming from another world and being watched by this country, and how I faked my death to run away. I see, so that's what happened. But what are you going to do now? I'm planning to go somewhere after we wrap things up here. I have things I have to do. Yes, go to the Dragon Kingdom to save Mia. According to the Dragon King, that's where we can find the ingredients to make elixir. I see. Mikaru looks a little sad. Good luck. But she cheers me on. Walking in Another World, Chapter 401, Capital, Part 5. It's been 5 days since the capital was defended from the attack of the monsters, and we still haven't left. A whole bunch of dead monsters were left near the city, so I was sent out to deal with it. Also, Morrigan's condition isn't returning to normal. I talked to Noto and Miharu about taking them to the faraway town first, but they said they wanted to stay here and help too. Then I proposed going there and bringing Shun and Kotori here, but Miharu said there was no need, and kind of strongly too. Speaking of Miharu, she went to the church again today to help. The monster's advance was stopped, but a good number of people were left injured, and they don't have enough hands to deal with it all, and people in the church already knew her anyway. Are you going to take monsters apart again today, Hikari? Yes. Hikari has been going with Rurika and the others to take monsters apart. And Naoto is tagging along because he said he might as well take the opportunity to learn. As for the people that were in similar circumstances to Hikari's, the people who inherited Otherworlder blood have been given new homes, and many are receiving treatment. There really was a lot of messed up stuff done to them, like brainwashing, so it's going to take some time for them to heal. Hikari seems interested, but doesn't go see how they're doing. I guess it might bring up memories she'd rather stayed buried. As for me, I'm retrieving monster corpses and delivering them to the Adventurer Guild again. I've been freezing the corpses so they don't rot, and delivering the necessary amount to the guild with my item box. And I've been transporting the materials after they've been taken apart too. At first there were a lot of people doing this, but before I knew it, it was down to me and 2 others. Still, I feel like I'm the one given the most work to do. Not that I'm complaining, because I'm also getting a lot of money, and coming and going is letting me walk a lot too for the first time in a while. Learning transfer means I can move from one place to another smoothly, but it also means I haven't been able to take my time walking without rushing. Saving Mia means time is of the essence, but I can't help but wish I could travel a little more slowly and enjoy the scenery. I'm sure people who travel around for a living like merchants would say what I'm thinking is a luxury. But I'm not struggling to make a living at all. Learning alchemy through the walking skill played a big part in that, but the prices of potions might drop once the problems with the Demon King settle down. Maybe I need to come up with another way to make money. I have plenty of skill points too, so it might be nice to start learning things that will help with my everyday life. Oh, you're going to take monsters apart too, Chris? Sora. Yes. I figured I would join them today. I have been using my earth magic to help with that too. Chris is looking at the sorcerers fighting a hard battle against the big craters they have to fill. They're not sorcerers that use offensive spells, they're more like sorcerers who are good at civil engineering. When are we going to leave? To Chris, this is a country where something painful happened, and she wants to move Morrigan away from here quickly, and she probably wants to take her to see Eris too. I proposed that I bring Eris here too, but apparently she's too busy over there. We spoke through the communications device that Guido has, but she was really happy when she heard about Morrigan. 3 more days pass, and it's time to leave the capital, and go back to the faraway town. And as we're getting ready to leave, we're given a few houses in the area where the nobles lived. I say a few, because it's not just us, Noto and the others too. We're told we can sell them if we don't need them, and the Beast King's people will hire others to look after them in the meantime. Oh, and since Argo and the others were on board with the Beast King's plan from the start, they're getting them too. They look pretty troubled though, and say they aren't going to be able to relax living in a place like that. I guess it's because it's a place where nobles lived originally. And me? Well, I lived in a cardinal's place in the Holy Kingdom of Friar, and a castle in the Dragon Kingdom, so I'm used to it by now. Noto is also used to being looked after in the castle, so it doesn't feel odd to him. Still, I don't think he really wants to live here, but takes it because he needs a base of sorts. I leave a transfer magic item in one of the mansions, take Morrigan and Karina, along with Argo and the others because Argo insisted really hard, and move to the faraway town. Of course, with Guido's permission. Speaking of Guido, he's going to be staying here for a while the others are going to leave the capital to do other things. Walking in Another World, Chapter 402, Reunion, Part 8. I'm back in the faraway town, but things are a little strange. Normally at this time of the day, I would hear the kids going around being noisy, but not today. I use presence detection and sense people, and when we leave the room, we see Swyren coming this way. Welcome back. I'm glad to see you came back safely. We reported back through the communications device, but I guess actually seeing us makes her feel relieved. She looks at Morrigan, Karina, Miharu, and finally, at Argo and his party, and tilts her head. Ah, they're the adventurers I talked about, I say, and that's enough for her. More importantly, what happened? It's so quiet here, I ask. Yes, about that. I will explain, but let's move to the dining hall first, she says before she turns around and starts walking, and we follow her. We head to the dining hall, and the normally noisy kids are all sitting here, quiet. Something doesn't feel right, because it's not lunchtime yet. They smile when they see us, but they don't run towards us to talk like they usually would. We have some things to talk about. Everyone go back to your rooms and stay quiet, she says, and the kids nod and leave. But it's not just the kids who leave, but the other adults besides Swyren too. I guess we would feel pretty cramped in the dining hall with all these people here. What about my sister and the others? They are currently out with Shun, Kt, and Kotri too. Swyren prompts us to sit down, as one of the people who left brings us tea. Firstly, Miss Eris and the others are out because we have an emergency. Ignis and the others were here, so there was no damage for the time being, but the town was attacked by monsters. That was why we told the children not to play outside. Wasn't there something much like a barrier around here? I ask, and Swyren explains with a troubled expression. Yes, there should be. But Ignis is speculating that the functions of the Demon King's castle have stopped. He also talked about the being known as Demon King not existing anymore, but that was honestly too complicated for me. Hearing that is enough for me to understand that this faraway town has completely lost its defenses against outside threats. Not to mention that the monsters living in the Dark Forest are all riled up due to people invading it. So my big sister is outside? Chris jumps to her feet, but just then, Eris returns with Shun and the others. Eris. Chris looks relieved, but once Eris looks this way, she approaches us with tears in her eyes and hugs Morrigan. Grandma, you're all right. Fufu, and I'm glad to see you are too, Eris. And you've grown so much. The same could be said for Chris and the others, but it really makes me feel the passage of time. And nice work, by the way. The dam breaks when Morrigan says that, and Eris starts crying. I'm sure a lot of things are running around her mind. Chris and the others, and Argo too for some reason, all start crying, as Argo's party consoles him. Meanwhile, Miharu runs away from us, as Shun opens his arms wide with a happy expression on his face. But he's completely ignored as she passes by him and jumps into Kid's chest. Let's pretend we didn't see that. Naoto is consoling Shun while holding back a laugh. It got pretty noisy all of a sudden. How about we go back to the room to talk calmly? But, everyone outside. Eris nods as she responds to Swyren, but it seems her attention is outside. Are the monsters drawing closer? Don't worry about that. We'll go there instead, right? Says Argo. He probably wants to show off. Guilford and the others look exasperated, but they all say fine. Then I'm going to. You geese don't know this area, right? Chris and the others can stay here and take it easy. It looks like Noto wants to come along too, but I signal with my hand for him to stay. Honestly, I don't really have a reason to stay, so I leave with Hikari and Argo's party, and use presence detection and magic energy detection. There are people positioned around the town, and apparently they're taking down monsters coming near. I'm sure they're fighting away from it so as not to damage the town. I head towards the largest magic energy reaction I can feel, and find Ignis, along with adults that live in this town, fully equipped. "You're back?" I nod, and he tells me the situation. So the barrier surrounding the town really is gone, and monsters are wandering in here. Then I introduce Argo and the others, and they are all moved and quickly accept them. When I talk about the invasion of the castle in Elysia and rescuing the elves, their complete lack of wariness actually makes me concerned. But the beast person Hiriluk says it's fine if they met with Swearin before coming here. It's actually Argo and the others who are a little nervous about Hiriluk. Is it because he's a wolf, beast person like the Beast King? "Master, are we hunting meat?" And in the middle of all this, Hikari is exactly the same as always. So I pat her head, and we go towards the monsters. With Hiriluk. Walking in Another World, Chapter 403, Migration Plans. Part 1. After coming back from hunting monsters, we immediately start discussing what to do going forward. I want to hurry, but I also can't abandon people like Ignis, Swearin, and others after all they've done for us. My transfer skill can help relocate people, but the issue is figuring out where the close to 2,000 people in this town are going to live. Also, my transfer can only move so many people at once, which means I'll have to make several round trips. The first point is settled not long after we start talking. The Republic of Eldo is somewhat accommodating. Morrigan's suggestion is accepted, because several races live in the Republic to begin with. And apparently the fact that Swearin agrees plays a big part in that too. People can move there and have a base of sorts, and from there, they can all decide where they want to go. But it's important to ensure everyone's safe first. Are you all right with that, Grandma? Are you sure you should be saying that? Chris and Ruriko sound concerned, but Morrigan laughs without any doubt. Come to think of it, the pendant Morrigan left had an effect kind of like an inro. That means we can probably trust her when she said they'll be accommodating. Once that's decided, I make another transfer magic item. That means my MP goes down again, but oh well. And once again, Windsor will be carrying it there for us. It's kind of rough for Windsor to have to go right after returning to the faraway town, but Ignis says he wouldn't let someone go unless they're strong like Windsor. I don't know what he means, but Windsor looks proud about it, so I'm leaving it be. And a day and a half later, Windsor gets into contact with us. We all take turns guarding the town in the meantime. So who's going first? I ask, and we settle on my usual party, Morrigan, Eris, Argo's party, and Noto and the others. Karina is staying. Here we go. People gather around me, and I activate transfer. Our destination appears on my mind, and people around me start to faintly glow. Apparently I'm the only one who sees this, and everyone else sees nothing out of the ordinary. Then I focus, and we are transported in an instant. What are you going to do now, Windsor? For now, accompany them as a sort of guard. You're going to draw a lot of attention. This country sees demons just like all the others, and those horns and wings aren't going to go unnoticed. It's all right, I have this, Windsor says as he takes out an item that's about the size of a fist, and infuses it with magic energy. And then, he changes. His horns and wings disappear, and he looks like any other person. Hey, have demons infiltrated towns? I can't deny that possibility. Argo and the others turn pale and shudder. It's not something just about anyone can use. It needs magic energy, but it's also an item that picks its user. There are ones that can just change their appearances too, but this wouldn't work inside that barrier in Elysia. Not that that's a problem anymore. Argo and the others seem relieved, but that also means that they could infiltrate any other place. Adonis even spent years masquerading as a cardinal. Let's talk later. We have to get to the town, says Morrigan, and Argo responds full of energy. But is he nervous? His voice is high-pitched. It was like this in the faraway town too, but he's completely different from the guy I used to see hitting on girls in the Adventurer Guild of the capital. It's like he lost his assertiveness. He's acting suspiciously. Probably because he's nervous with Morrigan. His party looks exasperated when they see him. But Shun and Noto get along better with him like this. I've been seeing the three of them talk with serious expressions on their faces. As for Morrigan, her steps are firm as she walks straight to Nil. We landed away from the main road, so we have to return to it first, but she's looking around with a nostalgic expression. It reminds me of Chris and Rurika when we first got to Nil. What is it, Master? Nothing, I say to Hikari, and nonchalantly look around at everyone. Argo, Rurika, and the other adventurers are all casually chatting, but they're all cautious about their surroundings. It's like muscle memory. You've really grown up nicely. Of course, Grandma. How many years has it been? We were a little surprised when we got back, says Rurika to something Morrigan mumbled without thinking. I guess that's true, but I can imagine everyone being surprised, with you and Eris here. I'm sure they will be. Chris and Sarah say happily. By the way, the other two elves have their ears hidden behind their ears. Morrigan still isn't in top shape, so she can't use transformation magic, and Eris can't use it in the first place. Aren't there a lot of people here? Morrigan is right. There's a line by the time we reach Nil. Everyone's waiting to enter the town. We stand at the end of the line, and look around and listen while we wait. Walking in Another World, Chapter 404, Migration Plans. Part 2. No one else comes by after we join the line. The sun is almost setting, so I think people just wanted to get in there before then. I guess most people really don't like camping. And me? I'm used to it. But when I actually say that, Master, that's wrong. You can't call that camping anymore. Sora, I don't think that's quite right either. Right? Everyone in my party has something to say. When it gets to our turn, there's some trouble. Not everyone here has identification, but people without it can still enter if they pay. So what's the issue? Something a guard says. Rurika, Chris, and Sarah. The kids are gonna be happy. Hack. Morrigan explodes with a straight right punch. Argo unleashes bloodlust, and has an expression on his face like he's trying to kill someone with his eyes. Guilford and the others are desperately trying to pacify him, with one of them holding his arms from behind. I'm glad no one else is here. Imagine the mess if there were still people in line. And I'm glad the ones that were in front of us are already inside and can't see us. I'm sure they were in a rush because they were worried about not finding an inn. What's going on? Guards hear the commotion, and come out of the station near the gate. A big bearded man is in front, and it feels like my neck would hurt if I was facing him. I didn't see him last time we were here. The large man's eyes raise when he sees the gatekeeper on the ground, but then he suddenly stops and stands straight without moving. Miss Morrigan. Chen? Well, if it isn't this snotty kid. It's been a while. Yes, you're as beautiful as always, Miss Morrigan. Stop the flattery. Just take care of the formalities so we can go inside. No one points out that she's the reason why it's taking so long. We all love ourselves too much for that. Hikari would usually chime in with a pointed remark, but she's silent. She's rubbing her stomach, so she only has food on her mind. And that bearded man, the captain of the guards, finishes the process for us to get in without any issues. Of course, despite having an acquaintance among us, people without identification still have to pay. Incidentally, the reason why Noto and the others have no identification is that Alizia wanted to restrict their freedom. Morrigan knows that, so she talked about getting them identification while we're dealing with the migration. The simplest way is to join a guild here, like the Adventurer Guild, but Noto and the others are still deciding what they're going to do. Apparently the gatekeeper Morrigan hit was raised by her, like Rurika, Sarah, and Chris. And she hit him on sight. That little brat. She actually sounds a little happy. It's changed quite a bit, she says, looking nostalgic, but it feels like the town has changed since the last time we were here too. Actually, it's not really the center of the town, as much as the area around it. It was a wasteland, but now it's farmland. Chen, I think it's because it was never a land that was suited for farming. That probably changed thanks to Sora. Morrigan tilts her head, and Ruriko explains. I did make that soil medicine, but we still don't know if that's what did it. I try to correct them, because it'd be really embarrassing if that turned out to be wrong, but we arrive at our destination before I can. This place changed a little too. Morrigan stops and looks up, and someone rushes out the door. It's Philo, who opens her eyes widely when she sees Morrigan. "Morrigan," she says before hugging her. "Oh my, I was thinking that you've grown so much, but you're still a crybaby." "But Foo-Foo, I'm joking." "I'm sorry, it looks like I caused a lot of problems." "I heard all about it from them." Philo then realizes there are other people here, and quickly lets go of Morrigan. But then someone in particular catches her eye, and she's surprised again. "Is that you, Eris?" "Yes, Philo." "It's been a while." "Geez, it hasn't been a while. You always look like you have it together, but you're too laid back like this." "But I see, you found Eris too." "I'm so glad." Philo approaches Eris, and hugs her and pats her head. "Philo, we have other guests too. Can we come in?" "Yes." "But I think it's going to get cramped in here with so many people." "Yes, there sure are a lot of people here." "We can go to an inn." "I don't think you're going to find one." "A lot of people are coming this way." Philo says Argo's proposition is going to be difficult to do. "Then how about the boys camp in that empty lot?" "There should be plenty of space if it's just the girls." I say, thinking back to the space I used last time. "If I build a house, we'll be safe from the wind and rain too." "I can't go as far as to make beds, so we'll still be sleeping on the ground. But it'll be fine if I make it flat and easy to rest on." I tell Philo I want to make a house with magic, and she gives me the go-ahead, but I don't know if I properly communicated what I'm thinking. And just before I leave, Chris and the others smile awkwardly and step in. "We will explain." "I guess it will be fine then." It's getting dark, so I use earth magic that's just big enough for 9 guys to sleep in. Walking in Another World, Chapter 405. Migration Plans, Part 3. "You can do that?" asks Naoto, kind of taken aback as he watches me build the house. "Sora, you learned a skill to build houses?" "You use stuff like magic during battle too, but how do you learn that sort of thing?" That question makes sense. When we first came to this world and were appraised, it showed that my only skill was walking. If anything, I'm surprised that it took this long for him to question this. But I should probably not explain too much about the walking skill. There's a lot that goes into learning skills. By the way, this is something I put together with earth magic. Although you also need a skill to be able to control magic energy. I tell him I learned the magic energy control skill from a scroll I bought while traveling. It seems Naoto and the others can learn skills too, but not many. But still, Argo and the others are surprised by the amount of skills they have, and how otherworlders have a lot of skills to begin with. Of course, they also don't go into detail about what skills they have. Anyway, is this a good size for their rooms? We have a lot of people here this time, so I'm trying to make individual rooms. Privacy is important, although an adventurer party like Argo's probably doesn't care. No, that's not right, says Guilford. I figured they even shared rooms in inns, because they've been together for so long. I completely forgot, because I didn't get to see them work all that much, but they're A-ranked adventurers. That means they probably have some financial power. And Naoto and the others also had their own rooms in the castle, but even a kitchen and a bath. I feel like I could just live here. Naoto is surprised to see a bath, and Naoto looks happy. "But who's cooking?" asks Argo, and everyone looks around at each other. Adventurers typically eat in inns or stalls, and apparently Naoto and Shun have never cooked in this world either. Even when they were out hunting monsters or exploring dungeons, it was attendants of sorts who cooked for them. Oct and Miharu. Argo and the others complain about being jealous, and then turn that over to me because I'm traveling with Rurika and the others. I'm typically the one who cooks, actually, and we tend to eat at stalls a lot too, because Hikari likes to try the local food. Don't call me a liar. You don't believe me? Then how about I show you? It's close to dinner time anyway, and it's not like I mind, but come to think of it, how are we going to eat? There are too many people to fit comfortably in the dining hall, so should we just eat here? I take out ingredients from the item box and start making a stew. People are surprised by how I seem to be used to doing this, but they all pipe down once they start smelling the aroma from the stew. But this isn't going to be enough. Should I grill some meat too? I got plenty of monster meat in Elysia. I take out the metal plate and start grilling. And instead of preparing the meat with seasonings before I start, I just use salt and pepper. Master, what are we? Just when it's almost done, Hikari comes by. She notices I'm cooking and sits quietly. Wasn't she about to say something? Hikari, weren't you going to say something? I was asking what you were going to eat. I get it, but as you can see, we're fine. Shouldn't you be going back? She then starts looking back and forth between me and the food. I can make this again if that's what you want. Go eat with everyone over there. She nods and goes back. I can just store whatever is left of the stew in the item box, but the problem is that I don't know how much Argo and the others eat. I made plenty, but it could not be enough. Once it's done, I serve everyone. But why isn't anyone trying it? Don't signal with your eyes for me to try it first, just eat. This silent battle is eventually over when someone tries it. His expression is frozen with surprise, and once he starts moving again, he just eats silently. Everyone else starts eating too, and once they're done, they start serving themselves and reaching for the grilled meat. It would be perfect if we had drinks too. I hear someone whisper, but unfortunately, I don't have any alcohol. No one in my party even drinks. The moment I say I don't have any, they look at me like it is the end of the world. But what do you want me to do about it? After we're done eating, Argo and his party go rest, and Noto and Shun go have a bath first. Lastly, I make a door with magic, and after making it so Hikari and the others can easily open it, I go to sleep too. Walking in Another World, Chapter 406. Migration Plans, Part 4. Be careful out there, Grandma. It's fine. I have Mr. Windsor here with me, and them too, Morrigan says to Chris, while looking at Noto and Argo's party. She'll be accompanied by not just Windsor, but an A-ranked party too. Even if some bandits appear, they're not going to be a problem. The capital of the Republic of Eldo, Flamen, neighbors know, so it should take her 3 days by wagon to get there. And of course she'll be going by wagon. That's how people normally travel from town to town if they can afford it. I'm thankful to my party members for traveling by foot all this time, all because of me. By the way, Noto and the other Otherworlders are going with her too, so they can get identification. You can have this back, Grandma, Chris says as she hands Morrigan that pendant. You can keep it, Chris. But this is some sort of proof of something, isn't it? You should have it. Yes. Some people might have forgotten me, so maybe I should have it for now. But those people who have forgotten are going to taste my fists. After thinking for a bit, Morrigan takes the pendant, and I hear her say some violent stuff too. But I'm probably just imagining it. Chris isn't saying anything about it either. Philo, I'm leaving the rest to you. This time, I'll be back soon. Yes, you can count on me. And Sora, you're forbidden from building a house. You haven't decided to move here yet, have you? Despite her gentle demeanor, there's an inexplicable intensity to her words. I guess it's normal for someone to be surprised when they wake up in the morning and see someone built a house. Philo's place is relatively far from the center, so it didn't cause a buzz, but it might have caused a fuss. Also, if it gets out that houses can be built so easily, people are bound to lose their jobs. Let's go. 2 wagons speed away, with Morrigan and the others in them. We watch them go until the wagons are out of our sight, and go back inside. Chris and the others are the ones who are home, so I go to the farmers that teach kids how to farm, Olin and Nano. When I get there, I see kids energetically plowing a field. Others are sowing seeds, and over there they're harvesting. I hadn't seen Hikari since this morning, but it turns out she's over here. When she notices me, she stops working and waves. And that prompts Olin and Nano to notice me too. If it isn't Sora, I knew you were around too, since Hikari is here. Look at these vegetables. They're growing so well thanks to your soil medicine. Olin is pretty excited. There really are more compared to the last time I was here, and they're all much bigger too. I can really feel the weight when I hold one. I'm glad it's going well. So I take it the experiment worked? That's putting it mildly. The quality's so good, that merchants are coming from the capital to buy them. And it looks like you're expanding the farmland a lot. Yes, this area is all under Philo's name. The Alchemist Guild bought it for their experiments, and then transferred it over to her. That's pretty generous. Even if it was cheap because the land was barren, I'm sure the price went up after the soil medicine was used. They could have turned a profit if they sold it, but they just handed it over. I guess it was sort of like a thank you. They're making money with your soil medicine too. There's also something about rights or whatever, so they asked me to tell you to go there if I saw you. Then I'll pay them a visit. They're nice people normally, but they change when it comes to their experiments. This time I'll be going there to talk about the soil medicine, so I think it'll be fine. I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life just taking it easy farming too, but I guess I'll have to try harder for a little while longer. He's talking about working hard until the kids are old enough for someone to take over. The way he looks at the kids is as gentle as Morrigan's, and he's talking with them and laughing. Master, they say they can have their fill of food now. I see, that's what matters. Yes, it's wonderful. But they should eat more meat. This farm is more about vegetables. If they were going to produce meat for themselves, I guess it would be livestock. Maybe we should talk to Olin or Philo about that. I'm heading to the Alchemist Guild. What about you, Hikari? Yes, I'm going. And I want to buy things from a stall to bring back. I think she wants meat. We go tell Olin, and then head to the Alchemist Guild. Walking in Another World, Chapter 407, Intermission. Part 16. Somewhere in Flamen, the capital of the Republic of Eldo. Miss Morrigan. I'm glad to see you're safe. HMPH, being insincere again. Please, that's absurd. I'm joking. I guess I really worried people. No, if anything, the fault lies with us for not being stronger. You couldn't do anything about it. I got careless. And you looked after Chris too, so I thank you for that. It was all we could do, and along the way, we just left everything to that young man. I see. I heard about it from them too, but maybe I should actually say thank you. So what brings you here today? How much do you know about Eris? Sorry, pretty much nothing, including the fact that they found her. They did? What? You didn't even know that? Eris is a null, and apparently she got turned into the Demon King. No way. And what happened? It looks like she's been freed. But that's the thing, while she was the Demon King, there were people who helped her a lot. Apparently they're descendants of people who were persecuted a long time ago, and lived in hiding all this time. And if you're telling me this, does that mean you want me to find them a new place to live? I'm glad you catch on quickly. There should be about 500 of them, and there might be demons who want to live with them too. Demons? You've heard about them, right? Yes, I know what happened in Elysia. They said they were going to let those people live as slaves, but if necessary, we can do something about them. You should leave that alone. Although people from them might come here to talk. Very well. Then we will talk more about it then. You give an old lady a lot of work. So, about those people moving here. They looked after Eris, and there are elves among them too. I understand. But where? I heard about those ruins from Chris. What happened to them? The investigation showed there aren't really any dangers, but nothing to be discovered either. But then Elysia attacked, and that's what kick-started it. So? Can't they move there? There's nothing there, but we still want to preserve the ruins. You can leave that to their new inhabitants. And you can send your people there too if you'd be worried. And the soil there is bad. We would have to send food over there periodically. Don't worry about that. We can try that thing, the soil medicine, right? I guess so, but according to the Alchemist Guild, they can't produce a lot of it. And there are other places that want to use it. I'll ask the person that came up with it. Oh? You know someone in the Alchemist Guild? What? You didn't look into that? I thought you'd grown, but you missed something that important. The inventor is Sora, who is traveling with Chris. Really? Why would I lie? I can just ask him about that. Chris doesn't seem like she'd have a problem with it, and I'd actually like him to be her husband. What's that face? It's just that I remember when I went to see Miss Eris, and baby Miss Chris a long time ago, And you said you wouldn't let them marry anyone. Times change. I understand. I will speak to Congress about the matter of the migration. That would be helpful. I wish everyone was here, but everyone is busy. Yes. Don't tell me that with that sweaty face. One more thing. Yes. Don't get so nervous. Did you hear about the people summoned by Elysia? Yes. Did they really come from another world? From what I've heard, yes. I brought them here with me because I want them to have identification. Understood. I will take care of it right away. But are you sure? They're nice kids. And they should decide for themselves what they're going to do from now on. Maybe some will want to leave this country. We won't know until it happens. Walking in Another World, Chapter 408, Migration Plans. Part 5. Morrigan and the others came back the day they were supposed to. The otherworlders got their identification with no issues, so now they're free to come and go. Apparently Morrigan has been teaching them all sorts of things, so they can be more knowledgeable about this world. Argo looks really jealous, but Guilford says he still can't even speak to her properly. Anyway, we settled on building a town centered on the ruins. So, Sora, can you ask the Alchemist Guild for soil medicine? We'll pay for it, of course. I can make soil medicine myself, so that's not a problem. The plan is to make it so the people from the faraway town are self-sufficient, right? That's it. And I want to discuss with them how the town is going to be built. I heard there are only a few people in the ruins right now, the ones guarding it. But the accommodations they used before are still there. One thing to worry about is an attack from outside forces, but it's safe to say it won't come from Elysia after what happened. I've heard from important people in the Republic that countries except for Elysia, the Empire, and the Dragon Kingdom share information. A few days later, I take Morrigan, Eris, Hikari, and Kotri to the faraway town. Argo wanted to come too, but apparently he's going to the Adventurer Guild with his party to accept a quest. And Naoto and Shun are going with them. Kt and Miharu are helping Philo, and looking after the small children that can't walk yet. Chris and the others are going to the ruins ahead of us, and are taking a transfer magic item with them to leave it close to the ruins. I don't want it in the ruins exactly, because I want to keep transfer a secret. The plan is for the people who go first to make it seem like they came from the outside. And after the guards leave, I'll start taking people there directly. Windsor is going with them too, to act as both a contact and a guard. Miss Eris, please come in. Swyron takes us to the dining hall. The children are playing in the nursery. Hikari and Kotri head there to see them, but when I try to tag along, I'm stopped. Then I'm told about how the ruins themselves can serve as a makeshift home if they're fixed up, and how the people here want to move right away if they have the materials and are allowed to build homes. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to take everyone in one day, so they're going to have to decide who goes first. They also need to sort out what they're taking. I'm carrying the larger stuff in my item box, especially furniture, but at this point, even I don't know how much I can carry. My spatial magic is maxed out, so I feel like my item box has never been full. Anyway, I'll just start with what's most important. I start working early in the morning, and I'm contacted by Windsor just as I'm finishing lunch. I'm taking 60 people first. We're trying to make a good balance between people who are good at fighting, people who can do housework, and children. Mostly trying to take whole families. After 3 trips, we go to the ruins. On the last transfer, I brought Morrigan and Hikari too. Eris and Kotri are staying behind to help Swyron. We heard all about it. Come in. A few people I recognize are still here, and they lightly wave their arms. It seems they've already been contacted, so now that we're here, they're going back to Nil. One person in charge of managing the facilities explains things to Morrigan, and men, centered on Windsor and Hiriluk, hear about the area around this place from the guards. The women take luggage to the empty houses, while the kids play with Hikari. I warn them not to go too far, take the magic item from Chris, and head to the ruins. There's some damage left from Elysia's attack, but this place was built sturdy to begin with, so there doesn't seem to be any danger that it will collapse. And it looks like they did repairs too. Would it be best to bring everyone here after the guards clear out? Yes. I don't think they're going inside, but that would probably be for the best. In the end, It takes 2 days for the guards to go back to Nil. We are leaving the rest to you, Miss Morrigan and Miss Chris. Thanks. Once the next set of people comes, we'll be going back to Nil too. I'll say hello again then. I guess one of the managers is an acquaintance of Morrigan's. The next day, I'm tired. I've been using transfer to come and go over and over. Among the people I brought were demons, like Ignis. Sora, sorry, but leave that magic item. I was going to take the magic item from the faraway town, since we won't be going there anymore, but Ignis says number. That's odd. There might be some people who want to go back from time to time. He says, maybe some people will miss their hometown, or forgot something. Although, I'm going to the Dragon Kingdom once things are settled here, so who knows if I'll be around when they want to go there. Should I try making a communications magic item too? As I think that, I get a few materials to make it from Ignis, but it's still not enough, so I need more. I can actually use creation even without them, but it really affects the success rate. I guess I'll check after we go back to Nil, and I get materials. Walking in Another World, Chapter 409, Communications Device. Part 1. After asking Rurika and the others to ask in the Adventurer Guild if I can get the materials to create a magic item for communication, I stop by the Merchant Guild and Alchemist Guild. Apparently they have what I need in the Adventurer Guild in Elysia, so I ask Rurika to send a message to take them to my house. My mansion in the capital. That mansion is currently being looked after by people assigned by the Beast King, but if I'm going to keep it as my own, I'll have to get someone to do it eventually. I'd need someone who won't tell anyone about my transfer skill, which means I'd have to pick someone who will actually keep a secret. I guess the simplest option would be to hire a slave. Maybe I should talk that over with someone. I don't think I'm getting anywhere on my own. And just as I'm dropping off some monster meat for Philo, Noto and the others come back, so I tell them we're going to the capital. They really don't want to go to Elysia, so they say they're staying. But Argo and his party want to go there too. They say they were so busy, that they didn't get to say anything to people that looked after them there, so they wanted to go and do that. I figured it wasn't rare at all for adventurers to move around and not stay in one place for very long, but apparently they've been working in the capital for a long time. I'll take my party and Argos to the capital, and spend the day there. Ah, I forgot to say, but we'll be landing in the ruins when we get back. Is that all right? They say yes. Well, Morrigan's there, so Argo might be happy to stop by, even if it's just to see her face. He really does only watch from afar. And so, I use transfer to go to the mansion, and see the materials have already been delivered. I was going to start working right away, but Rurika and the others drag me along as they walk around the capital. That said, this isn't about sightseeing or anything. They want to buy things the people that lived in the faraway town asked them to get. We could get those things in a, but despite everything, this is still the biggest city in the kingdom. We should be able to get more, and for less. They need things like daily necessities and clothes. We get stuff like cloth and a lot of supplies, and it all disappears inside the item box. Then we get food, and alcohol. That's something the women asked them to get, as a reward for the men that have been hard at work. They made some alcohol in the faraway town too, but the location being what it was meant that they couldn't make much. And since there were still many people who liked alcohol despite that, it meant that it caused fights sometimes. We go back to the mansion after we're finally done shopping, and see Argo and his party are already here. Before we use transfer to go back to the ruins, I gift some alcohol to the people looking after the mansion. By the way, what's this town going to be called? Grandma said it would be Errol, but I don't think my sister likes it, says Chris. Yes, Errol sounds like Eris. I don't think that was the intention, but it probably still sticks out to Eris. There are still a lot of things left in the ruins. People have been building houses at a rapid pace, but it's still not enough for everyone. Of course, it's not like it's going to be one house per person, but they still have to build around 100 houses. Swirens in particular is going to house a lot of people, so she needs a big one. Back already? We hurried back just for you, Grandma, says Rurika with a pout, and Morrigan just shakes her head, then help us out here. It'll be physical labor though. Are you asking a frail girl to do physical labor? You've got strength to spare. You'll be fine. Rurika complains, but she has a smile on her face, so it's not serious. She's just happy that she gets to talk to Morrigan like this. Sarah joins her, and so does Chris, even though she's the one who is actually not good with this sort of work. At first I think about going along too, but someone calls me to the outer walls. Hiriluk has been trying to set them up along with others, but it's not going well, so I end up helping with earth magic. They're trying to do as much as they can by themselves, but apparently there's a lot they're not good at. We could build a wooden fence no problem, but this place doesn't have a barrier, so we were told we should have proper walls. They're going to be farming inside the walls too. Apparently they want to end up like Elysia's Southgate City, with outer walls and internal walls, and farmland in the middle, but they are going to work on that later. I keep building walls with earth magic where they planned, and once that's over, I go help with the food. After all this, I only get to start working on the communications device after dinner. Walking in Another World, Chapter 410, Communications Device, Part 2. I call it a communications device, but all it really does is make it so two things I make can get into contact with each other. That means that if I want to use it to contact Ignis and the others, they have to be holding my communications device. So what's the problem? I was just wondering how many I should make. I tell Chris what's on my mind. If I want to contact Argo and his party, I can just send a message to the Adventurer Guild. Not to mention that just because we fought together in the capital, it doesn't mean we'll keep working together from now on. I should hand one to Morrigan or Eris, for Chris and the others' sake, and Nato, or rather, Kotori. These communications devices aren't that hard to make, but pretty difficult to use. Basically, you need to have a good amount of magic energy to make them work. A person with little magic energy can still set a magic stone and use it, but its fuel consumption isn't good. I was going to make it so they can absorb magic energy from the air, like the Gillums do, but that would make the communication cut out, so I gave up on it. Maybe it would work if my absorption level was higher, and they could take in more magic energy at once, but that won't be possible now. And so, I've decided to make at least 3, including one for us, but I'm wondering if I should make one for each member of my party. Then how about you make one for Chris? Just for Chris? It would be a waste of magic stones. Not to mention that Chris would be the one in most danger if she was alone, says Rurika, and Sarah nods. Chris on the other hand isn't too happy about that, and argues, but in the end, they talk her down. Well, I'd be worried about Chris the most too. She might be the strongest when she can use spirit magic freely, but the image I have of her from when we first met is still fresh in my mind. Then I'll make 4. No, I have the materials for it, so maybe I'll make 6. And if I make it so the volume can be adjusted with magic energy, can I make it so it has a sort of speaker function that allows Rurika and the others to easily talk to Eris and Morrigan too? I activate the creation skill right away, and get to work. I'm picturing a smartphone, so it's more compact than what Ignis and the other demons use. I'm pretty sure most people wouldn't even think it was a magic item. Should I add some sort of usage authorization function too? If it's not in use, I think most people would assume it was a useless little box if they found it somewhere. I should watch people's magic energy and adjust it when I hand them to everyone. We say it's all magic energy, but everyone's had subtle differences, like fingerprints. So this is a communications device. It's so different from the ones Swaran and the others used. The next day, I go visit Morrigan and the others, and hand them the communications devices. I end up giving one to Morrigan and Eris, and one to Swaran. I also registered Swaran and the elves living with her on that one. Can you hear me? I can hear you, Morrigan. Yes, Grandma, we can hear you. By the way, multiple devices can be connected and used at the same time like this. It's like a group call, I guess. There's also a log of sorts that shows when there was contact. For example, if Chris uses hers to contact Morrigan's, but a connection isn't made, there will be letters on Morrigan's display that show Chris tried to contact her. And by choosing the number, You can pick who you want to contact, but they spend more magic energy the further they are apart. And please keep in mind that they keep spending it while you're talking. I attached an MP consumption reduction effect, but I won't know how well it works until we keep using them. What a convenient world this has become. Grandma, this sort of thing isn't everywhere. Be careful about that too, Eris. Don't use them around other people too much, says Rurika, warning Morrigan as she acts casually. Yes, having a communications device is pretty rare. I mean, how many people in this world have one they can carry? There's something like this in adventurer guilds, so I can't say they didn't exist already. But we can't be sure there won't be people trying to steal them if they see them. Morrigan aside, Eris, Swyren, and others from the faraway town not only used them on a regular basis with the demons, but Swyren even had one, so they probably don't understand that it's a rare thing. Not that I'm one to talk, since I completely missed that too. Well then, we're going to give one to Kotori, and then I think we'll be leaving. We're done helping to some extent, so now it's up to Swyren and the others to shape the town piece by piece. It would be easier to ask one of the demons to take a transfer magic item to the Dragon Kingdom, but apparently the Dragon Kingdom isn't the sort of place where demons can casually fly into. Although Ignis, Guido, and Atu wouldn't have a problem, says Windsor. We also say goodbye to Argo and his party, and head to Nal, where Kotori and the others are. Walking in Another World, Chapter 411, Communications Device, Part 3. Sora and Hikari. When we reach Philo's place, Kotori notices us immediately and comes running, and the kids she was playing with follow her. But today we have things to take care of here, so we need to take care of it first. Are the others here too? She says Noto and Shun are helping Olin. Shun looks up to adventurers, but Miharu isn't too interested, so he's reluctantly farming too. They're over at Olin's place. Kt and Miharu are the two. Then can you come with us? Hikari, sorry, but can you look after the kids? Yes, leave it to me. Then we'll help too, says Sarah, and they end up staying here too. Going to the Dragon Kingdom means we won't be coming back so soon. We could get back here immediately using transfer, but that would mean leaving a magic item here, and there's already one in Errol. I can't just start leaving them so close to each other, because I have my MP to think about. So, what is it? I made communications devices, so I was thinking about leaving one with you. Should I explain how to use it? Communications device? So, like a smartphone. It's not that good. It's pretty basic from the point of view of a modern person, so don't look at me with those eyes filled with expectation. Also, I think Kotori understands communications devices of this world, at least a bit. Surely she saw Swyren and the others use them. She has a lot of questions, but it's best if I explain when everyone's here. So instead, she tells me how things are going. I mean, even if I explained it to her, I'd just have to repeat it to the others, so I'd just be doing it twice. Kotori understands this, and doesn't ask about the devices any further. So, what are you planning to do? You've gotten pretty friendly with those kids. I've been thinking about it. But I want to stay with Kt and Miharu, so. It sounds like things are complicated in her mind. And you're going to the Dragon Kingdom, right? Yes. If what the Dragon King said is true, there should be a clue about making elixir there. Then, what are you going to do after saving Mia? I haven't decided, to be honest. I want to check out the Beast Kingdom too, and see people I know in the magic state. Layla and her party are in Majolica, but I'm also curious about Elsa and Alto. Also, Kotori is concerned about the Sorcerer King that was summoned with us, but sadly, Windsor told me that he's missing. But I've heard that there's trouble in the Empire. There are even talks that it's collapsing. That's the first I'm hearing of it, but after what happened with Sarah, I don't feel bad for them. Even before that, Rurika and Chris talked about how it wasn't a good place, and the attitude of the adventurers from the Empire we met on the way to Majolica was just the worst. And then there's Sarah's former owners from when she was a slave, just the worst kind of people. Is something wrong? No, nothing. I see. So the Empire is collapsing. Then we meet the others, and I explain the communications device. I was only going to give them one, but I end up giving them two. One for Kotori, and one mostly for Miharu. They might get separated and do different things soon, and they want to be able to stay in contact. But how did you get this? At first I'm inclined to dodge the question. But they already know about transfer, so at this point, telling them I made these doesn't seem like a big deal. I tell them it's alchemy of sorts. Naoto is kind of exasperated, but Miharu praises me. Shun and Kit ask if they can get one too, but I tell them I don't have the materials. So you could if you had materials? Asks Shun, and I nod. He then asks me what materials I need. Other than monster materials, I would need stuff like ore, starting with mithril, and I guess good quality magic stones. Then we talk about how I'm going to the Dragon Kingdom, and I guess because of that, we eat together. We mostly talk about what we've been doing since we came to this world, but they're also interested in how I've been living here. The next day, we leave now. Kotori and the kids seem sad to see us go, but Kotori and the other worlders in particular know what's going on, so they don't try to stop us. Come on. Don't cry. We'll come visit, and Grandma and Eris will be back soon too, says Ruruka, and the kids finally release us. Sora, look after them, says Philo, and I nod. Before we get on the wagon to go to the Dragon Kingdom, we could travel the whole way by wagon if we went through the Holy Kingdom, but that would mean going around. So instead, we'll basically be going back the way we came. We're going by wagon to the border city Bilka, and from there, we're on foot up the mountain. It's finally time, says Chris, and I nod. I turn to Akari when she holds my hand, and see her looking a little anxious. I'm sure it'll be alright. I'm basically saying that to myself too, but Akari nods. Walking in Another World, Chapter 412, Strange Occurrence. We're coming down the mountain from Lactuous to Marti, but I unconsciously gulp when I see the Dragon Kingdom of Rufflet from up here. The trees I see down there were all verdant and lively the last time we were here, but I can tell even from afar that they're withered. I would have thought it happened naturally, and was just something that happens in this season, but people from Lactuous told me they've never seen this happen before. They also said that something big supposedly happened because the Dragon King is gone. Is this an effect of that? As we slowly go down into Marti, I feel cold. And then I see that the lake surrounding Altair is frozen. It easily cracks when Hikari throws a rock, so I guess there's just ice on the surface. We reach Marti proper another day, before sunset, but I feel like it doesn't have the same activity it did before. I already felt like they didn't have a whole lot of outsiders, but there's still a somewhat lonely feeling here. Is it because I've been walking around places with a lot of people, like the capital of Elysia? Oh. You're back? We go to the inn where we stayed last time, and the person behind the counter recognizes us and greets us. First, we ask to be taken to a room, and rest. Then we're taken to the dining hall and eat, but there's only one other group of people here. It's not like a lot of outsiders came here in the first place, but, says the owner, and she continues, saying that the environment outside the town, the trees, have gradually been withering, and at the same time, Altair is supplying less and less food. It hasn't reached a point where we can't get by, but it gets us a little worried about the future. She says that like it accidentally came out of her mouth, but it's clear that she's worried. And we're told that these strange occurrences have been happening since around the time we fought the goddess. Basically, that means it's been like this since the Dragon King left this country. Can't something be done about it? If it was caused by the disappearance of the Dragon King, I don't think so. Ruruku answers Chris' question. I guess if the Dragon King, a god disappearing, caused this, I can't see what people are going to be able to do. Or could it be that the Dragon King foresaw this, and sent us here for that reason? Anyway, let's go to the Adventurer Guild tomorrow, and see if we can contact Altair. We're not going to be able to do anything unless we can cross to the island, and so, we go to sleep. When we wake up the next morning, we are contacted by someone sent by the feudal lord. We're told a ferry will come from Altair to Marti tomorrow, so we should make sure to be here when it does. So we're spending the day here. We let the owner of the inn know we're leaving tomorrow, and decide to go around Marti for the day. That said, there's not much to see besides the Adventurer Guild and Alchemist Guild. Maybe I'll drop by the Merchant Guild. When we get to the Adventurer Guild, we ask how things have been recently. In particular, if there was any change since the Dragon King left. Well, I get the feeling that there are more monsters. And I've heard from both the guilds in Croix and Folk that they've spotted superior species. Those sightings were said to be in the main road from Marti to the mountain city Lactica, so they sent a joint team of knights and adventurers. The word knights hangs in my head for a moment, but then I realized that they mean people sent from Altair. Maybe they're from the Royal Guard. Apparently these people sent from Altair are in Croix and Folk too. Maybe people like Uini are among them. Then we stop by the Merchant Guild where we get some simple lip service, and the Alchemist Guild, where I ask if there's anything new. They say they've been doing experiments to study the cause of what happened to the forest. So basically, investigating it. They've been hiring adventurers to escort them to take samples. It'd be dangerous if we came across monsters, but adventurers wouldn't know what to pick, so it's more efficient if we go there ourselves, says one of the people of the guild. I guess if they just put out quests, they'd have to explain things very well, or they'd pick the wrong things. Then we go around the stalls, per Hikari's wishes, and keep walking around as I increase the stock of my item box. The next day, the ferry comes, and we head to Altair. Walking in Another World, Chapter 413, Reunion. It doesn't feel like the city has changed that much. I go straight to the castle, as Captain Toruko says, and see Deutina standing in front of the thick gate. It's been a while, everyone. I'll guide you from here, is all Deutina says before she starts walking, and we're led to the throne room. The throne is empty, but next to it is Uini, the first princess of the Dragon Kingdom, and the captain of the Royal Guard. We have been waiting for you, Sora. Do you know what happened with my father, the previous Dragon King? Yes, I met him at the end. I see. So you heard from him directly? I nod, and tell her I want to explore the dungeon. Uini turns to Alfred, and back towards me. You will be going to the 8th floor, but no one other than my father has gone that far. After all, no one could even open that door. That means I don't know what lies beyond it, so there is nothing we can do to help. Do you still want to go? Yes, there's something we need there. I understand, but I don't know what is there. How about you rest for today and go tomorrow? Cirque and Sehana probably want to see you too. We're ready, but we might need a little rest. We relaxed yesterday by going around Marti, but we pretty much didn't rest on the way from the Republic to the Dragon Kingdom. We didn't push ourselves too hard, but surely that exhaustion has been building up. Also, I get the feeling that Uini wants to ask about Eltsahak. Then we meet up with Cirque and Sehana, and the first thing we hear is, "Let's have a match," he says as he takes Hikari away. Sora, you should talk with Uini for a bit. Rurika and I will look after Hikari. Chris, stay with Sora, says Sarah, before herself and Rurika follow Hikari. He really is restless. He's still just a child, says Uini, sounding troubled, but she's looking at Cirque with care in her eyes. In the end, I'm staying here to talk with Chris and Uini. Sehana looks indecisive, but she's worried about Cirque, so she leaves with Alfred. Shouldn't someone stay here to guard you? Fufu, it's all right. Or are you thinking of doing something bad? Don't ask me that with a straight face. Does she not have a sense of danger, or does she just trust us? I think it's the latter, but it's concerning. Her level is actually higher than Chris, so despite her calm demeanor, she can probably fight. We move to Uini's office, and she serves us tea, which we drink calmly while talking about Eltsahak's last moments. Well, I put it like that, but it's not like he died. He was doing well even. I'm talking about the last time I saw him before he went over to that world. My father took action while thinking pretty far ahead. Yes, it seems like it. He probably even gave me his fang with the idea of me making a god-killing weapon in mind. Am I reading too much into it? Maybe his intention was for me to give it to U or Ignis. I also get the feeling that if we didn't defeat Elizabeth, he would have ended it with his own hands. But I also feel like it would have been not because of any resentment, but to simply put an end to her rampage. For some reason, I still feel that way after hearing from Uini about her mother. I honestly wouldn't have it in my heart to feel that way if someone I care for was taken from me. Thinking back, I feel like over half of my heart was taken over by anger towards Elizabeth for what she did to Mia. Then again, I so was desperate to take her down, that I didn't really have the time to think about it. But what lies beyond the dungeon? My father told me nothing, so I'm also curious. Have you been to the dungeon, Uini? Just once, and I went to the 7th floor. We were there to take laurel tree fruit, so I didn't think about anything beyond that. I think the main part of the dungeon is the upper part, where they farm and hunt monsters for meat. Ah, but if you're going to the dungeon, be especially careful. I heard the monsters have become violent lately, and that means even the Royal Guard have been taking turns going to the dungeon too. I heard about it in Marty too, but these strange occurrences really are effects of the Dragon King's absence, aren't they? I don't know a lot about it, but I think there is a good chance. Her eyes tremble with uncertainty when she says this. I want to be of help if I can, but unfortunately, I can't think of any good ideas. Walking in Another World, Chapter 414, Altair's Dungeon, 8th Floor, Part 1. The next day, we're going to the dungeon early, and cross through the door behind the throne. I guess we missed the others, because there are only people from the Royal Guard here. Wait. But just as we're about to head into the 8th floor, Cirque comes running, out of breath. First he takes big breaths to compose his breathing, and then, "See, come back safely. We'll have another match then," he says, before he takes off running again. He has too much energy. And right after, Uini and Seihana arrive, escorted by Alfred. "Everyone, please stay safe." "Hikari, teach Cirque a lesson again," they say to see us off. I can tell by what Seihana says that Hikari came out on top in her fights with Cirque yesterday. According to Rurika and Sarah, Cirque's moves have gotten better compared to the last time we were here. I'm sure he's been shedding blood, sweat and tears. Well, I don't know about that, but I'm sure he's been working hard. But Hikari has gotten through an even tougher time, so unfortunately for him, it doesn't look like that gap between them has been filled. In fact, Hikari has probably grown even more due to her experiencing actual combat. Seihana uses harsh language, but she seems concerned about Cirque fighting. This girl is still not honest when it comes to Cirque. Here we go. We move to the landing in the stairs that lead to the 8th floor, and before we advance, I cast a barrier on everyone. Once I'm done, I go in by myself, but come back right away. Were there any monsters? I shake my head, but use basic daily life magic to warm myself. It's not snowing, but there's snow piled up on the ground, and it's cold. At the very least, I need to change my boots, and these clothes won't do either. We change into clothes to protect against the cold, and put on boots that will help us not slip. Chris and I put on thicker robes, and the others also put on robes. Hikari starts rotating her arms, but it seems like she has a little trouble moving. I guess the same goes for Rurika and Sarah. Leave the vanguard to the Gilliam, and attack with throwing knives. Let's go with a strategy based around Chris magic. That might work. Yes, but it depends on what monsters appear. If magic is ineffective against them, we might have to rely on Sarah, Rurika, and Hikari. Say Rurika and Chris. Let's keep going. I go down the stairs again, and when I step into the 8th floor, I'm attacked by a piercing cold. My exposed cheeks hurt, and my breath is completely white. I call out map, and use presence detection. It doesn't show me monsters nearby. Actually, even when I enlarge it, it doesn't show me any monsters. I'm cold. This is rough. It might be even tougher than when we were climbing the mountain. Yes, it's cold. Everyone has come down the stairs too, so I call out to Gilliam and check if it can walk on the snow. It's a little slower than usual, but I think it can do it. But I guess the layer of snow is pretty deep, because it gets buried with each step. Then I think of something, and attach the fire element to the Gilliam. Now it's melting the snow when it touches it, but a short while later, about 5 minutes, the snow that disappeared comes back like it's regenerating. Now I can also see that it's about 50 centimeters deep. When I step on the actual ground, well, it's regular soil. I figured it would be wet because of the snow, but it's easy to walk on. Pretty much like if it was dry. This really isn't normal snow. Dungeons are full of mysteries to begin with. And my map doesn't show me any reactions from monsters. What do you think, Rurika and Hikari? None. At least none near here. But it's still a dungeon, so we should be careful. Rurika is right. I call the other Gilliam, the one in the shape of a dog, and infuse it with the fire element too. After checking the flow of magic energy in the gillums with magic energy detection, I see the magic energy is being depleted faster than usual. But when they walk in front of us, the snow in our way is completely melted, so it's way easier to walk behind them like this. We know which way the stairs are, so let's head there first, I say, and everyone except Hikari nods. What's wrong, Hikari? Nothing, I ask, because she didn't react, but she shakes her head. Let's be careful and keep going. I give the gillums instructions to keep going, and we walk behind them. At least I'm glad there isn't a snowstorm. Rurika's right. That would block our view, and the wind would make it even rougher. I could block it with wind magic, but losing visibility would be the worst part. Not to mention that using multiple skills at the same time would drain my MP and SP. Some don't spend any while I'm walking, but that doesn't work with every skill. But our biggest saving grace is knowing the direction where the stairs are. There are no visible landmarks, so we'd get lost if we were just walking around normally, says Sarah, and Chris nods. Yes. There's only snow as far as the eye can see. It looks beautiful with the sunlight reflecting from it, but we have no time to admire it. Also, the gillums are melting the snow, but the others still need to rest after walking around here, especially Rurika and Hikari, since they're also constantly watching over our surroundings. How about we take a break? I ask everyone, and I try making a snow hut. I'm doing it like I do when I use earth magic to build houses, but I also use water magic. I keep an eye on it to see if there are any changes, like when it melted, but apparently nothing happens when I just change the snow's shape. I know it's way late to be saying this, but your magic really is useful, says Rurika, looking exasperated. But what can I say? I lay out wood I take out of the item box inside the snow hut, and also take out hot drinks after everyone sits down. Walking in Another World, Chapter 415, Altair's Dungeon, 8th Floor, Part 2. We kept going, taking a few more breaks along the way, but we're going to have to stop for today because the sun has gone down. At this point I've made a few snow huts, so I'm used to it, and I have an easy time building them. But it's strange that being surrounded by snow makes us warm. Rurika is peeking over here, looking for an explanation, but unfortunately, I don't really understand the principles behind it either. And so, I can't explain it. All I know is what I've seen on TV, and that's that it's warm inside a snow hut. Also, I've infused a lot of magic energy into it to strengthen it. I did the same to the gillums, which are now keeping watch. Chris helped me with that. There's no sign of monsters right now, but that might change at night. It never hurts to be careful. Also, I'm testing a new skill, Synchronization LV1. This is similar to the skill Lilui used. It allows me to pick a target and see what they're seeing. It's mainly used on gillums, so it lets me see what the gillums are seeing. The difference between this and what Lilui used is that the low level means I really can't use it on anything other than gillums. Also, I can only watch. I can't take over the gillums and control them or anything like that. Maybe that will be possible when it levels up. I cut the synchronization, and start cooking while being careful about the fire. Bread and meat can be eaten as they are, but soup should really be warm. I guess it depends on how people are feeling. And there's also the fact that the fire is keeping us warm. We eat silently for a while, and when we're done, we talk about what to do next. How far have we come? About a fifth of the way there. I answer Rurika's question while infusing map with magic energy to enlarge it, and she doesn't look too happy with that. I think we spent longer in Majolika's dungeon, but I think the problem is this snowy environment. Still, I think not having to walk on the snow makes it less tiring. Not that I'd actually know, but the cold itself also takes a toll on the stamina. But I think it's better to go at this pace, instead of hurrying and pushing ourselves too much. Chris is right. Do you want a golem to carry you, Rurika? No, I'll just keep at it. Rurika's face is red. She's probably imagining herself being carried by a golem. Let's just rest. We should reach the next floor in 4 days if everything goes well. If we're tired then, we can leave the dungeon and then come back. We can relax and rest like this, all because we can create an environment where we're protected from the cold, except when we're moving. Of course, we still need to keep watch though. Yes, I'll take the first shift. Me too. Rurika and Hikari are keeping watch first, then it will be me, Chris, and Sarah. When it's my time to keep watch and I wake up, I start by looking outside with synchronization. I've made it so the Gillums aren't moving, in an energy-saving mode of sorts, but they would raise an alert if something got close, and move to intercept it. The fact that it hasn't happened tells me the night has been without incident so far. I check where the moonlight is illuminating, but all I see is a silver world. And suffice to say, I can't see as far as I did during the day, so I keep the night vision skill on. I don't see any problems. I keep synchronization on and drink something warm. I wouldn't be able to do anything while using synchronization if I didn't also have the parallel thinking skill. Thanks Sora. Thanks. I hand them drinks too, and sigh. None of us have anything to talk about, so it stays silent. But I'm not opposed to some peaceful time like this. It even makes me forget we're in a dungeon, so they're becoming more violent compared to other dungeons. Well, I've only been to Majolica's, but the environment here seems different. Are the things happening around the Dragon Kingdom really happening because the Dragon King is gone? The timing leads me to believe there's a very good chance. Then it could be trouble if monsters appear as we keep going. Sarah's right. We don't even know what monsters appear on the other floors. We should keep in mind that we might have to run if it comes to that. Come to think of it, would transfer take us to outside a dungeon? That thought suddenly crosses my mind. But sadly, it doesn't look like it's possible. Apparently, I can use it if it's in the dungeon, and on the same floor, and everyone would have to be gathered around me. Worst case scenario, I could take one person at a time, but I'd have to keep an eye on the MP, and the more people I use it on, the more MP it spends. And with the Gillums active, I have less leeway with my MP than I expected. Also, Chris can infuse the Gillums with MP too, but not attributes. So I am the one who has to do it on this floor. Walking in Another World, Chapter 416, Altair's Dungeon, 8th Floor, Part 3. It's been 3 days since we entered the dungeon, and we're almost at the halfway point of this floor. The cold threw us for a loop at first, but we've been advancing faster since the second day, so we're ahead of schedule. Of course, that doesn't mean we're pushing ourselves too much. Eventually, we see it. What's that? A crystal tree? Chris answers Rurika's question, sounding not entirely convinced of what she's saying. Yes, it does look like a crystal, and the way it's transparent tells me it's not just a tree covered in frost. I can actually see behind it. But wait, are crystals even that transparent? Ah, Hikari, Sarah and Rurika too. As I think that, I hear Chris' flustered voice. I face forward, and see those three advancing towards the tree. Their steps look unsteady, because they're getting their feet caught in the snow, but they're still not stopping. I rush to go after them, but the distance between us is growing. As I run, I also give orders to the Gillums, but they stop along the way. Then I turn their way, and notice I can't feel magic energy coming from them. Sarah, get a hold of yourself. Chris is ahead of me, and grabs Sarah's arm while yelling. But she loses her balance, and both fall on the snow. I see that out of the corner of my eye as I use transfer to move next to Hikari, but the moment I do, I just dive into the snow. It's so cold, I push my head out of it, and notice that I only moved a little bit from where I was. I try to use transfer again, but it doesn't activate. After I give up on it, I run forward, but I'm attacked by a languid feeling after just one step. And it gets stronger the closer I get to them. When I stop running and walk instead, the languid feeling disappears. This means that running would actually make me advance more slowly, but regardless, I doubt I'll catch up to them. When Rurika and Hikari reach the crystal tree, they reach out and touch it. It starts shining more brightly, giving off an even stronger light, and the two girls fall on the snow. I have to keep advancing towards them without rushing. When I do reach them, I shake Hikari, but she doesn't respond. But she is breathing, and has a pulse. Rurika is the same. I carry Rurika on my back, and Hikari in my arms, and get away from there. I think there's very little room to doubt that the crystal did this. As I go back, I see Sarah sitting down next to Chris. Is Sarah all right? She's a little languid, but she's awake. Sarah slowly gets up, and walks while leaning on Chris' shoulder. She speaks while walking, and says that she felt her consciousness grow distant when she looked at the crystal. The next thing she remembers is the cold snow. That's when she came to. I retrieve the two golems that still aren't moving, and we rest again, after taking some distance from the crystal tree. "Are you okay, Chris?" "Why yes." Being close to that crystal was a little rough though, so it really is the crystal. After laying Hikari and Rurikan on wooden boards, I cast appraisal on them, which shows me the status effect magic energy depletion. It looks like the magic energy was taken from them. That has to be why transfer failed too, and why the golems stopped moving. They just ran out of magic energy, and Chris and I were the only ones who could move freely because we have a lot of magic energy. Let's just rest and wait for them to recover. It's almost lunchtime anyway. "Hikari might wake up when she smells the food," says Sarah. And I laugh without thinking. That's actually possible. That softened the dark mood. I make a snow hut, drink a mana potion, and call the golems again. Then I start cooking, while Sarah keeps watch with the golems, and Chris looks after the other two. I ask Sarah if she's alright, and she says drinking a mana potion made her feel better. It doesn't take long for lunch to be ready, so I call Sarah, and start serving. They're still sleeping. Sarah's right. They don't wake up even after we start eating. Will they recover if we let them rest like this? Do you think they'll be alright if they rest, Chris? Considering the situation, I honestly don't know. Then how about giving them mana potions? Sarah proposes the obvious. But would that be the best option? I check with magic energy detection, but it doesn't look like their magic energy has changed since before. Actually, to be more precise, I don't sense any at all. Chris and Sarah both hold one of the girls up and feed them mana potions, but it just drips from their mouths. We can't make them drink like this. Then, I guess it has to be that other method. I should leave that to them. I catch on to what they're thinking, get up, and go outside. It's cool out here. No, cold. Sora. I start checking our surroundings with map and presence detection, when Chris comes out, looking like she's about to cry. What happened? Did their conditions take a turn for the worse? As that thought passes through my mind, she tells me with a red face that they couldn't make them drink the mana potions. Walking in Another World, Chapter 417, Altair's Dungeon, 8th floor, Part 4. When I go back inside the snow hut, I see they're still sleeping. There's nothing wrong with their breathing or pulse, but that's all I can say. Maybe their magic energy depletion means that they just have to recover it. But since that crystal really did take it from them, Chris says we should do something. And so, I have her hold Hikari's body, and grab both her hands. I'm doing what I did when we first started practicing magic energy control, and I taught her about the flow of magic energy, and I'm having Chris hold her up like this so I can see the reaction of the flow. If they aren't recovering on their own, what if we infuse magic energy externally? According to Chris, feeding it to them orally didn't work. And honestly, I didn't know how to react when she said that to me with her face red from embarrassment. And Sarah couldn't help but smile awkwardly as Chris spoke in that naive and honest way. Those things cross my mind, but I focus on making magic energy flow to Hikari instead. Needless to say, it's important to take it slowly. I keep infusing the magic energy while watching it through magic energy detection. But it suddenly disappears after flowing from her hands to her body. What is it, Sora? The magic energy disappeared suddenly, I say, expressing my surprise. I don't think she gets it, so I keep infusing it while explaining it in a simple way. But isn't that bad? Did some weird change happen to their bodies? After hearing that, I get worried too. So I use appraisal again. Name, Hikari, job level, 71, race, human, condition, magic energy depletion. And when I cast it on the status effect, it says 0 magic energy. I keep looking at it, and then it switches to saying she has magic energy, then magic energy absorption, and then it's back to having none. For a moment, I wonder if I should keep testing it, but I stop infusing the magic energy. I'm scared that there will be some sort of weird reaction if I keep doing it. Let's get away from here as soon as possible. We stopped being affected by it when we took some distance too. I explained to Chris and Sarah what's going on, and recommend getting out of here. And since it's still light outside, we keep moving. The humanoid Guillem goes in front to melt the snow, while the canine Guillem pushes a cart carrying Hikari and Rurika. I infuse the humanoid Guillem with magic energy, and Chris the canine one. And since that means the canine one can't melt snow, the humanoid Guillem goes in front, then Sarah, the canine Guillem, Chris, and me in the back. Actually, Chris and I are walking together. Also, the reason why we're each infusing a Guillem with magic energy is that we move faster that way. Are you all right, Sora? Yes, especially since you're taking one of them. And it's not hard to give it instructions when we're just moving forward. There's some distance between me and the Guillem, but it's fine. And I only see that one crystal tree in the middle of my map. Good thing there aren't more, or we'd have to walk all over to avoid them. And there aren't any monsters either. Or rather, there haven't been any so far. We still need to be careful. The two people here that are good at detecting monsters are down, so it all falls on me. But I've also had a burden lifted off me because Chris is handling one of the Guillems. I wish I could help more too. Don't worry about it, Sarah. You're the reason why we can advance like this without having to worry. You're watching over our surroundings while we walk. If presence detection doesn't catch them, it's all down to sight. The fact that presence detection isn't showing me any monsters is also making me anxious. Because of that weird crystal tree, I want to cast appraisal on it, but getting near it is too risky. I managed to get close to save those two, but who knows if I'll be that lucky next time. And if I go down, that would put a big burden on Sarah and Chris. I know. How about trying to communicate with the outside via the communications device? Yes. Grandma might know something. Chris gets an idea, and takes out the device. But her expression soon darkens. It's not connecting, she says. I try to contact Kotori too, to no avail. I get out of the snow hut and try contacting Chris, but this time, it connects. So we can't communicate with people outside the dungeon. We don't know if it's just this dungeon, or if it's with every dungeon, but in any case, we can't call outside. Let's head to the exit and get out of the dungeon for now, I say, and they nod. Walking in Another World, Chapter 418, Temporary Return. It's been 2 days since they lost consciousness, and we've safely— can we call this safely? Anyway, we've left the dungeon, because their condition hasn't changed at all. What is the matter? Yuini asks, sounding surprised, and after I explain the situation to her, she has a room prepared. I'll try contacting Grandma. Yes, please. As Chris leaves, Cirque comes running into the room with heavy footsteps. Hikari collapsed. He must have really come in a hurry, because he's out of breath. Then he notices Hikari lying on a bed, and rushes towards her. Calm down, Cirque. And you're all sweaty too. Yuini pushes Cirque back, and casts purification magic. Cirque takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and then turns to Yuini. Are you feeling calmer? Then let me explain. Cirque stays silent as he hears her explanation, and when she's done, he glares at me. How did that happen if you were there? He comes at me to hit me, but Alfred, who I didn't even see arrive, stops him. It looks like he calmed down, but hearing about Hikari's condition got his blood boiling again. Be quiet, Cirque. If you can't do that, you have to leave. We have sick people here, you know. Seihana is tough with him, as always. I get that he's acting out of affection, but apparently Cirque doesn't understand it, and I can see tears welling up in his eyes. He opens his mouth to argue, but closes it after Seihana glares at him. And it's clearly tougher on Sora and the others. Don't you understand that? That was the killing blow, and Cirque grudgingly drops his shoulders and leaves the room. Yuini has been smiling awkwardly at their back and forth, but doesn't really move to stop Cirque. However, Alfred does go after him after bowing. I'm sorry about my idiot brother, Sora. No, he's right. I was the one in a position to stop it. Seihana apologizes, but what Cirque said hit me in the heart. I was wary when I saw the crystal tree, but didn't really feel a sense of danger. That's partially because my skills didn't warn me of any dangerous elements, but also because I was fascinated by that magical, otherworldly sight. It would have probably been fine in a normal place, but it was a dungeon. I tried to tell myself not to rely on skills so many times, and yet, I can't deny that I created a fatal opening that time. I will look after Hikari and Rurika for the time being. How about you three rest as well? We have civil officials looking through books to see if they can find anything. At first I don't know what to do, but after Chris comes back and says Morgan and the others will investigate it too, we decide to just rest. We've been marching pretty hard on the way back, so I'm sure Chris and Sarah are tired in more ways than one too. I wake up, and the room is completely dark. We came back before it got dark, so I think it's still the same day. It's at times like these that I wish I had a proper watch. I get up from the bed, and notice light coming from the communications device. The color tells me it's from Kotri. It doesn't let people leave messages, but I can tell who tried to contact me, but I can't call her back now, when I don't even know what time it is. At least that's what I think, until the communications device starts blinking. Hello, Sora. Is it true that something bad happened to Hikari? Yells Kotri through the communications device. I think it's nighttime, but she sure is full of energy, and apparently Morgan or Swaran told her what happened. I was thinking that maybe Miharu should go to the Dragon Kingdom or something. Ah, I can use holy magic too, and there are also others here who can use it, although my heal and recovery didn't work. I see. Then I tell Kotri more about what happened, and once I'm done, we talk about what's been happening. Actually, it's more like I'm hearing what they've been doing. Apparently they've been really working as adventurers, mostly to look for the missing Shizune, the Sorcerer King. And since they don't really know what to do, Argo and people that moved from the faraway town have been helping them. Argo and his party have been teaching them about how to be adventurers, and people from the faraway town have been working as members of their party. But the reason is awful, because they can't rely on me. They said. Kotri is complaining, but I can't find any fault in that. It's not just her either. The others also lack knowledge of this world, although the people of the faraway town are suspicious too, because they've been isolated all this time. I guess it's up to Argo's party. I know there's a lot of stuff going on, but good luck. Yes. Call me from time to time, and please look after Hikari. Walking in Another World, Chapter 419, Vantree. We only learn what that crystal tree is the next day, past noon. Before that, since I have nothing to do, I just start preparing for our next incursion in the dungeon. I actually wanted to look after Hikari, but I was kicked out because I was too restless. But I had to get myself busy, or my thoughts would be pulled in a bad direction. And just as I'm having lunch and cooking with the castle's cooks, Chris brings me news. Vantree? Probably. Yes, Grandma heard it from Swaran, and apparently Swaran was told about it by the demons. The probably part comes from the fact that it has the same crystal appearance as Vantree's, but a completely different effect. Yes, Vantree's have the effect of sucking vitality, but apparently they don't render someone unconscious and unable to wake up. Vantree's originally grew in a region of the Dark Forest, and they were worked into magic items that repelled or weakened monsters. But even those just sort of stopped existing at some point, and only their appearance and effect are known. So we still don't know how to wake them up. I'm sorry I couldn't help. It's not your fault, Chris. More importantly, what should we do? We're stumped without knowing how to treat them. I've already tried to make an item to remove status effects, but it didn't work. But elixir. That thought crosses my mind. But is there even enough holy tree fruit to make multiple elixirs? At the same time, we're not solving anything at this rate. Can the three of us even continue advancing through the dungeon without the others? Despite the trouble we found on the 8th floor, we managed to get through it because there weren't any monsters. Even if we try asking for backup, no one can go to the 8th floor now. Alfred and others tried, but they couldn't get that door open again. Maybe I should see what the 9th floor is like. If I check map right after arriving, I should at least be able to see how big it is, and if there are any monsters. It would be great if I learned more about it from Altsahak, or if he left more information about the dungeon with Uini. Complaining isn't going to get us anywhere. Sora? No, I'm just talking to myself. For now, I'll just go there and check. It won't hurt to at least see if we can or can't advance. Then I'm going to. It might be dangerous, you know. All the more reason why you shouldn't go alone, and if nothing happens, we'll be right back, won't we? When Chris gets stubborn, she really doesn't budge. There's no point in trying to talk her down. Then let's call Sarah too. We don't know what she might say later when she finds out we left her out. She might not care about that actually, but she'll definitely get mad about Chris being in danger. She said she was going to train with the Royal Guards and Cirque, so we tell her why we're going, and ask her to come along. So it's just to see how it is? Yes. When it's time to actually go, we should do it early in the morning. That's assuming the 9th floor of the dungeon is on the same time cycle as the rest of the world. That's been the case so far, but we won't know if the 9th floor is the same until we actually go there. I'm hung up on that because of how much easier it is to walk during the day than the dark of the night. Magic items help, but it's still more difficult. Then I'll go have a look. I go down the stairs and step into the 9th floor, and what I see in front of me quickly changes. It's not like anything is attacking. I'm just surprised to suddenly be in a forest. I call for map, and use presence detection along with magic energy detection. And this time I also use space-time magic to make time around me flow slower. Using its full output and stopping time completely is tough on my MP, so I've been adjusting that. First, let's infuse map with magic energy to enlarge it, and check for monsters. This floor is narrower compared to the last one. It should take us about 3 days to get there if we walk straight to the exit. That's counting a nice rest at night, of course. As for monsters, I don't know if there are any, but I do pick up reactions. There are about 10 of them, and they're not so much presences, as they are reactions of strong magic energy. They feel very similar to the magic energy reactions from elves like Chris. Are they friends or foes? There aren't many of them, but we don't know who or what they are. Also, there's a good amount of space between trees, relatively speaking, so we should have plenty of space to walk. Although I think I'll have to make the golems smaller if I summon them. Let's go back and report for now. I check the reactions on map one more time, and go back to the stairs, where Chris and Sarah are waiting. Walking in Another World, Chapter 420, Altair's Dungeon, 9th Floor, Part 1. So there's something there? At least 10 reactions, I think. But they were closer to the exit. Sarah hears me with a serious expression. If there wasn't really anything out there, we could have advanced. So these reactions kind of betray our expectations. There aren't that many of them. But if they are few because they're really strong, we might be forced into a tough battle. We could even end up outmatched. I think I should talk some more with Grandma. Maybe she'll know something from the symptoms. Then I'll start preparing too. We should probably not use fire weapons in a forest, so I'll make more things with another element. And I'll look after Hikari and Rurika. Looking's pretty all I'll do though. We all go do those things, and get together again at night. But nothing really advances except time. Ignis, and the others aren't well versed in this sort of thing, so they don't know. In fact, hasn't been seen since he left the Demon King's castle. Might actually know something, but it's true that I haven't seen him since then either. Ignis has been flying around. Has he been up to some conspiracy again? Not being around really hurts. He knows a lot of stuff we don't. And I'm sure he's been alive for even longer than elves that have been around for a long time, like Morrigan. Actually, how long have the demons been alive? Should I try asking the next time I see them? So, what do we do now? Sarah asks me, and Chris is also looking my way. Honestly, I want to keep going, but thinking about Chris and Sarah kind of dulls their determination. Sora, you should just rely on us. There's Mia too. But we also want to help Hikari and Rurika, you know? Yes. And we have to keep advancing anyway. We should all help them. I guess their resolve goes beyond mine. Then I shouldn't hesitate either. Sarah's right, we should keep going and save Mia, and then save Hikari and Rurika. Even if I can't make multiple elixir, Mia's holy magic might be able to help them. Then let's go to sleep early, and leave tomorrow morning. The next morning, we eat breakfast with Uini and the others, and head to the dungeon. Rurika and Hikari are still the same. And it still looks like they're just sleeping. If you don't know what's actually going on, it wouldn't be strange if they woke up and "I'm hungry." Hikari said that. I'm actually more surprised that Hikari has been fully established as the hungry character in the eyes of Uini and the others. We move to the 9th floor like always. I go in first, then Sarah, and then Chris. It really is a forest, says Sarah, sounding surprised. As I check map, the reactions are all near the exit, but then, suddenly, they move this way, and pretty fast too, despite being in a forest. It doesn't feel like they're just running. Careful, they're coming this way. Sarah readies her weapons, and Chris her magic. They're ready to fight, but we shouldn't forget that we can jump into the stairs and run away. There's no shame in that. But it would be bad if they were waiting near the entrance the next time we came in. I'm getting ahead of myself. Why are they coming here in the first place? They didn't react before, so why are they coming here now? I turned to Chris. They started moving the moment she came in. Did they feel her magic energy? I have magic energy too. But Chris is overwhelmingly stronger when she's not using her transformation magic. In that case, it could have been the strong magic energy that drew them. I look at map again, and see they've already cleared half the way. What now? At this rate, they'll be here in no time. Should I use space-time magic to slow down time in a wide area? I ready both space-time magic and offensive magic, so I can use them at any time. And then, the reactions finally get close. Sora, wait. Chris stops me. Chris, be careful. Chris steps in front of us, and lowers her staff. And as we rush to stop her, she raises her hand and whispers something. I feel strong magic energy in her palm, and then 3 lights fly. Those reactions are very similar to the ones approaching. They fly in the forest, and then stop in mid-air, where the reactions heading here at an incredible speed are. Walking in Another World, Chapter 421, Altair's Dungeon, 9th floor. Part 2. What happened? Sarah asks as she tilts her head, after seeing Chris' sudden actions and my confused reaction. I honestly don't know what to make of this either, but I don't think Sarah can see that light. I'm pretty sure that was a spirit. I can't see what it looks like, but I felt that light and magic energy a few times before. Well, I felt a reaction similar to my spirits. So I called, the spirits contracted to me, and then they went because other spirits called. So the reactions Sora felt were from spirits. I guess they felt a lot like the spirits Chris summons. I use magic energy detection again, and it really feels the same. But they're not completely the same either. There are subtle differences. It feels like they're calling us to. Let's go to them. Isn't it dangerous? I think it's all right. It's just a feeling. But I don't think they have bad intentions. Sarah and I look at each other, and decide to follow Chris for now. But I'll cast another shield just in case, before we advance through the forest. We're being cautious as we walk, but I'm also noticing that this forest seems to be made up of various kinds of trees all in the same place. The colors and shapes of the leaves are different, and there's what looks like vines wrapped around trees. That also means there are a lot of fruit-bearing trees. I'm sure Hikari would be jumping with joy if she was here. And by casting appraisal, I see there are fruits I've never seen or heard about before. Ah, and I'm pretty sure Hikari likes that one. That one over there exists in my world. I'm sure the name is different, but it looks like strawberry. But I'm pretty sure strawberries aren't picked from trees with a thick trunk like that one. Something on your mind, Sora? No. I was just looking at the different types of fruit. And there are a lot of different mushrooms too, so I'm sure Hikari would like this place. I respond to Sarah without thinking, and she looks around and agrees. We keep walking for about an hour, until we reach the place where the lights are gathered. There are lights of different colors flying around like they're dancing, and it looks very mystical, especially because the forest makes things darker. Eventually, one of the lights comes this way, and stops on Chris' shoulder. Then she nods. Sora and Sarah, apparently they really are spirits. She tells us. Apparently they want to know why we are here. What should I say? I think we should just be honest and say we're after holy tree fruit. There might be holy tree fruit somewhere in this forest, but there's more dungeon ahead of us. Also, while the spirits seem friendly right now, If this place is important to them, they could turn hostile all of a sudden. But all I know about holy tree fruit is that it's an ingredient necessary to make elixir. What if we tell them we heard about it from the Dragon King? Chris proposes when I hesitate. Yes. Then can you ask if they know the Dragon King first? All right. Chris turns to the spirit again and says something. She's not actually talking, but I think it's something like my telepathy. Then the light that apparently is a spirit becomes brighter, and it leaves Chris to go back to the group, where it starts blinking aggressively. The others also start blinking, as if responding. Then what's probably the spirit that approached Chris before, along with another one, come back. Chris nods to them. Yes, thank you, she says suddenly as she bows. Sora, they know about the Dragon King. Also, there isn't any holy tree fruit here. But they said that Mother probably knows about it. Mother? Yes, apparently are being called that by the spirits. But it's not on this floor. So this person, spirit, is on the next floor? Chris, can you ask them if there are any monsters on this floor? Apparently not, Sarah. They say it's them, and their friends near the stairs. Then let's hurry. We do as Sarah says, and keep walking. But eventually, we need to rest. We're hungry too. Hikari usually tells us when it's time to eat, but she's not here now. Let's eat. Can you ask if there are any places where we can rest? They don't know about resting, but they know a place where we can take it easy. After seemingly waiting for Chris to speak, the spirits fly and turn, as they keep going and blinking. We just stand and watch, and they start aggressively blinking. It's like they're telling us to hurry up. Foo-foo. Apparently they're in a hurry to show us a place they like. Chris laughs and starts walking, and we follow her. Walking in Another World, Chapter 422, Altair's Dungeon, 9th floor, Part 3. We reach an open area in the forest, with a vast field of flowers. Ah, they're telling us to watch, says Chris, and when the spirits line up on top of the field of flowers, wind blows and strongly shakes the flowers. Then light comes out of them, and the field of flowers shines brightly. The light keeps climbing, hangs in the air for a bit, slowly comes down like it's being sucked into the flowers, and disappears. Incredible. Yes, it sure is. Beautiful. It looks like the spirits like our reactions, and they do it again. Thank you. We're going to eat, but what about you? Yes, I see. Then see you later. What did they say? The spirits are going to eat too. My spirits don't eat, so I'm kind of surprised. Spirits aren't all the same. It seems some eat, some absorb power from nature, and some receive magic energy from the people they're contracted to. Chris heard from Morgan that very few actually go out and seek food for themselves. Incidentally, Chris draws power from nature, but sometimes Chris also shares her magic energy. My spirits are kind, so they try not to put a burden on me. That means they actually want more magic energy from Chris, but are holding back. But Chris says with a smile that since she hasn't been using magic energy on transformation magic lately, she has more to share with them. Let's eat too then. As we watch the spirits fly away, I lay down a sheet, and start taking food out of the item box. By the way, Chris' spirits went too. Being able to eat warm food like this really is handy. It sure is. I wish I could make item bags with the same features as my item box. But even my skills can't do that. If you could make that with a skill, it would become worthless. Just the fact that you can make item bags is already a big deal. If someone with enough influence finds out about it, they'll try to pull me over to their faction without a doubt. Or even use their position to force me into it. I know that, and that's why I typically only make things for my party. And if I need money, I can just make money selling potions. But what's going to happen to the prices of potions going forward, now that the threat of the Demon King is gone? I think it will be fine. It's not like the monsters are gone, and a lot of people are drawn to the dungeons. If anything, I think people that went to the Dark Forest are going to want to go to dungeons, and the prices might go up. That'd be nice. But there was a lot of damage too, especially to Elysia and the Empire. Elysia is fine for now, since the Beast King is looking after it, but apparently the Empire isn't doing so well. Well, from my point of view, I've heard from Sarah what the Empire did, and I've actually learned what kind of people they are, so while I wish there would be a big change, I think it will be difficult. We keep chatting while eating, and eventually, the spirits come back. 3 of them start flying around Chris, and she whispers something while laughing. I think those are the spirits contracted to her. I don't know what they're saying, but I can tell Chris is having fun. Meanwhile, another one comes and joins them, and Chris makes sounds like she's listening to it. Sora, this spirit is saying they want to try your food, she tells me, but I'm kind of bewildered. Chris turns to the spirit as she talks, and it blinks like it's asserting it's something. I think it might be saying she's right. Really? I asked Chris without thinking, and she nods. Well, it's not like she'd lie, and I guess it wouldn't hurt even if I put out food and they didn't eat it. It's just a little bit of trouble. And this is their territory. I feel like if we upset them, something bad is going to happen. I place plates on a simple table with various kinds of food. There's steak, soup, and stir-fry of mostly vegetables. I feel like Chris wants to say something, but I keep going. And as I keep doing it, more spirits start to gradually approach us. It's not all of them, but there are the 3 contracted to Chris, and a few others who are watching from a distance and not moving. Here you go, I say, not feeling very confident, but when I take a step back, the spirits rush in like they were waiting for it. The food on the plates starts disappearing quickly, like it's being engulfed by the light. But why does Chris look more surprised than me or Sarah? Walking in Another World, Chapter 423, Altair's Dungeon, 9th Floor, Part 4. We get walking again after finishing our lunch, and start getting dinner ready before the sun goes down. Apparently the spirits that ate lunch are expecting more for dinner, because they're staring at me as I prepare it, and not moving at all. At this rate, I'm going to have to cook breakfast tomorrow morning too. I supposedly made plenty, but the spirits eat so much, that it gets me wondering where it all goes. I made enough to easily last 10 days if it was just the 3 of us, but the spirits are only about as big as my head. Well, that's what I assume based on the size of the lights. But Chris tells me I'm right. This means that they eat more than their own size. Where is it all going? They're just light from my point of view anyway, but according to Chris, they come in all shapes and sizes. Some look like people, some like animals. They really have an appetite. They'd get along great with Hikari. It's Sarah's second time seeing the meat, but she can't hide her surprise. I can't blame them, considering just how much they eat. Also, the spirits that aren't eating are just spending time their own ways. Tomorrow we're going to where they normally live, right? Yes. It's on the way to the next staircase, and they say there are more of their friends there, says Chris, but when I use magic energy detection again, I don't see any more concentrations of magic energy reactions on this floor, but my skill won't pick them up if they have an ability that hides their magic energy. So I can't say for certain they aren't here. Let's decide the order in which we keep watch today, and go to sleep. The spirits seem satisfied too, as they float gently from left to right. And I'm also done cleaning the dishes with purification magic. About that, Sora. The spirits say they will keep watch for us. Are you sure about that? We heard there aren't any monsters, but just being in the middle of a dungeon is enough to worry me. Come to think of it, I've never asked Chris if her spirits were capable of keeping watch. Yes, it's fine. I don't understand why, but I feel a strong connection to the spirits here. I feel like I can use more power than usual. More than usual. That makes me twitch a little. The sight of Chris using spirit magic in Elysia pops into my mind, as well as the monsters that were hit directly by it, and the big craters it created. All right, I'll take your word for it. Let's go to sleep. I cast shields with enough magic energy to hold until morning just in case, before the 3 of us go to sleep. Like my map said, and like the spirits said, no monsters appear, meaning we can sleep the whole night for the first time in a while. When I wake up the next morning, it's time to cook. Can you help me, Chris and Sarah? They help me cut things, but the final seasoning is all up to me. Sora's cooking is the best, surely. Yes, the way you season it is very good. You're not getting anything out of saying that. If you think I'm that soft, keep thinking it, I guess. I kind of feel like having something someone else cooked for once. It's been a while. They'd probably do it if I asked, but, and also, Pretty much everything that I have that I haven't cooked is stuff I bought at stalls and kept in my item box. And that's what I present to the spirits this time. Hikari might get mad if she learns about it. She was looking forward to having this when she picked it. Among them, there's stuff that can only be found in the capital of Elysia too. I guess we'll have to go back and get more. Stuff like that crosses my mind as I season the food, and it's successfully completed. The cooking skill is working well as always. Once we're done eating, the spirits guide us as we walk through the forest. Sometimes they bring berries and fruit to me. Are they thanking me for the food, or are they telling me to cook with these? I ask, and Chris says they're just thanking me, so I put it all in the item box. Of course, I also use appraisal to check if they're edible. I think it's fine, but there's a lot of stuff I've never seen before. Then we take a break to have lunch, keep walking after that, and reach a certain place before the sun sets. I gulp at what I see. Chris and Sarah also open their eyes widely with surprise. There are several wooden boxes lined up. Well, actually, they aren't wooden boxes, more like containers made up of flowers and wood. And in each container there's what looks like a doll lying down. I don't know what that is, but it makes me forget I'm even in a dungeon. Really, whispers Chris. I turn around, and see her looking pale. Are you alright? Yes. Do you know what this is? I ask, and she nods. Apparently, they're spirits. I look there again, but they really just look like dolls. Walking in Another World. Chapter 424, Altair's Dungeon, 9th floor, Part 5. Flower caskets. Chris says that the spirits, who are still flying around, say we don't need to worry about these perfectly lined up spirits. But Chris still doesn't feel good about it, and she's resting, leaning on Sarah. Needless to say, she moved away from this place too. She didn't want to see it. But I'm curious. I want to ask what that's about, but I feel like it isn't the best time. Could it be that Chris actually knows something? I want to cook. Is that okay? I don't have a translator here, so I try asking a spirit hovering in front of me, but it doesn't respond. I don't think they understand me, but it does react when I take meat out of the item box. And when I keep taking out ingredients, the spirits that swarm in when I cook all come to me. We need to eat something, so I guess I'll just cook. It doesn't feel like they're going to try to stop me either. I prepare a space on the ground, and start a fire. I need to be careful about lighting a fire in the middle of a forest, so it's nice that I have an empty space that's perfect for me to cook. If sparks fly, I have to put them out quickly with magic, so I can't get distracted. I have 3 cooking areas, 2 to roast meat, and 1 to make soup. I don't really understand them, but I feel like after seeing them eat a few times, they like meat. I figured spirits would like vegetables, and stuff like that grows in nature. But Chris told me that the flavor of meat made an impact because they've never had it before. I put meat on the iron plates, as I think that they would really get along with Hikari, and the spirits gradually approach. They don't seem to get burned, but it makes me feel nervous. All I see is balls of light, but knowing that they're actually like the dolls we saw before makes me concerned. Well, they actually have good manners when it comes to this, and wait until the food is served on plates. They're not diving on the hot plates after the meat. They did that once right at the start, but Chris got mad and scolded them. That angry look was nothing new, but it was pretty scary. Let's not get her angry. I check the meat, finish it with salt and pepper and a special sauce, and then serve it. And when I step away, the spirits swarm it. At this point, I know they're not going to be satisfied with that, and when I start preparing the second round on the iron plates, Sarah comes over. Are the spirits the same as usual? Yes, as you can see. How's Chris? She's lying down. I don't think she can talk about why just yet. I see. I give Sarah soup and steak I put aside for us. And when she starts eating, the swarm of spirits all turn to the plate. I'm eating mine too, while minding the meat being grilled, and restocking the empty plates. This repeats 4 times, until the spirits are seemingly satisfied and stop around the empty plates. If they were human, I'd say they were too full to move. Sarah and I have a drink while watching them. What about Chris' portion? You should put it in one of those insulated containers you made. We can take turns going to sleep if you want. We should be leaving this floor tomorrow, and we slept well last night, so that will probably work. And so, tonight Sarah and I are taking turns staying up. She goes to sleep first, and I take firewood out of the item box while cleaning up the cooking area, and feeding the one fire I didn't put out. It's not cold, so I don't need a strong fire, and I just give it some firewood once in a while. I watch the flames dance, and feel the tension leave my shoulders and my body relaxing. It's a strange feeling. Before I know it, the spirits are flying around the fire, but they don't really do anything. I keep hearing the cracks of the fire echoing in the silence, as time slowly passes. Watching the fire like this makes me forget I'm even in a dungeon. Sora? Suddenly I hear a voice, and when I turn around, I see Chris. Are you alright? I ask, and she nods as she sits next to me. I look over at the side of her face, but I can't see her complexion because of the fire. Do you want some soup? Yes. It doesn't look like she has much of an appetite, but she knows she has to eat something. I heat it up again, and give it to her. I feel like the spirits also want it, but you guys ate all that meat before. Sora, you should go rest. I can handle it from here, she says after she finishes the soup. I hesitate, but accept her offer. I'm not tired, but I get the feeling that she wants to be alone. Go to sleep after you're done having a breather too, okay? Is all I say before I leave, but she reaches out and grabs my clothes. Even she looks surprised. I guess she did that reflexively. I think her face is a little red, but that might be just the fire reflecting off it. I sit back down, wrap myself in a sheet, and go to sleep here. Walking in Another World, Chapter 425, Altair's Dungeon, 9th Floor, Part 6, Chris' Point of View. We went to the 9th floor, even though Hikari and Rurika haven't woken up yet. Then I had a strange feeling, and met spirits. At first I was confused, because the magic energy around them is different from the spirits contracted to me. Spirits have different personalities and abilities too. Still, the spirits' grandma, my sister, and Kotri formed a contract with all have that same magic energy. There are slight differences, but nothing compared to the spirits I met here. That was why I was so surprised when I met them for the first time. But after translating what they said, that I had a hard time hearing, and feeling them, I figured I could trust them. There, you know, pure and innocent. What surprised me the most was when they ate. Grandma told me about spirits like these before, but all I heard was that they ate things like honey and fruit. When Sora got them steak, they jumped in to bite it before I could stop him. So they eat solid food like meat too. Then I was surprised by their appetite, but there really was no problem. In fact, there weren't any monsters on this floor either, or other dangers, so we got to rest well. And perhaps because I got to let that tension go, that night, I had a nice sleep. When I went to sleep, the spirits contracted to me said they were going to play, so I saw them off as they flew away, looking like they were having fun. The next day, we continued moving with them. Sora really wanted some help cooking, so I helped him cut ingredients, but nothing more. But it's not like I'm bad at cooking or anything. Actually, the spirits contracted to me stopped me. Apparently they watched the other spirits swarming Sora as he cooked, and didn't want me in that position. Could it be that they thought the others might take me away? Even I felt my cheeks loosening at that cute reaction. But I might form contracts with more spirits eventually. I don't want to treat any of them differently when that happens, but I also can't help but feel like the ones that have been with me since I was a little girl will feel special to me. When I tell them that, they look happy, and dance around me. But they still don't want me cooking. They're not backing down from that. Sorry Sora, do your best. And on our second day on the 9th floor, we reached the spot they normally call their home. There I saw spirits sleeping. No, sleeping isn't the right word. Their magic energy, rather, I felt no breath of life from them. I felt a commotion in my heart. I've never seen spirits in this condition. Spirit death. I've never heard of this, even from Grandma. But the spirits I saw definitely looked dead. I felt sick, and had trouble even standing up, so I laid down. And Sarah stayed with me until I fell asleep. When I woke up, I saw her sleeping next to me. She was worried about me. I got up carefully, so I didn't wake her up, and went to where Sora was. He gave me soup, and after I drank it and took a deep breath, I didn't know what to say. Thank you, Sora. You should go rest too. You're tired from cooking too, right? He probably wasn't all that tired thanks to his strange ability, but I said that because of the heavy atmosphere around us. Then he tried to go somewhere else, out of consideration for me, but I reflexively reached out and grabbed him. He looked troubled. What was I doing? I could feel my face becoming hot. Sora said nothing. He just quietly laid down here and went to sleep. And as I looked at him, I thought this was no good. I haven't grown at all. But my spirits consoled me. When did they get back? Are you sure it's all right? I whispered without thinking, but apparently my spirits talked to the others for me. Basically, they said the others are resting. They had to have a sad goodbye, so they are resting to heal their hearts. The ones resting had to part with the people they were contracted to. When I heard that, I turned to my spirits. I have a longer lifespan than Sora and the others, but still, Grandma told me spirits basically live forever. I don't know when it will be, but there will be a time when the same thing will happen to us. What will become of these spirits then? Walking in Another World, Chapter 426, Altair's Dungeon, 10th Floor, Part 1. I wake up feeling good again today. I even forget for a moment that I'm in a dungeon. We'll eat and then keep moving, but what about the spirits? That question suddenly pops into my mind. So I ask Chris, and she says they're staying, but apparently they're also strongly asserting that they want to eat too. Honestly, it's probably going to take less than 2 hours to walk to the staircase. We could have continued walking and gotten there yesterday, but we were so surprised by this sight, that we couldn't do it. More importantly, Chris wasn't feeling well. I quickly cook some meat and make soup, and after we're done eating, it's time to leave. Apparently Chris is saying goodbye to them, and says they're saying goodbye to me too. Is telling me they hope I cook for them again really a way to say goodbye? Let's not think about it too much. Are you feeling better, Chris? Yes, I'm sorry for worrying you. Chris apologizes to me and Sarah, and tells us about those other spirits. She doesn't know too much about them, but they're sleeping and waiting for the day when they can get out there again. I tell her I didn't feel any magic energy, and she says that apparently that's how it is. It's not like I know anything about the ecology of spirits anyway, so I just have to trust what she says. We eventually reach the staircase to the 10th floor as planned. There's a small landing area along the way, with a device to teleport us. We're done registering, so let's go back there now. Yes. It's important to see how things are, I say, and Sarah agrees. It's only been 2 days, but maybe there have been changes to Hikari and Rurika's condition. We're about to go back with this faint hope in mind, when I realize Chris didn't respond, and when I turn to her, I'm surprised to see her walking down the stairs. Chris, we're going back first. She doesn't respond to me. Chris, we're going back. She ignores Sarah too, and keeps walking down the stairs. I quickly move out, and reach out to stop her, but she disappears into the 10th floor just before I do. Sarah and I look at each other, and cross that same boundary line to go after her. We're in such a hurry, that I lose my balance and almost fall face first, but I manage to stop myself with one hand on the ground. I don't have time to take a breather before I look for Chris, while at the same time checking our surroundings with presence detection. Chris was right in front of us, and I'm not picking anything on presence detection except us. But the moment I raise my head, my attention is taken by a very tall tree. And apparently the same goes for Sarah. I can hear her gulping next to me, but Chris on the other hand, is still moving. What's wrong, Chris? Yells Sarah, and she grabs her shoulder. Chris finally stops, and turns to Sarah. It's like her eyes aren't focusing, but they get their light back gradually. What is the matter, Sarah? Are you alright, Chris? What do you mean? I'm fine. Where are we? She eventually realizes where we are, and her expression looks utterly confused. This is the 10th floor. I respond, and she looks even more confused, with her small mouth wide open. 10th floor of the dungeon? Yes. You suddenly started walking just as we were heading back, so we followed you here to the 10th floor. I did? I feel like something was calling me. No good. I can't remember. Did something take over her consciousness or something? I use both appraisal and magic energy detection on her, but there's no change to her status. Her status just shows dash when I use appraisal. What now, Sora? What do you mean, Sarah? Are we going back, or investigating. The stairs are right there. I call for map, and I'm surprised when I check the size of the 10th floor. I don't even have to enlarge it to see the whole thing. Basically, it's less than 500 meters to the wall with the big tree. It's smaller than the first floor. And looking at it more closely, I see there isn't another staircase to the next floor. If map is right, this is the last floor. Sora, can we go to that big tree? It doesn't seem particularly dangerous, but I don't feel anything through presence detection or magic energy detection. Actually, the second one is reacting, and it's coming from that big tree, but it's so weak that it seems strange that it's coming from a tree that big. Well, it's not like I have experience with trees giving off magic energy, but it does feel frail considering its size. It really did feel like something was calling me. But we can go back and prepare better if you two think we should stop. Sarah and I look at each other, and it feels like she's saying it's up to me. Not at all like she's laying the responsibility on me. This floor isn't very big, so we can go check, if you're curious. But we need to be careful. They nod. So we form a line with me at the front and Sarah in the back, and head towards the big tree. Walking in Another World, Chapter 427, Altair's Dungeon, 10th Floor, Part 2. We walk slowly, as we approach the big tree. Looking up, I can see the branches and leaves stretching and covering the sky. More than half of this floor is covered by this tree umbrella, so I figured it would be dim here with the sunlight being blocked. But it's actually not. It's strange how it's still bright. Incredible. I can't even see a little bit of the top, says Sarah. Yes, it's overwhelming. The closer we get, the clearer its sheer size gets. We can see how big it is from the trunk too. But getting closer also shows us something else. Doesn't it look unwell? Asks Chris, because looking at it more closely, we can see the differences in the colors of the leaves. Maybe it could just be that this tree is like this to begin with it. But I can see withered leaves too. And looking up like this is making my neck hurt. Yes, it isn't well, Chris says again, so I tilt my neck down to look at her, and see her touching the trunk. Yes tilde, big trouble tilde. We hear a voice that sounds like it's responding to her. Chris immediately pulls her hand back and looks cautious. And Sarah and I get ready to draw our weapons. But we don't see anyone, and neither presence detection or magic energy detection show me anything. No, there is something on magic energy detection, and it's coming from the tree in front of us. It's faint, but it's all there is. Don't be so wary tilde. I'm harmless tilde. Then, it suddenly appears right in front of us, a doll that's about the size of a child's head. The first thing that catches my eye are the 4 wings on its back. They're like butterfly wings, but thin and transparent, and shine when light hits them. I also get the feeling that its face resembles Chris a little. It's wearing a simple one-piece dress. So is it a girl? Does it even have a gender? What's wrong tilde? Hey tilde. I'm at a loss for words. This happened so suddenly. And the same goes for Chris and Sarah. Who are you? I ask, still alert. Fufafu tilde. I'm Eliana tilde. And you tilde. Wait, why are people here tilde? This isn't a place where people usually come tilde. She introduces herself, but quickly tilts her head and asks a question. We came here to pick holy tree fruit to save a friend. We heard about it from the Dragon King, I say, as I cast appraisal on the girl calling herself Eliana. Name, Eliana. Job level, 12, race, spirit. Condition, weakness. There's a lot I don't understand, but I cast appraisal on the giant tree while I'm at it. Eliana's tree, a tree created by the spirit goddess Eliana. The first thing I notice is that same name again. So this is a tree that houses spirits. No, there are a couple of words that catch my eye even more. Spirit goddess tilde. If Al told you, that means you're friends of Al tilde. But tilde. No, wait, holy tree fruit tilde. She ignores my surprise, and tilts her head at the mention of holy tree fruit. Is there such a thing here tilde? Eliana raises her head and looks up. I also look up, and see a vivid blue fruit hanging from a branch. It's very high up, and looks very small. It might be here tilde. But was that called holy tree fruit tilde? It doesn't seem like Eliana knows, but appraisal does, and tells me it's holy tree fruit. There's no doubt about it. And this is the only fruit-bearing tree on this floor, right? She has some divinity to her, but her size and listlessness makes it hard to see her as a goddess. I don't think I could revere her as a goddess, even if she told me to. Then again, my image of goddesses is pretty bad, considering the previous example. But that also means that if she's a goddess, I need to be cautious. Despite what this one looks like, the power of that goddess was very real. She looks harmless, but who knows when she could bare her fangs. Yes, there's only that tilde. I've never seen any other fruit tilde. Then can you let us have it? Like I said before, we need it to save a friend. And I said it too tilde. I don't think it has that big of an effect tilde. That means a single holy tree fruit might not have that much value. I don't know much about its effect either. I just want to get it because it's an ingredient to make elixir. HN tilde. If you came digging this far, it must be important to you tilde. But it's tough now tilde. It would be different if Al was here tilde. But why didn't Al come here himself tilde? Did something happen to Al tilde? It sounds like people can't normally get here, and if someone wanted holy tree fruit, Al would be the one who came here to get it. But Al-Tsahak can't come here anymore. He's not even in this world. That's why we're here. Should I tell her that? She's a goddess, and knows Al-Tsahak. So there's a very good chance she also knows Elizabeth. What would happen if I told her Elizabeth died? I'm scared of telling her. Walking in Another World, Chapter 428, Altair's Dungeon, 10th Floor, Part 3. I'm scared of how Eliana will react. Should I tell her the truth? Then Chris gently grabs my hand, and I turn to her. Sora, let's tell her the truth. I'm sure it will be fine, she says. Her confident attitude is enough for me to straighten my back. It may sound pathetic, but since she might be a goddess, I think we need to be careful with her. No, that's just an excuse. Despite the reason, I think I just feel bad for killing Elizabeth, who Eliana knows. Appraisal is useful, but this time, knowing who I'm talking to really is just made me scared. Al-Tsahak isn't in this world anymore. I give it to her straight without thinking, and I hear a small sigh from Chris. Sarah is smiling awkwardly too. I get why they're reacting like that. Eliana's face visibly twists when she hears me, and tears well up in her eyes. It looks like she's about to cry. Ah, no, that's not it. He's not in this world, but he's alive. What do you mean tilde? Al-Tsahak is in their heavenly realm? Basically, he went back to where the gods live. Now she looks confused. When Al-Tsahak returned there, he said something that sounded like he used the gate Eris created, so he probably couldn't get back on his own. And Eliana might not fully believe that if I tell her. Anyway, I'll explain things in order. But first, how much do you know about this world, Eliana? She's here. But can she fly to the outside world and live there if she wants? I feel like the answer to that will change the circumstances a lot, and it will change how I talk about Elizabeth. Chris says we should tell her the truth, but our goal should be to avoid the brunt of her anger. She doesn't look strong, but if she really is a goddess, we should assume her fighting power is on par with Elizabeth's. HN tilde. This world tilde? Al hasn't been coming by lately tilde. When was the last time we met tilde? I think it was when Ini was born, and he brought her and his wife here tilde. Doesn't that mean it was over 100 years ago? Do you get lonely, being here alone, Eliana? I ask something that isn't related to anything. I'm generally sleeping tilde. I guess this time I woke up, because I felt someone's presence for the first time in a while tilde. She also says that ever since she moved here, she hasn't been outside, so she knows basically nothing about the outside world. Al-Tsahak used to come here and talk every once in a while, but they would just chat, and apparently she heard nothing about Elizabeth. I decide to talk to her with that in mind. I think it would be easier to understand if I started from when I got to this world, and so, I start from when I was summoned. That should make it easier to understand where Elizabeth stood too. Eliana stays quiet and listens. Maybe she's very empathetic, because when I tell her about things like Chris and Rurika meeting Sarah, Casey being petrified, finding Eris, and other stuff like that, she cries. And she's angry when she hears about what Elysia did to Hikari, and the Empire to Sarah. So, Eliza tilde. And she's sad at the end, When she hears about Elizabeth, she holds her mouth shut strongly, like she's keeping something in. And so you came here to save the girl that died when Eliza possessed her, Tilda? That's it. Can I see her condition, Tilda? I bring Mia out of the item box, and carefully put her on the ground. I can feel Al from this dagger, Tilda. It was made with a fang from the Dragon King. I see, Tilda. Her time has stopped, and she's in a state of suspended death, Tilda. Could an elixir bring her back, Tilda? She says, before she crosses her arms and goes quiet. I hear her groan here and there, like she's thinking. That fruit is actually rare, Tilda. That's the only one now, Tilda. So how about you take it, but with the condition that you have to make my wish come true, Tilda? Well, is it going to be something unreasonable? Tilda. Will it, Tilda? Eliana says after turning to Chris. I'm asking you, Chris, Tilda. But I think you two can help too, Tilda. What is it? Asks Chris. And Eliana says she wants us to conquer a dungeon. Is there something in the dungeon? Something important, Tilda, she says as she turns to the big tree. So, Tilda? It sounds hard, Tilda. You can say no, Tilda. But then you can't have that fruit, Tilda. I don't even know what dungeon she's talking about, so I can't just answer. But if we say no, we can't get holy tree fruit. Noto said something about beating the Preek's dungeon. If that's what Eliana is talking about, it's fine. But, and as I'm thinking, very well, we accept. Chris responds. Sarah is surprised too, but doesn't say anything. And when I'm about to say she shouldn't say that, she stops me with her eyes. Mia needs it, right? It's alright, we have Grandma and my sister too. We have a lot of reliable people to help us. I'm sure it will be fine. Walking in Another World, Chapter 429, Altair's Dungeon, 10th floor. Part 4. Then Tilda. Can I ask to form a contract, Tilda? That's important, so I wouldn't feel right with just a verbal agreement, Tilda, Eliana says as she puts out her small hand. Chris walks forward with no hesitation, kneels, and whispers something that sounds like a spell. Is this really a good idea? Chris decided it for herself, so it's up to her. She says she isn't brave, and has low self-esteem, but she's the most stubborn, and the one who hangs on to her beliefs the most. Sarah also says that according to Rurika, it was Chris who said they should go out looking for her and Eris. It happened when they were younger, so apparently she doesn't even remember it. But Sarah says Morrigan confirmed it too. And I'm here to help. You too, right Sora? There's a lot we don't know about dungeons, but we've gone through lots of places, and we've been growing. As I hear Sarah, I think about all the countries I've been to, and the problems I've surpassed. And I have the walking skill too. I've been losing a lot of opportunities to walk thanks to the transfer skill, but it should get a chance to shine again if we go through a dungeon. And I want to help Mia wake up soon, and Rurika and Hikari too. I also start thinking about Hikari and Rurika. Seeing Chris suddenly charge into the 10th floor, and Eliana appearing, made me completely forget how much elixir can be made with just one holy tree fruit. If I can only make one, I have to look into a method to treat Hikari and Rurika. In fact, I don't even know if the elixir will really work. It revives people after death, if used right after death, so it's the ultimate healing item. I'm sure it will work, but the contract has been formed, Tilda. Now, as per the contract, you can have it, Tilda, Eliana says as she flaps her wings and goes up. She's kind of unsteady, and it gets me nervous because it feels like she might fall at any moment. Chris, is that contract dangerous? Like, you'll die if you don't fulfill it, or something like that? You worry too much. Miss Eliana made it sound like a big deal, but it's nothing harmful to me. In fact, I'm back, Tilda. Here you go, Tilda. Eliana's return interrupts Chris. I thought it looked small from a distance, but holy tree fruit really is no bigger than a baseball. Eliana is carrying it with both hands, but that's because she's tiny. Chris takes the holy tree fruit, and then hands it to me. I cast appraisal on it, and start looking into how to make elixir with the creation skill. That makes me think up a clear recipe, and I can see that with a holy tree fruit this size, I really can only make one elixir. Are you alright, Sora? Why yes. Anyway, it looks like I can make elixir. Also, Eliana, about the 8th floor of this dungeon. I tell her about the crystal tree on the 8th floor, and how Hikari and Rurika lost their consciousness when they touched it, and haven't woken up since. I also describe the symptoms as best I can. Crystal tree tilde? Was there something like that tilde? Eliana looks confused too, and starts making noises again with her arms crossed. Then she suddenly opens her eyes widely. Like the one Ekel said he wanted to grow a long time ago tilde? She asks, but how am I supposed to know who this Ekel is? I tell her that without even thinking, and she tells me it's Hekel, a god friend. But I tell her I don't know about god friends, and she tells me it's the demon god Hekel, who came down to the land of Arca with her. So, I feel like I remember him leaving here. Something dangerous. He was researching tilde. Then again, I don't apostrophe T tilde. That in itself is pretty dangerous. I want to see her condition. In any case tilde. Can you bring them here tilde? Eliana says quickly, as she sees us turn pale, but her listless way of talking robs it of any urgency. Bring them here. Carrying two people who are sleeping seems pretty troublesome, especially since they didn't go through the 9th floor. I can carry one, so can I have a golem carry the other? But maybe they can't, because we'll be walking through a forest. What if I carry Rurika, and Sarah carries Hikari? Eliana is looking at us and seems puzzled, so I tell her the rules we follow as we walk through the dungeon. Then you can use my authority, so they can be brought here tilde. She says, as she holds her hand over Chris. A faint light leaves her hand, and it slowly envelops Chris' body. It's a one-time use tilde, and it can only be used on those two who have crossed the 8th floor tilde. Be careful, because you can't bring anyone else tilde. It won't work if you don't follow that tilde. We hear Eliana's warning, and go back to get the other two. And it won't last the whole day, so come back right away tilde, she says before we leave. Walking in Another World, Chapter 430, Alter's Dungeon, 10th floor, Part 5. We quickly get out of the dungeon, tell what's going on to the people looking after Hikari and Rurika, and Uini and the others too. There was a spirit goddess. Is Hikari all right? I wanted to meet her too. We get 3 different responses from the 3 of them. But since we don't have time, we need to get ready right away. I carry Rurika on my back, and Sarah carries Hikari. Rurika is heavier, so well, it makes sense, since Hikari is younger and still developing. Rurika isn't fat or anything. I feel like I need to emphasize that for her sake. And as Eliana said, we don't have any trouble jumping back to the 10th floor. Tilde? These two tilde. Eliana flies around them, and sometimes touches them with her hands like she's examining them. HN tilde. Can you wake up the girl in the state of suspended death first tilde? If you can't, I can do something tilde. I feel like telling her to just do something if she can, but she says she doesn't want to use too much of her strength. And there's something to her serious expression that makes me not want to push too much and ask, could that be related to the weakness showing in her magic energy? I actually feel like it's weaker than when we first got here. In any case, I sit down and start preparing the materials I need from the item box. The creation skill tells me that to make elixir, I need holy tree fruit, a good quality magic stone, and multiple healing items. I need potions that heal HP and MP, as well as an antidote that heals status conditions. And everything has to be of good quality too. Those are some harsh conditions, but then again, how many people are even going to think about making elixir? I guess you, and the master of the Alchemist Guild in Majolica, Buzzin. I need to focus, so don't talk to me, I say to Eliana. She's looking at me with an excited expression, as I take out and start preparing all the items. It definitely feels like she's going to start talking if given the chance, so I let Chris and Sarah look after her. I only have 1 holy tree fruit, so I'm feeling pressured. This can't fail. How does this holy tree produce fruit anyway? What are the conditions? There's only 1, despite the fact that no one has come here in a long time. So there's a chance that there won't even be any more. Or does Eliana eat them as snacks? You're thinking something rude tilde. She's right on the mark, but I don't let my serious expression break. She looks cute, puffing her cheeks like that, and it makes me feel a little less tense. If that was on purpose, I'd have to say it was incredible. I take out an X mana potion too, for when I run out of MP, and look at the status panel. I'd like to destroy the magic item I use as a mark for transfer to get the lost MP back, but that would cause problems. The biggest of which would be losing a means to get away quickly if necessary. I can just do it if I really need that MP. It should work if I focus on it. I'm starting, I announce, and start focusing. I activate the creation skill, and start combining the necessary materials, with holy tree fruit at its core. The big lump of magic energy starts to contract, and releasing light. I infuse it with magic energy while adding the superior species high-quality magic stone, and the shine becomes gradually weaker. And eventually, I end up with a bottle with liquid inside. Appraisal calls it elixir. There's no mention of its quality, but is that because its effect doesn't change based on quality? Are you done, Sora? Yes, this is without a doubt elixir. It looks like I just have to designate a target to use it. If it only worked if people drank it, it wouldn't be called something that can bring people back to life. And so, everything is ready. Now I just have to pull the god-killing dagger from Mia, and use it. I take a deep breath, and put my hand on the dagger. But then I stop. Is this really going to bring her back? We've been pressing forward to get this elixir, not counting the big detour, but now that I have it, and it's time to use it, I'm questioning if it can really bring someone back to life. In my old world, death was irreversible. At best, there were people that could be brought back from the verge of death. But Mia was stabbed with the god-killing dagger in the heart. She's dead. She was frozen in time right after death, thanks to time stop, but that doesn't change the fact that her heart stopped completely. Of course, unlike my old world, this is a world with magic. The rules and common sense are different. But still, my common sense is asking deep within me, can a dead person really be brought back? Walking in Another World, Chapter 431, Revival. Sora, I'm sure it will be all right, says Chris, as she puts her hand on mine, which is still gripping the god-killing dagger, but not moving. I turn to the side while feeling that warmth, and see her smile. This wipes away the anxiety that took over my body, and gives me courage instead. I take a deep breath, exhale slowly, grip the god-killing dagger tighter, and slowly pull it. Once it's fully out, the effect of time stop ends. Blood starts to gush out of Mia, and her clothes are stained red. I try not to rush, as I open the bottle, and use the elixir on Mia. This isn't really used like a potion, or any other healing item. It's more like an item in a video game that works on the person you designate. It feels like a magic item. Will you really use it? A final check pops up in my mind, and I answer yes. The bottle in my hand then turns into particles, which are spread, and disappear as if being sucked into Mia's body. Once they're all gone, Mia's body glows with a faint light, which eventually settles. She doesn't look any different, so it's hard to say if it worked. Her time was stopped right after death, so she didn't have time to lose the color on her face. But using appraisal shows me her status has gone from time stop to apostrophe. We keep watching her, holding our breaths, until she moves slightly. And then she opens her eyes a little, blinks, and sits up. Then she looks at me and tilts her head, like a question mark just popped up on top of it. Yes, we're all looking at her with surprise on our faces, but Mia herself is just bewildered, because she doesn't know what's going on. Are you all right? Is all I say. Yes. You don't remember? We don't even know where Mia's memories end. Before Elizabeth possessed her, or does she remember what happened while she was possessed? Mia hangs her head after hearing my question. She takes a few deep breaths, and when she raises her head again, there are tears in her eyes. Yes, I'm all right. I remember. Why did you save me? As I wonder if I should explain, Chris suddenly gets up and hugs Mia. Mia is surprised to be hugged, but puts her arms around Chris. Thank goodness. I'm so glad. Chris' words are cut short, as she starts crying. And as if moved by that, Mia starts crying too. I look at them, and it makes sense. From Chris' point of view, Mia was sacrificed in place of her sister. Says Sarah. Yes, if we couldn't have stopped Mia when she was possessed by Elizabeth, Eris, the Demon King, would have lost her life. We couldn't save both. So in the end, we killed Mia to beat back Elizabeth. It makes sense for Chris to think of Mia as someone who was sacrificed to save her sister. Fufu, too bad, Sora. Chris took your moving reunion from you, says Sarah. Just as I'm thinking this all makes sense. Well, what matters to me is that she's awake and feeling well. Anything more would be asking for too much. But when Mia suddenly looks at me, and I look back at her, I get happy when she smiles at me. So, where are we? And I don't see Hikari and Ruroka. Hearing that prompts us to look to where Hikari and Ruroka are sleeping, which takes Mia's eyes there too. I wanted to explain once things calm down a little more, but Mia is looking at me like she's asking for an explanation, so I have to tell her what happened to them. I don't know if I can heal them, but I will try. And tell me more about what happened while I was sleeping. Chris stopped crying before I knew it, and Mia signals for her to stand back. Her face is a little red, but let's not touch on that. I extend my hand to help Mia up, and we walk towards Hikari and Ruroka together. Sora, what is that cute being over there? As we walk towards them, Mia notices Ileana, and asks about her while pointing. Did Ileana hear her? Good eye. Makes sense that a goddess chose her. My name is Ileana. Nice to meet you. She says with a full smile, while flying around Mia. Mia seems overwhelmed by this, but calms Ileana down like she's used to it, and starts looking at Hikari and Ruroka like she's checking their condition. Walking in Another World, Chapter 432, Healing. Mia watches them for a while, until, I don't know if I can heal them, but I will try holy magic, she says, and immediately starts chanting recovery. There's no hesitation to her, and both girls wake up right away. Unlike my recovery, I felt highly concentrated magic energy the moment she cast hers. It really makes me feel like my holy magic and hers are different on a fundamental level, although I don't get to use it a lot in the first place. Where my head hurts. Big Sister Mia. Ruroka holds her head, and Hikari opens her eyes widely when she sees Mia in front of her. Big Sister Mia. And once she fully comes to, she gets up and tries to go to her, but loses her balance and almost falls. Mia gently catches her, and lets out a sigh of relief. I guess Mia herself really wasn't sure it would work, even if she looked very confident. Are you all right, Ruroka? I'm fine. Chris and Sarah put their hands out towards Ruroka, as they explain what happened to her. I'm glad you're both awake. You really worried us. I was pretty worried after they collapsed, but the same goes for everyone, especially since we had no idea how to treat them. Yes, thank goodness. Ileana looks happy too. Big Sister Mia, there's a tiny thing there, is what Hikari says when she sees Ileana. Well, she's not wrong, but Ileana doesn't like it. She puffs her cheeks and lashes out at Hikari. Geez. What do you mean tiny? I'm very grand. Despite what I look like. I was going to say something about her calling herself grand, but she said despite what I look like, so she has her hands on her waist and looks angry. But there's no impact to it. Strange being, Hikari says as she looks at Ileana, who is right in front of her. She lets her curiosity get the better of her, and pokes Ileana with her finger. I don't know if it's because she was pushed or what, but Ileana starts spinning and flying away. Basically, blown away. Is she really that weak? Still, she managed to touch her. Master, there's something weird. She's the one who saved Mia, so make sure you apologize later. I turn around, and see her floating a little further away, so she's fine. But then she returns incredibly quickly, and starts complaining at Hikari. She's mad, but her listless way of speaking makes it not sound that way. Eventually, when she's out of breath, I'm sorry. Hikari apologizes after being urged by Mia. All right then. Ileana's bad mood is fixed instantly. I can't tell if she's simple or lenient. More importantly, can I use purification magic, Mia? That looks pretty awful. And it can't feel good either. Maybe I should have said this sooner, but I didn't get the chance. She started bleeding when I pulled out the god-killing dagger, so her clothes are stained with blood around the chest. And it's even more noticeable because she's wearing white. I also notice blood on Hikari, and some red on Chris's clothes too. But Chris then interjects. Wouldn't it be better to get changed? It's not big, but there is a hole. When Mia hears this, she looks at her chest, and covers it with her hands. It's fine though. It's so red, that we basically can't see any skin. If I actually said that, it would be a disaster though, so I keep my mouth shut and face the opposite direction. I end up turning towards Ileana, who has a grin on her face. I feel like flicking her with my fingers, but fight that urge. She'd get all noisy again if I did that. And she's still a goddess, so I should avoid doing anything like that. More importantly, looking at her more closely, something feels off. And when I stare, I know I'm cute, but don't stare so much, Tilda, she says, so I stop. And Mia is done changing, so Hikari comes over to me and pulls my sleeve. When I turn to her, Master, I'm hungry, she says as she looks up at me, and Chris and Sarah laugh. We were worried when they were unconscious, so seeing Hikari act the same as always is kind of comforting. Let's eat then. Can I cook here? I ask Ileana, while patting Hikari's head. No problem, Tilda. But if you're going to eat, do it over here, Tilda. And so, we move to a spot pointed out by Ileana. Walking in Another World Walking in Another World, Chapter 433. Wish. That same scene I'm used to is back, is what I think while surrounded by food. Hikari in particular is really happy about it. For once, she has a smile on her face from beginning to end. She's stuffing her cheeks with meat, and after Mia wipes sauce off her face, she goes right back to smiling. It might not seem that way to her, but for us, Mia has been gone for a while. The others are also watching them, as we all chat and eat. Ileana, don't you want to eat? HN Tilda. I'm fine, Tilda, I say to Ileana, who looks a little left out, but she says she doesn't really need to eat. When we finish, Mia scolds Hikari for eating too much. I do feel like she ate more than usual. But when I try to smooth things over, Mia gets mad at me. You're too soft on Hikari. After having a meal with everyone present for the first time in a while, we talk about what's been happening. Mostly about what happened while Mia was sleeping. How Elizia collapsed, and how Rurika and Hikari fainted. Ileana is also listening, sitting on Chris' lap. Sora Tilda. Can I have that dagger, Tilda? Ileana suddenly asks when everyone is silent. I can't answer that on the spot. Considering we're going to a dungeon, and surely other places too, the god-killing dagger will be a trump card. I can replicate it, but the copies don't last for long, and they take a lot of magic energy. Of course, it's not all disadvantages either. It's still useful to be able to replicate it, but just having the dagger makes a difference, psychologically. If we're going to places like a dungeon, I want to keep it. HN, then I will give you something in return, Tilda. That dagger is a memento of Al, who went back to the divine realm, Tilda. What can I give you, Tilda? Branches from this tree, Tilda? I think you can make staves for Chris and the saint, Tilda. When I hesitate, she offers a trade, a liana tree branch. It might bring out the maximum effect of spells, is what appraisal tells me, but I don't really get it. Elves like Chris are especially blessed, Tilda. They bring out the full power of spirits, Tilda. Can we get more? HN. Enough for 5 people is the limit, Tilda. Any more and they will start to drop in quality, Tilda. Alright, then I'll trade it for enough branches for 5 people. I agree to the trade. It kind of feels like a waste, but it's for Chris and Mia, so it's fine. I get 5 liana tree branches, and hand over the god-killing dagger. Ileana takes it carefully, and holds it against her chest. Thanks. I feel like I hear her say that, but it's so quiet, that I'm not sure if I didn't mishear it. Are you sure about this, Sora? Yes, there's enough for Eris and the others too. It will be more useful than the dagger. Once Elizia's misdeeds are transmitted throughout the world, it should gradually become a better world for elves. But that will take time, and I'm sure there are idiots everywhere. Elizia was buying them all. But apparently elves were popular as slaves anyway. If they have those things to protect themselves, that should serve as a deterrent. Then again, being too strong might make them seem like a threat, but I'll leave that balance to the people on top. I can't think about it any further. Master, sleepy, says Hikari while rubbing her eyes, after the trade is finished. Her stomach's full, and she probably isn't feeling 100% either. Actually, everyone looks sleepy. I think I feel drowsy too. Mia has been revived, and Rurika and Hikari woke up too. Maybe it's because there was too much on my mind, and that weight has been suddenly lifted off my shoulders. We should be heading back. Uini and the others. The Dragon King's daughter must be worried too. HN tilde. You can rest here today tilde. It would be tough for those two tilde. Ileana points to Hikari and Rurika, who are already down, and being held by Mia and Sarah. All right. We'll be staying here tonight. We're taken by Liana to a place with thickly grown grass, and lie down. Lying down on this grass feels like my body is gently being held. It's like one of those beanbag chairs. It doesn't take long for me to hear people sleeping around me, and for me to fall asleep too. Walking in Another World, Chapter 434, Ileana, Part 1. After checking the 6 people lying down, I fly to the big tree. I haven't been awake in a while, so my body feels heavy. And I even pushed myself to form that contract, and probably as a result of that, my hands look a little small when I look at them. Eliza. But I'm sure this is nothing compared to how Eliza suffered. It wasn't Sora who killed her, it was us. When I reach the big tree, I lean against it, and cry. At the same time, I understand. Al guided them here. One of them is a high elf. The origin of the elven race. I don't know if that bloodline was passed down continuously without a break, but I decided to ask her. I might be making her carry a cruel fate, but it's all I can do now. I resent this body for not being able to leave this place. When we descended on the land of Akka, we looked for our missing colleagues, and started preparing energy circulation facilities in case we didn't find them. Al and I didn't understand anything about technology, so we went looking for the others while Ekel was hard at work with the circulatory organ. And of course, Ekel also flew around the world with us in search of the necessary materials. But as we did that, we found places in Akka we couldn't enter. Dungeons. But not all dungeons. 7 dungeons in particular repelled us when we tried to enter them. Even releasing divine power did nothing. It was like they were rejecting us. We looked for a way to get inside, but never could. After all, the changes happening in Akka meant that stopped being important. Natural disasters were frequent, and crops stopped growing. Living beings became less numerous, and vicious monsters increased in numbers. At that rate, people would be wiped out, and the land of Akka itself would break and disappear. I offered myself, and laid roots in this land, and that is the big tree in front of me now. This big tree is my real body now. This is something I could do due to being a spirit, because spirits have a big affinity with nature. After becoming this big tree, I absorbed magic energy around me, and sent it to the land through my roots. By sending my divine power, my own power diminished, but I managed to stop this land from collapsing. I mixed in magic energy because I feared that sending in pure divine power all of a sudden might do more harm than good, and to keep this going for as long as possible. But that meant I might have never made it back there. Crossing through worlds required a tremendous amount of divine power. Moving to the top in particular needed a lot of energy, even though going from the top, the divine realm, to the bottom, Akka, was easy. But it would be fine if Ekel and Al went back. Having to part with the others was sad, but it was fine if it meant saving Akka. That was what was most important for me. That said, I still had a little hope that the world would stabilize. That it would be alright even if I didn't send it my power, and that I would be able to go back if I slowly gathered up strength. Me not being able to move put a bigger burden on Ekel and Al. Starting with the fact that Ekel had to look for materials alone, while Al established a country here to protect me, since I couldn't move. Yes, I was defenseless. I couldn't even shoo the birds that wanted to eat the fruit. But then I thought, if I shared just a little of my power, I could create beings to protect me. And that was when I created underlings from the big tree's fruit, and the moment elves and spirits were born into this world. Although apparently, spirits originally existed in Akka anyway. I gave elves the task of not only looking after me, but to travel to various places to heal land that was in ruin. It wasn't a task for just one person, but there were those who could do it. With the help of the power of spirits. It was a dangerous task, but I had them do it, Since I couldn't move, this experiment gradually showed results over the course of long years. At the same time, Al and Ekel prepared everything, and managed to stabilize Arca, stopping its collapse. It seemed they could begin looking for the other gods in earnest. "Are you going to be all right on your own?" In the end, Al was worried about me, sounding like an old man, but I materialized myself in my original form, and nodded. I couldn't really talk as a tree, but it spent a lot of energy, so I couldn't hold it for very long. Energy conservation was important. Al was still worried, so he told the people of his country to protect me, and left. But as the days came and went, they never found them, even though they searched everywhere. That left only the dungeons we couldn't enter. In the meantime, some of the people of Arca started conquering dungeons, but I heard they found nothing in the deepest parts. We were left with no clues, but then he appeared. One of the gods who descended on Arca, the fairy god Tania. Walking in Another World, Chapter 435, Ileana, Part 2. Here I was, thinking that this world hadn't gone to ruin yet, and it turns out to be your doing. Not to mention that two gods descended at the same time, was what the fairy god Tania said after appearing in front of us. "What do you mean, Tilda?" I asked, and Tania snorted. Then he started saying scornful words towards me. Just thinking about it makes me angry." "What do you mean?" "My head's in the clouds." Anyway, in the middle of what wasn't really a conversation between Tania and me, I understood something. This situation was his doing. To be more precise, Al skillfully led Tania to say it. What Tania did was steal the power of gods that descended on Arca, made it so we couldn't return to the divine realm for a while, and created something using us gods while watching us be troubled. That something was the 7 dungeons we couldn't enter. He talked about it almost like he was bragging. Yes, he was always like that. Once he got carried away, he even told us things we didn't ask. He made dungeons, and used divine power to create vicious living beings. Apparently one of his goals was to create monsters and cause chaos among the people living in Arca. He started listing off various reasons, but I was tired of listening to him, so I left that to Al. I was tired from materializing, you know. What could I do? Then, it became a battle to stop Tania's rampage, but Al was the one fighting. And me? I returned to the tree and supported him in my heart. I didn't have the strength to fight as I was. If I didn't become a big tree, I could have shot down Tania with magnificent magic as he flew around. Honest. And even though I couldn't help, I wasn't worried anyway. I knew Al would win. Al was the strongest of the 12 gods. I don't know what would have happened if Ekel really got serious, but he always liked research more than fighting anyway. And sure enough, Al was superior when they really started fighting. It wasn't even close. Tania was fully on defense, and it didn't seem like he could properly attack at all. He spoke so much, but that was all he had. But then, as time passed, I became more anxious. After all, I didn't expect Tania to hold out for so long. It would make sense for the fight to have ended at that point. But it kept going, and that bad feeling became reality. Too bad. That big Altsahack became this weak. Or did I just become too strong? Tania's disquieting words were not just for show, they came from the heart. And then, the situation flipped, and Al was fully on the defense. Each attack caused wounds. None were fatal, but his scales were being scraped, and blood was flying. It felt like the divine power being fired by Tania was getting stronger. Did you notice it yet? Yes. This is the power I took from them. Tania laughed, and unleashed tremendous power. But it wasn't towards Al. The attack was directed at the big tree, me. And yet, you keep caring about others. I don't get those emotions at all. If you didn't protect that, and instead use the opportunity to attack me, you might have beaten me. Al covered for me, since I couldn't move, and suffered a lot of damage. I was going to tell him I would materialize so he could fight without worrying, but I stopped. I knew it was impossible for him to not worry anyway. Boring. Well, how about you disappear here? Al resisted those words with all he had. Even though using so much divine power meant that he wouldn't be able to return to the divine realm. But that was his choice. He had to stop Tania or something even worse would happen. The last exchange ended with Al's victory. But Tania was also safe. although badly wounded. He should have finished him, but Al couldn't do that. He used that much divine power. But he had to, or he wouldn't have been able to beat Tanya. Then, after Tanya left while refusing to accept his defeat, Al waited for his power to recover a little, and created a dungeon to protect me. And that is how I, the big tree, came to stand tall here in the deepest part of the dungeon, cut off from the outside world. Afterwards, Al ran from west to east, and after hearing about this, Ekel also came by once in a while. He was surprised to hear about Tanya, but started some dodgy experiment again as a countermeasure against him. So Sora, that crystal tree you spoke of, could it have been born from that research against Tanya? I think I remember Ekel telling Al he was going to leave it here, because he had no place to put it. What a dangerous thing. But eventually, Ekel stopped coming by, and Al told me Tanya was missing too. Around that time, I started sleeping a lot, and recovering my power. Sometimes, the amount of energy in Arca became unstable, so I used my power to fill it, which meant I ended up spending it. That means that was the last of what Sora called divine tree fruit. And as I'm thinking about all this, I sense a presence, and turn around. Just as I expected, Chris is standing there. Walking in Another World, Chapter 436, Reason, Chris point of view. I wake up, and see the others are still sleeping. Then I notice Miss Ileana isn't around, so I head towards the big tree. Is it because I formed a contract with her? Somehow, I know where she is. Then I remember when we formed the contract. I felt something like Miss Ileana's feelings being transmitted to me. Bad memories, and deep sadness. The reason why she stayed. No, why she couldn't move from this place, and other fragments rushed into me. That's why I decided to hear what she wanted to ask. Conquering dungeons. 7 of them. Conquering dungeons is hard for everyone, and for people with human lifespans like Sora, it might be impossible to conquer all of them without sacrificing their whole lives. But I'm an elf. I am going to live at least 10 times longer than them, so I think I fit the bill. My chest hurts a little when I think about that. Why? Miss Ileana, are you alright? Chris tilde. What is it tilde? I wanted to hear more. Miss Ileana tilts her head. Is it my imagination, or was she crying? When I tell her things were transmitted to me when we formed a contract, she's very surprised. I see tilde. Yes tilde. You accepted my request to conquer the dungeons, so you should hear it tilde. I'm surprised by what she tells me. Gods fighting each other. Missing gods. It's all unbelievable. So what should I do when I go to these dungeons? Investigate their deepest points tilde. I heard Al and Ekel talk about it tilde. They said that in one of the dungeons we couldn't enter, something that should be the wasn't apostrophe T tilde. And they said it was suspicious tilde. What is it? I don't really know either tilde. Apparently dungeons have a core in their deepest parts tilde. But the dungeon that was investigated didn't apostrophe T tilde. I tilt my head as I hear her. From what I know, there are only 7 dungeons. No, with this one, that makes 8. Of course, there might be more that I don't know about, and haven't even been discovered. And I've never heard of dungeons having cores in their deepest areas either. Maybe I'm simply ignorant about that sort of thing. Can I ask something? What tilde? Leaving those cores aside, I have a question. If you knew that, why didn't you investigate them all this time? Tilde. Right after we talked about that, the fairy god attacked, and we were too busy to investigate anything. And at that point, Al pretty much couldn't use his divine power. Of course, he recovered that power later, and he might have asked other people too, like I just did tilde. You can ask his daughter about it tilde. So this fairy god attacked when they were going to start their investigation. Should I ask Grandma about it once we leave the dungeon? And then Miss Ileana explains that since we formed a contract, I can use part of her power. That might be why her thoughts were transmitted to me. This power I received isn't something that boosts the strength of my magic or anything. It's something necessary to investigate the dungeons. It's simple to use. All I have to do is use this power, this divine power, in the deepest part of a dungeon. But the idea that gods who attacked dungeons were sealed might be a lie by the fairy god. Apparently Miss Ileana doesn't trust this fairy god anyway. I guess not immediately accepting the words of someone who was bragging was the right call. But since there aren't any other clues, They decided these dungeons would be their first target of exploration, although there is also the fact that they could not enter them. So, I think I will search for partners to explore these dungeons. You won't ask Sora and the others, tilde? It will take time. Yes, tilde. People's lifespans are short, tilde. Yes. She immediately understands what I mean. Sora already helped me a lot by looking for Sarah and my sister. If I keep involving him, he won't be able to do anything he wants. When we first met, he said he wanted to walk around and see the world. At the time, we were impatient because we had no clues about my sister and Sarah's whereabouts, so I was just a little jealous and exasperated when I heard that. Then I heard he was summoned into this world against his will, and I felt ashamed for ever feeling that way. And that's why I can't have him continue to go along with me. I should talk about this with my sister and the others. Grandma Morrigan and my sister should be able to help guide me. But, as if denying what I'm saying, I hear a voice. You don't have to be so reserved. If it were me, I would just ask Sora. It's Mia, who was sleeping until just now. Walking in Another World, Chapter 437, Godlike, Eliana's point of view. I'm honestly surprised that the saint is there. Actually, I'm surprised about her being awake. After all, I used my power to make it so no one except Chris could be awake in this space. I know I've gotten a little weak, but regular people should still be unable to resist it. I look at the saint, and see something I never imagined. No, something I've never seen before. Name, Mia. Job, Saint. Level, 100. Race, Godlike. Condition dash. What does Godlike mean? Are you alright, Miss Eliana? Is there something wrong? Chris' words make me snap out of it. But I really am surprised. And the saint looks bewildered about me staring. I'm the one that's bewildered here, tilde. I want to yell that, but I hold it back and cross my arms. Let's check something first. Saint tilde. You're human, right tilde? The saint makes a weird face after I ask that. But so does Chris. I can tell by her face that Chris is really worried about me. I'm perfectly sound of mind, you know. But then I notice my mistake. Of course she's just going to be baffled by someone asking if she's human. But Sora might be able to see it, because he can use the appraisal skill. He just sort of let it slip that he can use it. It seems Sora has Chris' full trust, but I feel like that might be dangerous, tilde. Someone once said love is blind. So maybe that's it, tilde. Who said that anyway, tilde? I think it's best to leave it alone for now, and wait for Sora to wake up and check that. Chris said she doesn't want Sora's help either, so she needs to be ready. But I've never even heard of this godlike race. Anyway, I guess it could have sprouted in this world while I was holed up here. But then I noticed something. Good job, me. Well, it's just a coincidence, nothing worth praising myself. Looking at the saint, I feel a nostalgic presence, and the light flashes in my head. The saint received a little bit of Eliza's power because she was possessed by her, probably, so that's why I feel a little bit of divine power in her. I can't think of any other possibility. I didn't notice it before, but that was probably because I was relieved that the other two woke up without any issues. After all, if that didn't work, I would have had to overexert myself and use my power. But should I check this? Saint, can you use magic right now, tilde? It doesn't matter which spell, tilde. The saint looks at Chris, because it feels like my question came out of nowhere, but it looks like she will do it. She casts the holy magic spell called Protection, and I focus my attention on it. As I suspected, I feel a little divine power in that spell. It's little to the point where I wouldn't have noticed if I wasn't focusing, but it's divine power nonetheless. Miss Eliana, can you call me by my name instead of Saint? I would prefer that, the saint says while I'm deep in thought. I don't know what to say. But then Chris tells me her name is Mia. Okay, Mia, I'll remember it. Alright, tilde. So Mia, can I use a little bit of magic, tilde? At this rate, it might end up being dangerous if something happens, tilde. Mia looks anxious about what I said, and Chris calms her down. I figure I haven't said enough either. So I explain that I'm just going to use magic to change what shows up when appraisal is used on her, and why. I tell her that her race changed to godlike, but if Sora tells me later that it was like that from the start, it's going to be a little embarrassing for me. but I really feel like my power has gone down. I'm so tired from using my magic more than once. I can feel my body shrinking too. I should have done this from the start. I excuse myself, take the dagger made from Owl's fang, and stab it into the big tree. Well, to be more precise, I had the big tree absorb it, but that's what they see. They raise their voices in surprise when they see me stab the dagger into it, and look surprised again when it disappears. And as I watch the dagger disappear into the big tree, I feel strength slowly well up in my body. Yes, and it's a little bigger too. I wanted the dagger from Sora less as a memento, and more because I wanted Owl's power. That should buy some time. My power really has gone down. The fact that I only had one of what Sora calls holy tree fruit is proof of that. Now I can restock them. But I can definitely feel Laka has become weaker. At this rate, I can't see a future where it isn't destroyed. That's why I need the power of the other gods, who came down to this land and disappeared. I might need Mia's power for that too. I quickly gather my thoughts, and start talking, to get Mia to help too. Walking in Another World, Chapter 438, Return. After I wake up, Mia is now friends with Liana too for some reason. Speaking of Liana, she asked me out of the blue if I ever cast appraisal on Mia before she was possessed by Elizabeth, and when I said yes, she started rapid-firing questions at me. Then she looked a little serious, but in the end, whispered in my ear that her race changed to godlike. Name, Mia. Job, Saint. Level, 100. Race, human. Condition dash. It just says human. I used my power to make it so you can't see it even with appraisal tilde. I'll unravel it a little, so check it now tilde. So I cast appraisal again, and now it shows her race as godlike. My power isn't perfect tilde. There might be ones who can see through it, so be careful tilde. Liana emphasizes that, and I assume she's saying we really have to look after Mia. Then everyone helps me with breakfast, and after we're done eating, we start talking about going back, but Liana stops us. And I see her signal to Chris and Mia with her eyes. Sora, we have to talk, says Chris. It might be a little long, she prefaces, so I sit down and listen. She's asking me if I can join her in conquering dungeons. Liana cuts in here and there to add things to her explanation, but I am well aware of how important this is. I want to help Chris. What about you, Sora? Asks Mia, and I don't hesitate. I'll help too. We left Majolica's dungeon halfway through, but I'm also curious about what's at the bottom. And there are dungeons in different countries, right? It's not a bad idea to travel as we go through each dungeon. There's a reason why I'm answering such a serious question so lightly. It's so Chris and Mia don't feel like they owe me anything. When Liana was whispering to me, she actually told me that Chris was very worried about it too. I was going to say that if it was for Chris, but it's not like I quickly came up with another reason. I was just too embarrassed to say it, and it might have made Chris even more concerned. If Master's going, I'm going. Me too. Now it's my turn to help you, Chris. I'm going too. I'd be worried if it was just you two. Once I agree, Hikari, Sarah, and Rurika also raised their voices. Rurika sounded like she wasn't really being honest about how she feels, but Chris looked happiest when she heard her. Those two traveled together for a long time. All right then tilde. I have nothing left to give you tilde. And with that, we leave the dungeon. Did that really? After leaving the dungeon, Uini and the others are surprised to hear about Liana being on its last floor. I guess Altahak never told them. So now you're going to explore dungeons. That's the idea. But I have one thing to ask. Is it possible to buy a house? A house? You can stay here if what you want is a place to stay, says Uini, and Cirque vigorously nods. We might need to talk to Liana about dungeons, so I'd like to have a base in Altair where I can transfer to. But I can't just leave a magic item in the castle. Even I know that. No, in town. I tell them about the transfer skill. It should be a secret, but I'm sure they would realize something was up anyway when we suddenly showed up here, considering we normally have to come here by boat. Then I will look for an empty house. But it can be in Marty too, if there isn't one here. That's possible, because there isn't a lot of land in Altair to begin with, and their population increased by taking in former slaves from other countries. Most of them decided to stay in Altair too, but since the Kingdom of Elysia, that treated slaves poorly, is changing, and the empire looks to be collapsing. I think their population is going to start going down. Once we're done talking, we rest here in the castle. By the time I wake up, they already found a house, and we're taken there by Uini. It's weird to me that she's going out of her way to do this, but apparently she just wants to leave the castle and walk around town once in a while. But of course, the captain of the royal guard is coming with her, just in case. Then we spend the day cleaning the house, leave the magic item the next day, and contact Swyran before using transfer to travel to Errol. Walking in Another World, Chapter 439, Report and Confirm. We spend the night in Errol, and then leave for Nil. We could do it the same day, but the kids won't let go of us. Mia is particularly popular, and since they knew what was going on, they are really happy to see her. Even when we were in the faraway town, she would look after the kids a lot with Hikari, and everyone's happy. When I take out the rare food I got in Haifa, we don't really come across anyone on the way to Nil, and have a safe trip. And since I can check things with map and presence detection, I can summon golems. This is mostly just to increase the proficiency of the life-granting and sync skills. We're going to be exploring dungeons, so I'm sure the golems are going to be working a lot. And since, in Majolika's dungeon at least, we can only return to the surface on floors that are multiples of 5, we are going to end up living in the dungeon for a while. Not to mention that the further down we go, the bigger the floors get. Actually, Kotari told me that in the other dungeon in Afar, the one in Prix, it's possible to return to the surface on any floor, like in Altair. But every floor is a field type, so they're pretty vast. And they're especially tough during times when monsters are spawning. Also, the entrances and exits are fixed, so we'll know where to go. Should we talk to her again when it's time to go to Prix? If the timing is right, we might be able to ask her to guide us. 5 days after leaving Errol, we reach Nil. So you're Mia. I heard about how much you helped Rurika, Chris, and Sarah, so thanks. Morrigan bows when she meets her, and Mia is perplexed. She's looking this way, as if asking for help, but is there anyone who's going to stop Morrigan? Grandma, do you have a moment? There is, Chris. What? I have a few questions about dungeons. Then let's go somewhere else. Morrigan seems to have picked up on something from Chris' tone, so we move to Morrigan's room. It would be cramped with 7 people here, so it's just me, Chris, and Morrigan. The others are helping Philo and Olin. So, what do you want to know about dungeons? Grandma, I think there are only 7 dungeons now. But did there used to be more? Where did you hear that? Well, Chris thoroughly explains what she heard from Eliana in the Dragon Kingdom. Morrigan listens silently, but looks very surprised when Chris gets to the part about the spirit goddess. I see. Yes, there used to be a lot more dungeons. I never went there, but I heard about them disappearing once the dungeon core in the deepest area was destroyed. My adventurer friends used to tell me about them all the time. She says, sounding nostalgic. I don't remember when it was exactly, but dungeons stopped appearing. All that's left is the 7 famous dungeons. I remember my friends telling me they conquered one of them, but there was no core. I have a question. How did they know they conquered it, if there was no core? Because there weren't any stairs to go further down? According to my friends, there was a voice in their heads. It said they conquered the dungeon. I remember them saying they received something, but they ended up not telling me what. As she hears Morrigan, Chris clenches her fists. Are you going? Asks Morrigan, and Chris nods. Who did you take after? You've always been stubborn. Morrigan says that she used to have a lot of trouble when Chris was younger, and she cried about going out to look for Eris. Chris faces down with her face turning red. Morrigan gets an evil smile on her face, and starts talking about things that happened when Chris was little, until Chris can't handle that anymore, and stops her mid-sentence. Her face is even redder, but Morrigan looks to be having a lot of fun. But it doesn't feel like she's mocking her or anything. I feel like all she really wants is to talk to me about when Chris was a little girl. She keeps peeking my way to check my reaction. Well, you won't be alone. Be careful out there. Look after her, Sora. I nod, and Chris probably doesn't want her telling me more weird stories, so she pushes me out of the room. I can hear an amused laugh behind me. Walking in Another World, Chapter 440, confirming the destination. We're gathered in a house built next to Philo's house. If we're going to dungeons, should we start with Majolica's? We're in the Republic of Eldo, so the closest dungeon is the one in this country that's near the border with the Holy Kingdom of Friar. Then, the one in the Borshal Empire. Incidentally, of the 7 dungeons, 3 are in the Borshal Empire, 2 in the magic state of Ifar, 1 in the Beast Kingdom of Laith, and 1 in the Republic of Eldo. We already made progress in that one, so I agree. Yes, and I'm curious about Elsa and Alto too, so I also think we should go to Majolica, say Chris, and then Mia. The other 3 also agree. But can we stop by the capital of the Holy Kingdom? Mia wants to talk to Den first. It's on the way, so I guess it's not a problem. Also, I've never gone from Eldo to Friarn, so I'm looking forward to that. But when I say that, Chris and Rurika turn to each other and laugh. So you're all going to the Holy Kingdom? When I remember that I haven't told her about Hikari, Rurika, and Mia being all right, I contact Kotori. Kotori and the others are actually going the too while accepting quests as adventurers. They're looking for Shizune, so they're going to stop by Elazia first to gather information. And they also asked the demons for help, through Swiren. I could use transfer to take you to the capital. We're accepting escorting quests, and Argo and the others said we should get used to traveling. But thanks. The 5 of them are working as adventurers. They've already been promoted to D rank, and accepted an escorting quest in the border city Salu. Apparently they're leaving for the town of Ferren in the Holy Kingdom in 3 days. And Argo's party is joining them, aren't they A rank? But I guess they accepted it so Kotori and the others participate too. The reward should be low for Argo's party, but it sounds like they're fine with just the experience. But does that mean Argo's party is also headed to Elazia? Yes. Is that all right? Yes. Apparently they also lived in the capital, so I think it's fine. Well, if that's what they want, I guess it is fine. Argo is after Morrigan, so I thought it was weird for him to leave here, but if that's what he wants, who am I to say anything? All right, then make sure you listen to what Argo and the others say. Actually, I wanted your advice. Is that all right? I've only done an escorting quest once, and it was right in the beginning. I see. Can I talk to Hikari? I call Hikari and put her on, and they sound like they have fun talking. Hikari keeps giving short replies like yes, I see, really, and stuff like that. But I'm sure that's because she's excited. And when the call ends, Kotori told me information about tasty food. She says, sounding pleased, and of course, Kotori said she was happy about Hikari waking up. Then we start making preparations. I mostly sort the item box and give food to Philo, and Chris gets some coaching about spirit magic from Morrigan. Hikari and the others go out to buy clothes for her, because hers don't fit her anymore, and register her as an adventurer. Look, my adventurer card. Hikari and Mia show me their cards. They have identification, so they don't need them to enter towns. But apparently they wanted to get them because we're exploring dungeons. So, did you buy what we need? Yes, but like the minimum. Rurika and the others said we should really stock up in Flamen. Yes, the capital should be better stocked. Then we eat. I go into the house alone, summon the golems, and go to sleep. But first, I check my stats, thinking not much has changed. Walking and some skills have leveled up, and my MP has gone down because of the transfer magic items. I have 1 in Elazia's capital, Erilin Eldo, the faraway town, and Altair in the Dragon Kingdom. That means my MP is down by 150. So, the first one is free, and then starting from the second one, it's 50 MP, name, Sora Fujimiya, job, sorcerer, race, otherworlder, no level. HP, 1130 MP, 980 plus 200, SP, 1130 Strength. 1120, plus 0, Stamina. 1120, plus 0, Agility. 1120, plus 0, Magic Power. 1120, plus 200, Dexterity. 1120, +0, luck. 1120, +0, skill, walking. LV 112, effect, user won't get tired no matter how much they walk. Get 1 experience point with each step. Experience points, 10,712. 1,400,000. Skill points, 18. Skills learned. Appraisal LV max. People appraisal LV max. Appraisal obstruction LV max. Parallel thinking LV max. Sword master LV max. Physical strengthening LV max. Presence detection LV max. Magic energy detection LV max. Natural recovery boost LV max. Status ailment resistance LV max. Pain reduction LV 8. Presence concealment LV max. Night vision LV max. Throw, shooting LV max. Intimidate LV 9. MP consumption reduction LV 9. MP conversion LV 3. Magic energy control LV max. Basic daily life magic LV max. Fire magic LV max. Water magic LV max. Wind magic LV max. Earth magic LV max. Light magic LV 8. Dark magic LV 8. Spatial magic LV max. Holy magic LV 9. Alchemy LV max. Effect attachment LV max. Creation LV max. Transfer LV max. Gravity magic LV 8. Space-time magic LV max. Life granting LV 8. Replication LV 7. Absorption LV 7. Telepathy LV 5. Combine LV 3. Sync LV 2. Cooking LV max. Shaping LV 8. Title: One Who Broke the Limit. I guess I'll think about the remaining skill points as we explore the dungeon again. I don't know what I'll need, and we'll be exploring dungeons a lot going forward, so I think I should learn skills that will have good synergy with dungeons. But what even are those? Walking in Another World, Chapter 441, Border City Sarrow. After stocking up on equipment and food in the capital, Flamen, it takes us 5 days to walk to Sarrow. On the way there, there's a rocky mountain to the right, and a grassy field to the left, so we get to watch 2 completely different kinds of scenery, with the road serving as a border. But Rurika also tells us that while it's difficult for people to live on the rocky mountainside, we should be careful because that also means that it's common for bandits to use it as their base. She's mostly talking to Mia. It's more of a warning for travelers, and less for adventurers. And since it's easy to spot people during the day, it's during the night that we really need to be careful. There's some distance from the road to the rocky mountain, so they'd stand out a lot if they tried to come to us during the day. Would we be able to learn that sort of thing by asking in the guild? They'll mostly tell you. You could also ask gatekeepers in towns. Just avoid doing it early in the morning or in the evening, because that's when they're busiest, and you'd be bothering them. And when there are a lot of people in line. Mia listens, and nods a few times. If we go west from Sarrow, we'll reach the Holy Kingdom, and by following the road stretching to the northwest, we'll reach the town where the dungeon is. The dungeon in the Republic of Eldo is inside the Rocky Mountain, so the town itself isn't too big. Because of this, merchants don't go out of their way to go buy things there, and instead, materials are transported to Sarrow. That's why Sarrow is so developed. Incidentally, we'd have to pass by Sarrow if we were going to that dungeon. There are a lot of people here. It's really bustling. Mia grabs Hikari's hand, and Sarah's eyes are open wide as she looks at the crowd of people. It's Rurika and Chris' first time here too, so they're also a little surprised. How about we start by going to the Adventurer Guild and selling the monsters there? We came across and hunted wolves on the way here. Are you really selling those? Asks Mia, sounding unsure. She just became an adventurer, so Rurika and Hikari taught her how to take them apart. She had a little bit of experience with it before, but she's full of motivation because she just registered as an adventurer, although it's not like she wasn't serious about it before either. I'm not one to talk, but yes, let's just say Mia did her best. Wolf meat and materials can be kept for food, and Mia could make clothes with the fur, but considering how things will be, I want them to be traded in for money whenever it's possible. Precious materials are a different story, of course, but she's not a slave anymore, so she should take care of her own money. Hikari, You also need to spend money on stuff like equipment, and not just food. Hikari turns and listens to Rurika. Then we take the money in the Adventurer Guild, pay for an inn, and walk around town. Of course, we go around stalls, but this is a tradition that isn't going anywhere. Although, Hikari usually buys meat skewers any time she sees them, but she seems to have really listened to Rurika, and only buys things after really looking at them and making a decision. As I watch that, I decide to buy a type of food no one has touched yet. After everyone gets their food, we sit in a corner of a place made for people to hang out and rest, and eat. This is what I'd call a park in my old world, and surprisingly, this is my first time seeing one here. I look around, and see people eating like us, napping, and in one area I see adventurers drinking and having fun. There aren't just humans either. I see a lot of beast people, and they're all having fun together. We also share our food as we eat, and I buy more of particularly tasty stuff to keep in the item box, before we head back to the inn. This way, we can eat it again when we feel like it, and Elsa and Alto can have it too when we reach Majolica. I also bought local specialties, but those have a peculiar taste, so they might not like them. We return to the inn after walking around town, use purification magic to clean ourselves after entering the room, and check our stuff. Everyone has an item bag, so they're checking things like disposable items. We haven't used any potions since leaving Na, so we don't need to restock. We also check our equipment. We did it after fighting the wolves too, but doing it without rushing in town is different. We have spares too, so we could change right away if there's a problem. But we should prevent that from happening. It would be dangerous if our weapons or equipment went bad while fighting bandits or monsters. We also need to be careful about souls wearing out due to friction, because that's going to lead to our feet hurting. It's hard for me to notice that sort of thing while walking, so there have been times when I walked on worn down soles. Natural recovery boost means it didn't hurt, but without the grip strength of the soles, it makes it hard to plant my feet on the ground. Mia is also checking her stuff intently, while asking questions here and there. After we're done, we eat here in the inn, and go to bed. Come to think of it, how far have Kotori and the others gotten? They might be in the middle of an escorting quest, so I should probably not contact her. I did tell her to avoid using the communications device in front of other people. Walking in Another World, Chapter 442. To the holy city of Mesa. After leaving Salu, we head to Mesa through Farian. There's a forest to our right. When we leave Farian, is that where the stampede started? Looking at it on map, I see it's pretty big. As I stare at the forest, I notice Mia's eyes are on it too. I see mixed feelings on her face. Probably because she's remembering what happened that time. Are you all right, Mia? It's probably stuff she doesn't want to remember. I am, and it wasn't all bad. I don't really understand what she means, but her face looks pretty clear when she says it. When we're 2 days away from the holy city, Kotori contacts me just as we're finishing our meal. Incidentally, this meal was made by Hikari and Mia, under my supervision. Mostly just so Hikari doesn't go overboard with the seasonings, but they're actually good, and make tasty food if they don't try anything weird. Yes, as long as they don't do anything weird. Hikari can cook nice stuff too now, says Sarah, and Hikari nods with a happy expression. Next time, I'm going to try something original. That sounds kind of threatening. I need to stop it. I look at the others, and we all silently nod. But getting back to Kotori. First, she says they made it to the holy city safely. And how are you all doing? We should be reaching Mesa soon. Really? We just got here yesterday. According to Kotori, they walked alongside wagons they were escorting. Some of these quests let adventurers ride the wagons too, but with others, they have to walk, and the ones they accepted this time were the latter. Argo's party was the two, but also other adventurers we don't know. It was a problem, especially with Shun. Then Kotori starts grumbling. The escorting quest on the way to Faron went without issue. The problems started when they accepted a quest to go from Faron to Mesa. There was a big merchant caravan, so there were many adventurers. As I listened to her, I remember the first escorting quest I accepted in Elysia's capital. I heard about the other adventurers' dreams. We were attacked by a tiger wolf. I wonder how those adventurers are doing now. Are you listening? Koteri's voice brings me back to the present. She says the escorting quest to Mesa was the worst. The scale meant there were a lot of adventurers, and apparently a lot resented them because they were just promoted to D rank, especially since they accepted the quest with Argo's A rank party, because they started saying Koteri's party was just tagging along with them. It sounds like Koteri and the others figured there was nothing they could do about it, because they're newbies. But the problems began when those adventurers started making moves on Kt and Miharu. Kt acted maturely and did a good job dealing with them, but Miharu panicked. And then Shun got mad and started a fight. And it turned into a grapple with multiple adventurers. Well, Shun is actually strong, so he knocked them down easily. But then Argo's party scolded Shun, and the mood was cold for a few days, so it was mentally tiring. And as the girls hear this story, nice going Shun. He can be a gentleman. Yes, it was great. They give him high praise. His stock went up with Mia and the others for stepping in to protect Miharu. I'll tell Argo and the others you're near. At some point, Mia and the others joined the conversation too, but this is where it ends. It's like once they got going, they couldn't be stopped. It drained a lot of magic energy. And if even I feel that, I wonder if Koteri is alright. I assume she is, because the call didn't cut off abruptly due to her running out of magic energy, but still, we rest like this, as always, and 2 days later, we reach Mesa. It's Rurika and Chris' first time here, so they're a little surprised. The city is pretty much all white. I also stopped and stared the first time I came here, although it felt more festive back then, because of the Advent Festival. Should we go to Dan's? To yours house first, or get an inn? It's daytime, so Dan is probably working in the main church. If we go there, people there are bound to recognize Mia. So I ask what we should do, and we decide to go to yours first. Walking in Another World, Chapter 443, Meeting Again. Oh my, are you Sora? There was a bit of trouble when we reached the Apostle house. That's right. I was wearing that mask back then. The guard standing in front of the door called Rondot the butler, and I had to show him my merchant guild card. But that was enough to prove my identity, and for us to be taken inside, where we're greeted by Lu, yours mother. Lu looks at Akari and the others, and at my hair. More specifically, at its color. I'm glad to see Mia is doing well. My husband was worried too. I guess it was also hard to send a letter. Lu hugs Mia, whose face turns red from the embarrassment. And these are Rurika and Chris. They're Sarah's childhood friends, that we met again in Majolica. She seemed curious about them, so I introduced them. They also introduced themselves, and Lu responds, so you came here just to see my husband? We have to go to Majolica, so we thought to pass by here. I see. Rondot had someone go call him. So make yourselves at home. Yuri should be back soon as well. Rurika and Chris ask Sarah who's Yuri, and she tells them it's yours little sister. I'm a little conflicted about waiting here, because we need to look for an inn, and apparently Lu can read that on my face, because she responds with an amused tone. You can stay here tonight. I'm sure my husband wants to talk to Mia, and Yuri will also want to talk to Hikari. I check with everyone else, and we decide to take her up on her offer. We're not strapped for money, but saving on staying in an inn is still nice. We're taken to rooms by a maid. Needless to say, I have one for myself, and rest as we wait for Dan and Yuri to come back. Lu is looking out for us, because we just got here today. I'm not tired thanks to my skill, but the same can't be said for the others. Not long after we're taken to our rooms, we're called. Yuri and Dan got home at the same time. Mia and I go see Dan, and the others go see Yuri. Miss Mia, I'm so glad you're safe, and I'm so sorry. Dan rubs his chest with relief when he sees Mia. It must have been frustrating being one of the few people who knew about Mia, but being restricted and not being able to do much. His cheeks look a little sunken compared to before, and he gives off the feeling that he's tired. Apparently he's been dealing with what the Pope did, and maybe the death of the goddess had some impact too. That's just what I think, anyway. Although the church only heard from her through oracles, and if anything, I think she was more closely connected to Eluzia than the Holy Kingdom. Then we tell Dan about our travels, and our plans going forward. We don't tell him about what happened after we left the Republic of Eldo though. It's best if those things aren't known. We don't want him worried about Mia either. And there's also the fact that the truth might shake the entire foundation of the church. I see. So you're going to continue traveling, Miss Mia? Mia nods, and Dan bows, asking me to look after her. But that's a shame. Things should settle down, with the Demon King problem solved. No, it might still be busy because of Elysia and the Empire. He says the truth about the demon's hostility towards Elysia and the terrible things Elysia has done makes his head hurt. I'm sure Mia was being targeted due to being roped into all that, says Dan. In reality, it was Adonis acting on his own, but it was to protect the Demon King. Conversely, U and Ignis wanted to keep her alive to kill the goddess. So you're going to dungeons, but are you going to start with the Republic of Eldo? Yes, that is the closest dungeon from here. It would make sense to go there first. No, we are planning to go to Majolica. We left it halfway last time. Yes, because of yours friend. Majolica. I can arrange for a wagon if you want. No thank you. We might go with some acquaintances for some of the way. We might meet up with Kotri and the others and travel part of the way with them. Are those acquaintances a lot of people? Argo's party has 5, so with Kotri's 5, that's 10. 10 people, with us, that would be 16. So you could do it with 2 wagons? Then I will arrange for them. Are they also going to Majolica? No. They are going to Elysia. Then they can travel by wagon until Loit. Or are you going to the border as well? You can use the wagons until the 2. Dan sounds all for it, so we accept the wagons in the end. Maybe he feels guilty about Mia, and wants to accommodate us. We want to get to Majolica as soon as possible, so it helps. But we need to ask them their plans too. So can you wait for a while? Yes. And you can stay here while in the city. Ah, but Miss Mia, can you meet Regulus and Sigurd? They are also very worried. Yes, I understand. Regulus was the head attendant of the Saint, and Sigurd a guard hired by Dan that protected Mia from Adonis. Then I contact Kotri, and tell her about going by wagon to Loit. She's pretty happy to hear that, and Argo's party is on board too. And 3 days after reaching the Holy City, it's time to leave Mesa. We didn't leave right away because it took some time for Mia to meet Regulus and Sigurd, and so Rurika and Chris could see the city. Walking in Another World, Chapter 444, Ulterior Motives. So we're going in this? Kotri asks as she looks at a wagon with an excited expression. Yes. The wagons Dan got us are more luxurious than regular ones. They have higher performance and speed, and less of an impact on the passengers. Yes, that's just what I heard from Layla and her party though. But Kotri isn't excited about it being fancy. It's because she gets to ride in a wagon from this point forward. She's used to riding in fancy wagons anyway. Being treated as heroes probably meant they were handled with care, especially considering those people in Elysia were planning to work them to death. But that sort of thing comes with all sorts of harmful effects. That's why Argo's party is with them, and acting as educators of sorts. There are some things they can't teach though, like cooking, and cooking. Argo's party cooks for themselves, but they feel like while they're on the move, they only need to take in nutrients, and don't prioritize how it tastes. They're like people who think preserved foods are enough. Of course, they'll eat nice things if they can, but they differentiate between eating in towns, and outside. But I was also told that at the bottom of all this, the reason is that no one in their party can cook. Guilford can sort of cook, but it's just roasting, or putting meat and vegetables in water and boiling them. He mostly uses pepper as seasoning, and only sprinkles it on the meat. You can cook, right? Can you teach me lots about it while we travel? Asks Kotri. Kt and Miharu look embarrassed, but it's not like girls have to know how to cook. I feel like in this world it's more common for men to know how to cook. That's the impression I get from inns and stalls. Of course, that depends on the type of food too. For example, it's mostly men selling meat in stalls, but in places that sell stuff like vegetable soup and sweets, it's mostly women. But Rurika and the others say it's rare for male adventurers to know how to cook. In my case, I have a skill, which is basically cheating in a way. But Kotri is looking at me with her eyes full of expectation, so I decide to listen to her request. It's fine, I just have to teach her while I cook. Then, it's finally time to go, but Dan shows up. We're all ready to go, and I'm just about to enter the wagon, but our eyes meet, and he signals with his hand for me to come to him. Did you come all the way here to say goodbye? I ask Dan, whose breath is ragged. And just as I think to myself that if that was the case, he should have called Mia and not me. He hands me something. I can immediately tell it's a letter. Make sure you hand this to my daughter. To your. His face is really serious. Then he leans forward, with his eyes a little bloodshot, and tell her to make sure to write back. Absolutely sure. I look at the letter, and then back at Dan. Come to think of it, I get the feeling that I heard you got letters pretty often, but didn't write back. Although she did write back to her mother and Yuri. I also think I heard her say that he sends letters so often, that it became a pain. Could this be the reason why he got us the wagons? I guess it would only make sense to heed his request, since he got us the wagons and everything. Hey, did you? Thank you. I'm busy, so I have to go back right away. The moment I open my mouth to ask, he speaks fast and leaves like he's running away. I put the letter in the item box. We're going to Majolica anyway, and we're going to meet Yotha, so it's not like I'll have any trouble delivering it. I'm not too confident that I can make her write back though, but I'll still ask. What did he want? Asks Noto, who is already in the wagon. Since we have 2 wagons, we're separated by gender. I tell him what Dan asked me, because he didn't ask me to keep it a secret or anything. Noto and the others tilt their heads. Well, it's not like we can understand how he feels, at this point in our lives. But Argo, I kind of get it, he says, looking into the distance. His eyes look kind of dead, and my instincts tell me not to ask anything. Noto, Guilford, and the others also try to take distance, despite being inside a wagon with nowhere to go. And so, we change the subject by talking about what we're going to eat while camping. When I first teamed up with Rurika and Chris, Rurika told me that being able to cook is a big plus in a guy. And when I say that, Shun asks me to teach him. Guilford also seems interested. And then, we leave the holy city of Mesa towards Loit. Walking in Another World, Chapter 445. Time to cook. These high-performance wagons really are fast. We just left Mesa today, but we should reach Urent tomorrow. And since we'll be getting the past noon, if we're in a hurry, we don't even have to stop there. I want to stop by the Tenso village, but I think we can skip Rent. The others might want to take it easy in an inn though, so we still need to discuss it. But there's another important matter before that. Cooking coaching. I say that, but it's mostly just Rurika, Chris, and me are teaching my countrymen simple stuff, with Sarah also helping when needed. And me? I guess I'm teaching too, with Hikari. We're teaching Argo's party, mostly Guilford. The others seem somewhat interested, but aren't very proactive about it. It must be tough, I say without thinking. You get it? He sounds serious. I'm just teaching Guilford simple flavoring today. It's adventure cooking anyway. It's never supposed to be very intricate. Everyone has their magic bags or item bags, so they can carry ingredients. But of course, they don't do as good a job keeping them fresh as my item box. Argo's party has good quality magic bags, so they can keep food fresh for about 10 days. That's more than enough when traveling by wagon from town to town. However, they don't keep food warm, so there's no point in buying food as is. First, I teach how to season meat, and then how to roast it. Meat cooked in simple skewers, and in metal plates. In this case, how you use flavorings matters less than controlling the fire and how you roast the meat. So the way you roast it changes it this much. It's easy if you have magic items for cooking. It becomes a lot easier than trying to control the flames of a bonfire. Yes, it's worth exploring. As I explain that, Hikari starts giving the roasted meat to Argo and the others. They immediately taste it, and look surprised. Hikari looks kind of pleased about it. When it comes to cooking meat, Hikari can actually make good food, as long as she doesn't season it with anything weird. Next, vegetable soup. This is mostly about flavoring, how to bring out the natural sweetness and stuff from the vegetables, and how to use few seasonings to tune the taste, and how to combine seasonings to make them usable for soup. It's not that complex of a mixture. This is simple, but it doesn't taste bad. does it? Yes, true. Even we can make this, Guilford says as he looks at the rest of his party, who immediately turn away. Yes, I don't think they're going to help you. They were interested when we were cooking a meat though. Everyone really likes meat. We stop there, and I turn to Mia and the others to see how they're doing. Isekht and Miharu nod multiple times with serious expressions. The other three are listening too, but they have grave expressions on their faces. Without a skill like mine, they're just going to have to work for it and learn the old-fashioned way. The important thing is to repeat it multiple times and learn. Master, want some? Asks Hikari, with her mouth full of meat. Argo's party is also eating what Guilford is roasting. Despite their complaints, their hands aren't stopping, so it must taste good. Yes, food tastes better if you eat it while it's hot. I'll eat too. I grab some of the meat Guilford is roasting, and take a bite. It's probably because they do physical work, but it has a lot of salt and pepper, and tastes salty. But this is normal in this world. The two drivers enjoy it too, but they keep glancing at what Mia and the others are doing, because I guess they want something cooked by girls. Actually, Argo's party is doing the same. You can go over the two if you want, I say, and they start to furiously eat the meat in front of them. And apparently Mia and the others are done too, and they start eating. They ended up with a lot of food, because they showed examples and taught while cooking, but since Argo and the others eventually join in too, there aren't any leftovers. I guess they always have room if it's a girl's cooking. And once we're done cooking and eating, we decide to take turns keeping watch, and go to sleep. The two drivers are tired from driving the wagons all this time, so they're exempt from this. The ones keeping watch are always boys and girls. The wagons are wide, but they're still going to feel cramped with 8 people sleeping in them. Especially the guys. I could use earth magic to flatten the ground and sleep on it. But we have wagons, so I want to sleep in one. Walking in Another World, Chapter 446, Concealment Skill. When I keep watch, I always use map along with presence detection. The first group to keep watch is me, Nato, and Shun on the boys' side, and everyone on the girls' side except Hikari, Sarah, and Kt. I feel like the balance is kind of bad. But we haven't heard of vicious monsters appearing here, so it should be fine. I don't see any monsters on map either, just people traveling like us. Of course, there could be bandits or even criminals under disguise, so we need to be careful about that. You never know what someone might do when you're along the main road like this, unless it's someone you know. That's why it's common courtesy to take some distance from the road when it's time to sleep, so we don't mess with each other. We split further into groups of 2, and position ourselves around the wagons. Since Rurik and I both have the ability to search for enemies, we are positioned far from each other. I'm with Mia, and I use parallel thinking to keep an eye on our surroundings, while also checking my skills. It might sound imprudent, but I'm using both presence detection and magic energy detection, so I have the area around us all covered. I also have a shield around this area, just in case there's a sneak attack from afar. And Mia has also cast Sanctuary, a holy magic spell that repels monsters. So Sora, what are you up to now? We're going to a dungeon, right? I'm looking for any skills that will be useful. I've been hearing about dungeons from both the otherworlders and Argo's party. While we travel, Noto and the others went to Prix, and Argo's party has gone to both dungeons in the Empire. The hardest part of dungeons really is exploration. But if you're in a hurry, it's best to avoid fighting monsters as much as possible. That's if you're heading for the deepest floor, of course. If the point is to earn money, you need to be proactive in taking down monsters. Just the act of going to a new floor doesn't earn you any money. But at the same time, advancing through a dungeon means more powerful monsters appear, and the more powerful they are, the more valuable their magic stones and materials are. This means not just about everyone can go into the depths of dungeons. Also, there's another peculiarity of sorts of dungeons. The monsters that appear in them tend to be the same on the first few floors, regardless of the dungeon. But as you go deeper, you find monsters that only appear in that dungeon. Sometimes there are irregularities such as traps, and monsters that normally shouldn't be there. But I hear that's rare. I'm getting off track. I definitely want magic stones from strong monsters, but the investigation that Ileana requested comes first. There's also the fact that not fighting monsters means we won't grow. I want to level up to a certain extent, but still, I want to avoid fights if I can, and only fight when the situation is favorable to us. For example, if there's a group of 5 strong monsters, and another with only 2, it's much safer to fight the latter. Did you find anything that looks good? There's just one skill that caught my eye. I say to Mia. Concealment. Its effect is to hinder an opponent's perception. It feels similar to presence concealment, but that one only works on me. Concealment can give other people the effect of presence concealment. Will the effective area grow as it levels up? This looks like it's intended to avoid monsters, but it would be useful against sneak attacks too, especially when we're all gathered together. Also, should I grab the skill I thought about learning the last time we were in Majolica? Shield Master. The shield version of Sword Master. It makes me good at handling shields. Some might say that's easy. You just hold up the shield when an attack is coming. But it's not that simple. Depending on how you take an attack, you might create an opportunity to counterattack. I learned that from training with the shield user of Siphon's party, Geats. I need to get myself a specialized shield in Majolica. HN? What is it? I ask, when I suddenly notice Mia looking at me. It just looks like you're having fun. Is it always like that when you're looking for skills? It's not like I can see what I look like when I search for skills. I guess so, but, I mean, your eyes are sparkling like a child's, she says with a laugh. I guess it really is fun to search and learn new skills. Skill points are finite, and sometimes I learn skills out of necessity. But still, it's fun. Learning skills is like expanding what I can do, and so, I continue keeping watch, while using the concealment skill here and there to increase its proficiency. Walking in Another World, Chapter 447, Tenso Village. We end up not staying in Rent, and instead head straight to Tenso, and we get there in the afternoon, 3 days after leaving Mesa. We look up at an imposing gate, and enter the village after showing our identification. The wagons stay near the entrance, in a parking area for them. The drivers say they are going to tend to the horses, and rest in a building in that parking area. But this is the Tenso village, right? I'm surprised by what I see the moment I come in. I guess quite a bit of time has passed since the last time I was here, so it makes sense for it to have changed. I remember the village chief, Mahat, saying at the time that people were going to be sent here to help rebuild the village. But still, the village that was just dotted with houses, now has a proper town planning going on, especially the road right after the gate. It's just as good or better than any town I've been to. There are buildings on both sides, with inns, restaurants, general stores, and even weapons and equipment stores. I can't really tell from the outside, but it feels like they don't have a bad selection either. I don't know the quality of their items, but they have a nice variety on display. It changed so much. There are stalls too. Yes, I'm not the only one who's surprised. Hikari, Sarah, and Mia are too. And then, someone talks to us. Oh, is that Mia? It's me, a girl we met when we escaped and took refuge here. It really is you. How are you? And Hikari and Sarah are here too. Isn't Sora with you? She looks at them in turn, and then at the rest of us. Everyone is confused by that last part, but then I remember that people here don't know my real face. Yes, it's been a while. Does this help? I say as I take the mask out of the item box. Sora? She's really surprised. Come to think of it, I figured you were injured at some point, because you were always wearing a mask. Ni keeps looking at me, and then she signals for Mia to come closer and says something to her. So what are we going to do, Sora? Spend the night here? Apparently Argo and his party know people here in Tenso, so they want to spend the night here. I don't have a problem with that. The problem is whether or not we can find rooms. There are more people here than I expected. But Ni hears us, and tells us we should be able to rent rooms, and takes us to an inn away from the main road. It's actually the same inn where everyone was holed up during the orc attack. The outer wall I put up back then to defend it has been taken down, and everything else has been well repaired. But the mood around here feels more tranquil compared to the entrance. People actually talked about leaving that wall, but it would be a nuisance with how the village is now. She sounds apologetic about it, but there are a few houses that were built around the inn, where the wall was, and apparently they belong to the villagers that already lived here. There's also a place near here to raise livestock. Farming is done outside the walls, because expanding the outer walls would also make it harder to keep watch. But she also says that they are considering it, because the population might still increase. This inn is away from the center of the village, so there aren't a lot of people here. In fact, it feels less like an inn and more like a tavern for the villagers. The owner actually recognizes Hikari and Sarah, and welcomes them. But she doesn't know who I am at first either. Then we all go to our rooms, and go out to walk around the village and tell the wagon drivers where we are. When we come back to the inn, we see Mahat the village chief, along with other men spearheaded by Elk. They have food ready too, so we all eat. I talk to Mahat and Elk, while Mia, Sarah, and Hikari are taken to another seat, and Chris and Rurika are the two. Mahat thanks me, and tells me that a lot of people have been trying to move here from Elysia, the Empire, and the Holy Kingdom lately. People from the church have been sounding them out to see if they can move here. It's nice that the population is increasing, but they say it comes with worries too. I listen to Elk complaining. He says he really thinks he's more suited for farm work, but the former slave men that gathered around him are stopping him. Sounds like he's well respected. Argo's party and the other worlders are sitting together and talking with other people. Noto and Argo in particular are drinking with former slaves. I'm stuck with the other miners like Shun, enjoying the food, when I hear cheers coming from Mia's group. I listen in, and apparently they're cheering over Sarah reuniting with Rurika and Chris. And I guess they're throwing Rurika and Chris a lot of questions too, since they're meeting for the first time. After a while, then another man goes out on patrol, and the feast is over. We spend the night here after a nice reception in Tenso, and I sleep on a fluffy bed for the first time in a while. Walking in Another World, Chapter 448, Everyone's Path. After leaving Tenso, we arrive in Loyot. We've been practicing cooking on the way here, and I've learned more about dungeons from talking with everyone. We also did mox battles while the horses rested, so we wouldn't get rusty. We need some exercise when we're sitting down for so long in the same position. Sora, here. When we get to Loyot, Miharu hands me a communications device. I gave them too, but she's giving hers back because she never really used it. And she says that she really felt like we go to a lot of places and get involved with a lot of people, so I should give it to someone who needs it. Then we decide to spend 2 nights here, and prepare for what's next. That said, we don't really buy anything, and just accompany Naito and the others while they do some shopping. And since we won't see each other for a while, we go to the Adventurer Guild to accept a quest together. It's a simple picking quest, to pick medicinal herbs in a nearby field. I'm not an adventurer, but I put in a bit of effort, because I figure I can pick medicinal herbs and give them potions as a present. I have to be careful not to try too hard, or there won't be any left for the others. Surprisingly, Shun is the best in their party at picking herbs. With his serious personality and good memory, he can remember medicinal herbs, vitality herbs, magic energy herbs, and others that can be delivered, and I'm surprised by how he sorts them out. And everything he picks is in good quality. It's different from me, who can just use appraisal. After delivering the medicinal herbs, we go back to the inn and eat, and then spend time as we want. Argo is asking Rurika, Chris, and Sarah for some kind of advice, and Naoto and the others are chatting with Hikari and Mia. I go to my room to make potions, and do it quickly with alchemy. I really can't do it in front of other people, like the other guests. The next morning, it's time to say goodbye to Naoto and the others. Tell us if you run into any trouble in the dungeon and Prix. We'll come right away, says Naoto. Everyone's reluctant to say goodbye, but we promise to see each other again. We start walking to the border city Sate, and I ask Rurika and the others something that pops into my mind. What were you talking about with Argo and the others last night? He was asking about Grandma, says Rurika with an awkward smile. I thought he had given up on her, since he's chaperoning Naoto's party and left the Republic of Eldo, but I guess I was wrong. I told him to work on it, because he can't even talk to her properly like that. That was Chris' advice. Guilford actually told me while we were traveling that Argo gets so nervous in front of Morrigan that he can't even talk. Maybe that's why she ended up calling Guilford and the others something like Gil, but Argo was Argo boy. At first he was happy, because he thought he was being given special treatment, until Rurika, Chris, and Sarah told him that's what she calls young children. He was pretty shocked. And so, for Argo, that will be a journey to strengthen himself mentally too. I can't say that's pitiful though. If anything, I feel like I get it. It's tricky. I'm used to being with girls, but there were a lot of times when I got nervous when it was time to talk about something important. Actually, I feel like that hasn't changed much, so maybe I didn't really grow. It takes courage, really. What's wrong, Sora? Sarah asks, kind of worried, because my face looks serious while I think. Nothing. I was thinking about the dungeon. Should we go alone, or get Layla's party to help us? I think it'd be nice if they helped. I agree with Rurika. They know your circumstances to a certain extent too, Sora. But what, Chris? They go to an academy, so I don't know if they will have time to help. I don't think Chris has a reason to be worried about that, because they earn something like points from exploring the dungeon. The real issue is how far they can follow us. Layla's level is pretty good, but I think the other 5 might have trouble if their levels are the same as they were back then. It might actually be better to get Guardian Sword's help through Layla's father, but let's go to the dungeon alone to get a feel for it first, and then decide. How about that? Yes. We haven't fought a lot of monsters lately, Rurika says to me, and everyone nods. Actually, the last time we really fought monsters was when we repelled the big attack on Elysia, and 10 days after leaving Loit, we reached Majolica. It took less time than the first time we came here, probably because Mia is used to traveling now. Back then she had low stamina, and had to constantly take breaks. Walking in Another World, Chapter 449, Elsa and Alto. Our first stop in Majolica is the house we were given. I have a spare key, so we can get in even if no one's here. It should be around here. I search for it with the help of map, and it doesn't take me long to find it. I had to use it because a lot of houses look the same around here. I've only been here once, but it really is a nice house, isn't it? Says Mia, and everyone except Hikari nods. It's small compared to your and Layla's houses, but way bigger than the house we rented before. Everyone can have their own room, with rooms to spare. At least twice as many. How about we just go inside? It might need to be cleaned. Rurika's right. It's supposed to be cleaned periodically, but maybe it's been a few days since it was last cleaned. But just as we step into the grounds to go inside, the door suddenly opens. There's a small maid, with her eyes wide open. Sora, and Hikari, she whispers, and behind her, there's another girl. No, a boy peeking. Yes, it's been a while. How have you been? Asks Hikari, and both run forward to hug her. Elsa has a big smile on her face, and Alto looks happy too. I'm glad you both look well, and have you been cleaning the place? Mia also smiles. Yes, we were just in the middle of it. But then Alto said there were people here, so we came to see, and there you were, says Elsa. And Alto nods. Then let's all clean together. Number. Cleaning is our job. Don't worry about it. The faster we finish, the sooner we get to hear about how you've been doing. Elsa immediately tries to stop Mia when she proposes we help, but Sarah ignores it and goes inside. I feel like she's a bit forceful, but then again, Elsa would probably not agree otherwise. Rurika and Chris follow her, and Elsa then rushes to chase after them too. Alto, take us inside. Alto nods to Hikari, and takes her and Mia by the hand inside. That shy Alto has become this active. I feel surprised as I also go inside. Elsa said they were in the middle of cleaning, but it looks clean already. Apparently they've been cleaning every 5 days. They come here pretty frequently, but they say it's also so they can practice cleaning. Are you going to be here for a while? Elsa asks me, after we finish cleaning. She also didn't know for sure who I was at first, because I wasn't wearing the mask. But she figured it was me because Hikari and the others are here too. Alto is looking at me too, probably also wanting to know the answer. Yes, we're going to the dungeon again, so we'll be here for the time being. When I say that, Both look happy. Ah, then we need to tell Mr. Will too. Can we live with all of you again? Yes, together. And look after the house? Yes, we won't have to worry about it if you do, says Hikari, and Mia adds to it. Anyway, we have things to do, and you two probably have other work to do too. We'll probably take it easy for 2 or 3 days, so make sure to talk about it over there. We need to go to the reference room of the guild to look into the dungeon, and get all sorts of things. I have food and disposable items in the item box, but there might be things I'm missing. And we need to rest too. We mostly traveled by wagon in the Holy Kingdom, but that doesn't mean we're not tired. Well, I'm doing fine, and for some reason, so is Mia. Is it because her race changed to godlike? It could also be because her level is just higher, and her body got stronger. Come to think of it, she was strong when we did mock battles too. She didn't attack, but her dodging was incredible. We keep talking with Elsa and Alto for a while. Since we all helped clean, they have time. We talk about the countries we've been to, and they have fun listening. They're especially interested in Hikari talking about food in other countries. Yes, I know. I need to let them have some next time. Hikari is looking at me like she's asking for it, but if I give them food now, they won't have room for dinner when they go back. And then we say goodbye to them for now, and walk around Majolica. I don't really see anything new, but I feel nostalgic. But I do see adventurers all over. Elsa actually told me there have been more around here lately. It's nice to have more people exploring the dungeon, but we're the ones who have to reach the end. But if they go further before we do, that means more information for us, so it's definitely not a bad thing. Walking in Another World, Chapter 450, Bloody Rose. Before lunchtime, Elsa and Alto bring us guests. It's Bloody Rose. Trisha is the one happiest to see us. The moment she sees Mia, she puts her palms together in prayer. We're not the only ones surprised to see this either. Her fellow party members are too. Is this also an effect of her godlike status? Actually, I feel like she was always like this with Mia, so it's probably just because she hasn't seen her in a while. Other than that, Layla catches Hikari and feeds her sweets, and Yor starts asking Chris questions about magic. I feel like this place fell into disarray right after we met again. Elsa is flustered by this, and Alto is just doing his own thing. I was surprised when I saw you without your mask. You were so insistent about keeping it on. I feel like it's my first time seeing your real face, say Layla and Yor, and everyone else nods. I give them a simple explanation about why I had to hide my face because of matters related to Elysier, and I feel like that's enough for Layla to figure things out. Maybe a lot of information about me made its way to Will too. So you're all going to the dungeon? That's the idea, and this time we're really going in with the idea to conquer it. Last time we were here, there were other things we had to do. Yes, I wish we could have helped, but we were busy with some things. Layla says they will be graduating from the academy soon, but they're indecisive about what to do after that. They're going to stay a party, but they've been discussing whether to continue with just the 5 of them, or recruit new members. They say if they do recruit new members, they aren't going to try to reach new floors right away, and they're going to take it easy instead. We know how strong you all are, but if you are going to the lower floors, you really should team up with other parties to increase your numbers. I know, but we can't join a clan or anything. Guardian Sword has the manpower, and we know Jake, their leader. But we're going to have to move on to another dungeon after we conquer this one, so we can't just casually join a clan. Then what about Siphons? They came back about 10 days ago. If I remember correctly, Rurika and Chris know them. Siphon, wasn't he with Fred and the others? They separated when Fred and the others went to the Beast Kingdom. Well, the ones who came back here were Goblin's Grief. Goblin's Grief. That name makes me feel nostalgic. I guess it would be easier to count on Siphon's party. Not to mention that I don't have to hide my identity anymore. Also, there's a reason why I think Siphon's party wouldn't have a problem even if we went to the lower floors. Their levels. I wasn't too concerned about that when we saw each other again in Majolica, and didn't cast appraisal. But I did in the Dragon Kingdom when they accepted a quest with Rurika and Chris. And Fred's party too. But I saw that Goblin's Grief were pretty high leveled. If I count backwards, Their levels must have been pretty high when I met them in Elysia too. To the point where it's strange that they were C rank. Of course, they could have hunted monsters like crazy after I said goodbye to them, but Goblin's grief never seemed that intense about accepting quests. It would be different if they came across a stampede like Bloody Rose did, but I didn't hear about that. We should discuss this with Rurika and Chris. Some things will be easy, and some not so much. It's going to be awkward when we talk about me though. I think it's best to just say why I did it, and apologize. Fufu. Then I'll talk to Rurika and Chris. If it's not a problem, can I tell them you're here? Yes, if Rurika and Chris don't mind. And they say they don't. That means I have to face it now. Rurika and Chris are apologetic, because they know my circumstances, but there's no way around it. And I'm sure they've made that decision too, because it makes things more certain if we're teaming with people we know. Then we will tell you when we make contact with them. We have lunch with Layla and the others, and they stay here until just before the sun sets. It's mainly because of Trisha and Yor, so Mia and Chris are exhausted by the time they leave. I talked to Yor too, but it was Chris who took the brunt of the questions. That's probably because she does a better job explaining things. After all, I just learned things with points, so I don't know anything about the basics. As a way to reward them for their efforts, I cook what they want with Elsa and Alto. Oh, and I delivered Dan's letter to Yor. She didn't look happy about it, but I did ask her to respond just once. But I emphasized the just once part. I want to think that means he got his wish. After all, I don't have the power to influence her to change her mind. Walking in Another World, Chapter 451, Goblin's Grief. It's morning, 3 days after we reached Majolica, and we're finally meeting Siphon's party again. Layla dispatched a messenger to tell us last night. How about you calm down, Sora? Yes, just start by apologizing for keeping that a secret and it'll be fine. Exactly. I think they will understand if you just explain. Mia warns me, Rurika sounds carefree, and Chris tries to reassure me. No Rurika, you're just saying that because it's not you. Master, go for broke. I'm not sure about that choice of words either, Hikari. Mia and the others are amused, and tell her that expression doesn't sound quite right here. Sarah is just watching. You could say something, you know. I don't know if I'll respond though. We have guests. Meanwhile, Elsa brings Siphon's party inside. I get up, thinking that I don't even get this nervous even when I'm fighting, and my eyes meet Siphon's just as he enters the room. They all look surprised, and I'm feeling awkward. It's been a while, is all I say. Even I think it's pathetic, but my mind is all over the place, and I don't know what to say. Sora? Wait, is that really you? Siphon is just standing there with a surprised look on his face. But someone passes by him and comes closer, who then hugs me tightly. You're alive, and cries. It's their shield user, Geats. In a way, he's the person in Goblin's Grief who's looked after me the most. Sorry for keeping quiet about everything. No, it's fine. It's enough to see you're alive. I'm really thankful to hear that. To be honest, I was thinking they might be more upset. And once we all calm down, I explain in order what happened. Why I faked my death and disappeared. Why I hid who I was. They listen quietly until I'm done. That was a lot of trouble, I'm told, but they're also happy about me being free now. So, did Layla tell you what we're doing? We're planning to go to the dungeon, but do you want to come with us? Rurika asks, when it feels like our conversation has settled down, and Siphon and the others look at each other with troubled expressions. It kind of feels like they're holding each other back with their eyes, but in the end, Yano smiles lightly, and Siphon speaks like he's resigned himself to doing it. Actually, we need to apologize for something too. They say that they were actually a part of a special unit of the Republic of Eldo, and were working, gathering information about various countries. It was influenced by the invasion by the Borshal Empire, and they wanted to investigate the state of things of various countries to curb damage before it happened. It sounds like they had some people who were like spies when the Borshal Empire attacked, but not many. Siphon and the others weren't originally a part of a special unit either. They were adventurers who were scouted, and Yano, being from a nice family, played a part in that. Apparently Yano was a tomboy who ran away from home and became an adventurer. When she hears that, Mia blushes a little. That's right. She also ran away from the church too. Again and again. And actually, when we met Ruruka and Chris in the capital, we received instructions. We were not to interfere with them, but to protect them if anything happened. And we were a little wary when Sora made contact with them. But don't think badly of us. It was because when we looked into you, we couldn't find any information. We just thought it was suspicious. But then you said goodbye to them in the Relay City without any fanfare, and continued working as an adventurer, right? Well, we were curious, so we wanted to keep looking after you. Geets took a liking to you too, which is rare. It really is. He started teaching you things, even though he normally doesn't go out of his way to talk. Siphon says, but I remember Geets being very caring. One question. I said all sorts of things because I needed to explain what happened. But why did you reveal that? Because we can't say no to going to the dungeon. We actually had plans to go with Fred's party to the Beast Kingdom, but just before that, we were contacted and told that the young ladies were going to Majolica's dungeon, and that we were to help them. Siphon says, looking into the distance with tired eyes. It sounds like whoever said that was very insistent. They hit it off pretty well with Fred and the others, but had to part ways and come here. It might have been Grandma, Chris whispers as she looks at him. That's very possible. Walking in Another World, Chapter 452, Mia is invincible. Siphon's party has already been to the 28th floor, so we're continuing from there. Although we also considered not going in so deep, to get used to it because we haven't been here in a while. Well, leave it to us. With those encouraging words from Siphon, we head out from the 28th floor. Last time we were here, various monsters appeared after traps were activated, but normally, this is populated by Liches. In my mind, Liches are pretty strong monsters, but Siphon says that's not the case. In fact, monsters without a physical body like ghosts are the ones that are tough to beat. Especially since no one in our party knows holy magic, and the only one who can use magic at all is Yuno. And that's why they buy a lot of things like holy water, and it adds a lot to their expenses. But what about Liches? I ask, and I'm told we can just hit them and break their magic stones. I start out by using map to look around the floor. Since we're exploring a dungeon, I tell Siphon and the others about some of the skills I can use. I guess we'll move forward. I tell everyone what I see on map, and we start advancing through the dungeon. Currently, I only see reactions of monsters on this floor, and quite a lot too. They accumulate when they aren't hunted, so this floor might be one that's not used by people a lot. I've heard that the 28th floor is pretty deep in the dungeon, so not a lot of people come here to hunt. The clan Guardian Sword was updating their floors one after the other, so I wonder how far they've gone at this point. I guess we have to study this area again. We're going to the 30th floor this time, so that's all we looked into. But there aren't any monsters. You made it sound like they were around here, Sora. Ruruka says, so I look at map. The monsters are moving. Yes, they're moving too. They're in a place pretty far from here. And then we continue moving while I keep an eye on map, and I notice something odd. Are the monsters avoiding us? Yes. As we move, it's like the monsters are moving away from us. They would normally move towards us, but they're doing the opposite. We leave the regular route just to check, and sure enough, is that true? It makes sense for Siphon to be suspicious. I can't believe it either. 2 days pass, then 3, and we don't fight any monsters. And on the 5th day, we see the staircase, and close to 100 Liches in front of it. At a glance, it looks like they're protecting the staircase. But, am I imagining it, or are they shaking? Well, skeletons also rattle while they move, so is it a characteristic of undead types? Is that an ambush to protect the staircase? Liches are pretty intelligent undead monsters, so maybe. Ruruka whispers, and Siphon responds. Anyway, it'll be tough to fight that many. All we can do is approach them while Yuno and Chris cover us with magic. Siphon says while sighing. Hold on. I'll bring reinforcements. We weren't fighting monsters, so I didn't summon the Gillums, and Siphon and his party are pretty surprised to see me do it. Are you ready? I ask, and Siphon nods. We fire ourselves up and move forward, and reach the staircase without much of a fight. There are many bright magic stones on the ground. That's proof that they're high quality, As for what exactly is going on, the leashes just disappear when we get close. Was all that shaking not because they were skeletons, but because they were afraid? Undead monsters hate the living, and are stubborn with how they target them. But there was not a shadow of that, as they disappeared without any sign that they would even attack us. But then I look at Mia. We might need to check on another floor, but if I think about what would be the worst enemy of undead monsters, it would have to be Mia. This didn't happen the last time we were in the dungeon, so is it an effect of the godlike status change? Just what happened? Yes, what did they show us here? Siphon and Jin look dazed, but we collect the magic stones quickly, and keep heading to the 30th floor. And sure enough, we don't fight monsters on the 29th floor either. The next day, we go to the 21st floor without her, and the skeletons that do attack us. It looks like it really is Mia. We didn't tell Mia we were going there, so she'd be really mad if she found out. I mean, she'd tell us to stop, and would definitely want to come along. So, Walking in Another World, Chapter 453, Majolica's Dungeon, 30F. Orc types appear in the 30th floor boss room, and the boss itself is either an Orc king or an Orc lord. They have with them generals, mages, archers, and warriors, but apparently their numbers change from time to time. This time, it's an Orc king with 4 generals, 10 mages, 10 archers, and 30 warriors. Hikari looks raring to go when she sees them. It's because orc meat is so popular. It might not be as good as the monster meat I currently have in the item box though. No fire magic, mainly from Chris and you. Someone says before we fight. Well, I've been practicing using a shield too, so I'm also going in front. And I can leave the golems to cover the back row. But since they're still not too sure, Jin is staying back too. Let's go, says Siphon loudly. He's fired up. It's because he didn't get to do anything last time. Not that anyone did. Geats and I stop the charge of the warriors with our shields, and provoke them to attract their attention. This is a technique I learned when I learned Shield Master. It basically draws monsters aggro to stop others from being attacked. We're suddenly surrounded by 5 warriors, but Geats holds firm and deals with all of their attacks. I'm not that good, so I block attacks with my shield while trying to counter with my sword. Then we move so we don't get stuck in the same place, and put pressure on them while dodging. That way, we can dull their moves and make things easier for us. And while the warriors are focused on us, Sarah and Siphon sweep in from the side and crush them. Olga is a scout who can use various weapons, but this time the focus is on holding mages back with a bow. Olga says that's just being a jack of all trades and master of none, but that skill is unquestionable, and the rapid fire takes down 3 monsters very quickly. By the 4th, the orcs are aware of it and taking measures, and the generals move to cover the mages. But that also serves to draw their attention elsewhere, allowing Hikari and Rurika to come close and attack the archers and mages. Maybe it would be safer to throw knives here, but I'm not using them this time. There's the fact that I'd be using materials, and also that I'm confident we can take them down without them. Throwing knives are still disposable items. 30 minutes after the battle has started, the orc side is already in tatters. They felt so strong before, but they're no match for us after all we've been through. It ends when Rurika cuts the Orc King's head with her mithril sword. Then I quickly retrieve the corpses to the item box, and a treasure chest appears. There are 2 return stones inside. In a way, these are the most valuable magic items we could have, because the dungeon gets wider from this point forward. Hearing about how people can warp out of the dungeon after each floor in Preeks makes me a little jealous. But then again, each floor is also bigger, so I guess we'll only know which one is actually better when we go to Preeks. You 2 ladies are strong. I can tell that Rurika in particular is stronger than I remember. Rurika looks a little embarrassed about Siphon and Geats complimenting her so directly. If you're using a shield, something like a spear might be better suited for you than a sword, Sora. Well, but that makes it different from Geats, and it's easy to use. And I guess it's better to use the weapon you're used to. That gets me thinking. Siphon is saying that because I'm good with a sword, but if I learned a spear skill, I could use it too. Of course, just learning a skill doesn't mean I can handle a weapon perfectly. A skill is just the entrance, and I still need to train to use it well. I should look into what kind of weapons shield users normally use, but I haven't seen a lot of adventurers like that to begin with. The impression that I get is that most knights who use shields also use spears. That might be because they're geared towards fighting on horseback, but most knights I've seen in dungeons used swords. I might be able to see a chivalry recorder train if I ask Will the feudal lord through Layla, but if I was going to do that, I think I'd rather watch Guardian Sword. What's wrong, Sora? I was just thinking about what weapons go well with a shield. I say to Mia, I feel like a lot of knights in the Holy Kingdom used swords, but they were there to hunt monsters when I was with them, and their shields were small and made with mobility in mind. She says that happened in forests. I look at the shield I'm using. It's a broad shield, and its weight also means it's not suited for nimble movement. But that also means that it probably wouldn't budge against an attack by an ogre. I don't feel its weight now, but it does make it harder to move. Maybe that will change as the skill levels up. Maybe I should change shields when fighting different monsters. Maybe I'll visit a shop that sells armor and look for different shields. Walking in Another World, Chapter 454, Shopping. Part 1. When I wake up in the morning and go to the dining room, I see Yana cooking along with Elsa and the others. She's supposedly not good at it, but joined them because Mia invited her. Since we're all exploring the dungeon together, Goblin's Grief is living with us. We had the empty rooms anyway, and there's also the fact that a lot of people have been making their way to Majolica. Adventurers from places like Elysia and the Empire that accepted quests to be sent to the Dark Forest are looking for work, and a lot are picking dungeons. I don't know if it's because the business with the Demon King is over for now, but I hear there are less monsters roaming around too. And I've heard from Siphon that the whole thing with the Demon King is being treated as a big charade orchestrated by Elysia. Can I ask something? Siphon asks as we take it easy after eating. Why is that kid wearing a maid outfit? Hikari and Alto are exercising in front of us. The maid outfit. Siphon's right. He's a boy, right? Yes, is all I can say. I can't say why he's wearing a maid outfit either. I heard he wore it too while working in Will's place. I'm sure no one there managed to stop that person either. Well, if it doesn't bother him, it's fine, isn't it? Maybe it's part of the culture of this place. I don't think that's right, but I say that anyway. It isn't, is it? I see. Siphon seemingly catches on, and doesn't ask any more. Also, Alto isn't exercising with Hikari just to be healthy or anything. He doesn't want to be an adventurer either, but Hikari says he wants to support Elsa. He's been doing some basic training in Will's mansion too. According to the person I mentioned before, maids have to fight to protect their masters. Elsa has been receiving training too, and apparently she's been improving quite a bit. How far do maids in this world aim? Are the maids in yours place all strong too? When Hikari heard that, it piqued her interest and she did a few mock battles, and she says they were strong. And that's why Alto asked Hikari to teach him, to bridge that gap. I don't think he needs to try too hard, considering his age, but I'd also feel bad about stopping him when he's so proactive about it. So I'm leaving that to Hikari. Are you going to an armor shop today? Yes, to check out the shields. And I want to stop by general stores to check out the prices of the potions, and maybe go around stalls. We haven't strolled around Majolica yet, so we're doing it today. And Elsa and Alto are coming along. We take care of any housework left to do, and leave before noon. We're leaving now because we're planning to eat out. Siphon's party is staying back because they say they want to rest. But we really stand out when we walk around town. The fact that everyone's wearing regular clothes and not adventurer equipment has to do with it too, but it's probably more because the male-to-female balance in our group is very skewed. And since Elsa and Alto are wearing their maid outfits, it looks like a group of 1 guy and 7 girls. How would they be looking at me if Mia and the others were still wearing slave collars? Well, that happened before, but at least I was wearing a mask. We told Elsa and Alto they didn't have to wear maid outfits, but they insisted. But Mia also says it could be because they don't have a lot of regular clothes, and that's why clothes for them are part of our shopping list. We haven't told them yet, because they'll definitely say they don't need them. First, We stop by an armor shop as planned. We're doing this because they would feel bad about picking clothes if we did it before taking care of the reason why we went out. Come to think of it, when I first came to this world and had to buy equipment, I got all sorts of advice from an owner of a weapon shop. I actually have things to ask this time too, but the place is busier than I expected. Not to mention the looks of suspicion being pointed at our group of people wearing regular clothes and maid outfits. Before, I just looked at big ones that did a good job protecting the front, but now I want to take my time and check more shields. Even we could use a small one like this, and over in that shelf are magic shields, and a lot of people are checking them. Chris and Mia are checking out the shields with me. But wouldn't it be better to use one you made, Sora? Yes, that's true. Maybe they're right. I could collect materials in the dungeon and use the creation skill. But the ones I'd make would display their power by using magic energy. In the end, I buy one that's smaller than the one I've been using. This is more suited to attach to my arm than actually holding. Next, a general store. Or do you want to go to the stores? It's almost lunchtime, so we go around the stalls first. Walking in Another World, Chapter 455, Shopping, Part 2. Are you sure that's all right? Elsa is flustered to the point of being funny. Hikari and Alto are in front of her, stuffing their mouths with meat skewers that each have 3 big pieces of meat. Hikari can eat those no problem, but I don't know about Alto either. But it doesn't look like he minds it, as he follows Hikari with his eyes while she orders more. Do you want some too, Elsa? Asks Hikari, and Elsa shakes her head so fast that I fear it might snap off. Kids that eat grow. Alto's small, so he should eat a lot and get bigger, says Hikari. And Alto nods, with his mouth full. They kind of look like a master and a pupil that follows her teachings. Hikari looks satisfied with Alto's reaction, and bites into her skewer again. Well, just don't force yourself. And what are you going to eat, Elsa? This is a stall in front of the Adventurer Guild, so it has a lot of hearty food. We're eating here because we have to pick up the orc meat we asked the guild to take apart. Then, soup. Elsa picks vegetable soup, but it's vegetable soup in name only. It has large chunks of meat scattered all over. Well, at least they're smaller than the ones Hikari is eating. Chris and Mia order the same, and I eat meat and vegetables stuffed between slices of bread, like a sandwich. Then we go to general stores, and I see that it isn't just stuff like medicinal herbs that's gone up in price because of the influx of people. Things like holy water have too. Apparently there have been more adventurers exploring floors with undead monsters lately. Holy water is usually made by the church, so it's always limited in supply. It's also possible to purify and refine water with holy magic skills, but it's rare for adventurers to make it themselves because the success rate is low and it takes time. And it would be more effective to just use those skills to infuse a holy attribute. But medicinal plants have gone up. It makes me want to go to the 5th floor and pick some. The 25th floor's forest was full of poisonous plants, so I couldn't pick normal medicinal plants there, but apparently the 35th floor is a special field that's a forest again, so can I pick there? Then we go to a clothing store as planned, and buy clothes for everyone. To be more precise, the girls and Alto all have fun picking clothes. Elsa is reserved at first, but it looks like she was also interested in the first place, because that disappears while Mia and the others make her try different things. In fact, it's incredible how full of energy she is despite how much stuff they make her try on. And her smile while she has fun picking clothes suits a girl her age better than when she's briskly doing housework. But that's like her job, so there's nothing that can be done there. After we're done shopping, we stop by a place we heard about from Layla and the others. It's a sweets shop that's been popular lately, and it's full of people. I see some people wearing uniforms from the Magius Magic Academy here and there too. Sweets are pretty expensive in this world, so are they spending money they made as adventurers? Or maybe they love sweets so much that they don't mind the prices. Are you sure? Don't worry about it. That's right. You can't come all the way here and get all reserved. Yes, and we need to bring some for Yana too. Elsa looks restless in front of a table with different cakes lined up, as Hikari, Mia, and Rurika struggle to decide what they're having. I get just one, and take it easy eating with Alto. I feel like the girls each make 3 cakes disappear on their own in the time it takes us to eat one. But I'm probably just imagining it. I match the sweetness with a drink that's like brown tea, and watch them as they enjoy themselves. You can eat what you want to, Alto, I say, and he reaches for his 3rd cake. And like Rurika said before, we buy a lot more to take home with us. Ah yes, they're going in the item box. This place really seems popular, and I don't know when we'll come here again. In fact, when we leave, there are even more people lining up in front of the store than before. It's hard to preserve food in this world, so they don't really do takeout. Even in stalls, it's customary to eat there. That also means the person taking our order was surprised when I bought so much. Yano looks really happy when we serve cake after dinner. Of course, the girls all eat again, but stop at 1 because it's nighttime. Walking in Another World, Chapter 456, Majolika's Dungeon, 31F. Goblins appear on this floor. But of course, they're not normal goblins. It's stuff like mages and archers, and other goblins with those kinds of jobs. I've also read that goblin kings too, but rarely. That should be easy then, right? Some people make that mistake, and have a hard time because they think these goblins are the same as the ones in places like boss rooms. The difference here is that their weapons have been upgraded, and the goblins themselves also have higher levels. I can tell this is true by casting appraisal on them. Also, I don't know if it's because of their higher level, but once we actually fight them, the goblins seem to formulate strategies. Well, some just charge forward without thinking, but most attack in coordination with the others. We should call that one guard instead of fighter. Yes, it was good with that shield, and it was doing a good job protecting the archers and mages too. After we fight, Sarah and Rurika praise the goblins' moves. And be careful about traps. Yes, that other one was making use of traps. I respond to Hikari as I remember what it did. There was one goblin that suddenly ran towards traps when it saw the battle wasn't going well for them. This time it didn't manage to do anything, because Chris took it down before it could activate traps. But who knows what would have happened if it did. That reminds me of the kobold chief that tried to make use of traps too. And since there are kobolds on the next floor, we might meet it again. The stuff I read said they don't appear frequently, but that also means they could appear. Well, let's just be careful. Not a lot of people hunt here, so that means it might be full of monsters. There are always some floors that are popular, and some that aren't, and people tend to avoid ones with goblins because they can't harvest materials from them. There are those that pass by here on the way back to exit the dungeon, but no one picks it as their main hunting ground. Without being able to get materials, no one is going to want to come here even if the magic stones are a bit better. It's because they're goblins. If you want to make money, you're better off doing quests on upper floors, like the 15th floor. Apparently escorting quests are pretty popular there. It's because it's possible to get mithril. I've heard that lately, major clans have started their own independent mining. There aren't really regulations about that, and countries and feudal lords don't stop them either. But whether or not it's profitable depends on whether or not they hire capable miners. And since they need a good number of people, they need more guards the more people they bring. That makes me wonder if they even make a profit, but I guess that's just how alluring mithril is. If they're going to do that, I think they'd be better off trying to get rich from treasure chests in a boss room. Are you sure about that, Siphon? Think about what we've gotten so far. Jin objects to Siphon's words with an exasperated tone. Siphon looks away, which tells me they probably didn't get anything too good. Honestly, the only thing that might be worth a good amount is the return stone. Yes, but since we took it for ourselves, we can't sell it. That means we actually haven't made much, says Yano. And Keats tells us they haven't been able to save a lot of money, but still, they're saving on renting rooms at an inn by staying with us, and more important than that, Siphon has been drinking less, so that helps. Drinking is an important tool to gather information, you know? People trade valuable information over drinks. Foo-foo, then how about you go by yourself next time? Siphon really tries to emphasize how important it is, but Yano shoots him down with a smile. I think it's fine if it's money he earned. Then I remember people being all loud and messing around in the guild. I've done that too, and at the time, I thought it was nice to eat there once in a while. And now, if asked, I'd say I'd rather relax and eat at home or at stalls. It's better than eating with single old guys. Or could it be that when I start to enjoy drinking, I'll start thinking that sort of thing isn't bad either? Never mind that. What now? We should be able to reach the 32nd floor tomorrow if we keep going like this. So are we heading to the 35th floor as planned? We have plenty of resources, so I think we can. But will it be alright? I ask Siphon, and he nods. I have enough food in the item box to easily last half a year. Actually, I'm going to get even more as we go to new towns and buy things there. We're going to cook for ourselves a lot while we explore dungeons, which makes me wonder just how much my item box can hold. At the very least, I haven't reached its maximum capacity ever since I started leveling it up. I'd like to know the limits someday, but the idea that it has infinite space makes me happy too. Walking in Another World, Chapter 457, Majolica's Dungeon. 32F. I check map after we go down the stairs. But there are few reactions of people. But I also feel like there are fewer reactions of monsters compared to the 31st floor. Maybe some people passed by here recently on the way to the 33rd floor. I've heard of second and third parties of a major clan making their way to the 40th floor. That's because they need a good number of people from the 41st floor onward. I've heard that Guardian Sword has currently advanced to the 42nd, and since it gets tougher from that point forward, they've been training people to increase their numbers. Other clans have been doing the same, so now there's a split between guilds trying to reach new floors, and guilds trying to make money mining on the 15th floor. And apparently the 25th floor is the main hunting ground of adventurers not in guilds. Monster spawns are in a way fixed there, so it saves them the time of having to look for them, and it's easy to leave the dungeon even without return stones. Won't that make it tough with the numbers we have now? I ask, thinking about what's beyond the 40th floor. Well, we can just go there and think about it if we can't advance further. You said you're aiming for the lowest floor, but with your skills, it might be possible to go without even fighting monsters, right? The problem is how we're going to defeat the boss. But we'll wait for information from the ones ahead of us. Siphon is right. We should plan after we know what monsters appear in the boss room. The people who go there first have to be ready for whatever comes, so it takes time to prepare to get through a boss room. The 40th floor is a good example. And there's the fact that it can't be redone. But we're not completely in the dark either. If it's the 40th floor, that means that it's probably going to be monsters that appear from the 31st to the 39th floors. Apparently last time it was a race called Giants, so the boss was something called Gigants with giant elites with it. How about we go forward and talk about what's ahead later, says Jin, and Siphon and I nod, so we continue our exploration. Thinking about kobolds reminds me of the kobold guards that gave us trouble in a boss room. But this time we have more people. So when we come across near 30 kobolds, we dispatch them without much trouble. With Siphon and Jin here, we have more close-range power, and since I have the Gillums, I can go forward too, and Mia and Chris can protect themselves with magic shields. I've given one to Yana too, but she's still learning how to use it. According to Mia and Chris, she's good at controlling the flow of magic energy. Mia is kind of upset, because it was so tough for her. These things never sit still. I'm not really good with fast monsters. I think it's easier to fight them, and kobolds don't have tough skin, so weapons go in easily. Yes, we can move from one right to the other. Siphon is complaining while wiping sweat from his brow, but Rurika and Hikari have the opposite opinion. Especially Hikari, since her main weapon is a dagger, and she has trouble with thick-skinned monsters. Still, compared to normal people who use daggers, she uses a mithril one and can control the flow of her magic energy, so she can still slash monsters. The bigger issue is the short blade. Wouldn't it be better to make the blade a little longer? It might be a little harder to use, but that would change its weight and the way she would get close to enemies too. It would take time to get used to a weapon that was changed like that. Maybe I should talk about it with Hikari on the way back. She's bigger than when I met her too. How about we eat? I think we got all the monsters around here. No one objects. Today I'm making soup for lunch, and we're eating things I bought from stalls. This is because Siphon and the others were talking about how they haven't been to their hometown in a while we had dinner yesterday, and how they miss the food there. We haven't actually been there, but we just happened to buy things at a stall in a different town that sold the kind of thing they were talking about. Ah, this taste feels nostalgic, says Siphon with an earnest tone, and the other four nod as they silently eat. Their town got hit hard by the war, but it was rebuilt, and still exists. Aren't you going to visit it one day? Well, we could, but Siphon sounds evasive, and peeks at Yuno. Maybe I shouldn't ask more. Then we keep hunting kobolds as we advance, but after serving food from stalls, we start doing that once every couple of days. So Hikari, is there anything you recommend? And because of that, I see Goblin's Grief asking Hikari about it from time to time. Well, they're not wrong to ask Hikari about food. Walking in Another World, Chapter 458, Majolica's Dungeon, 33F. Orcs appear on this floor. Orc meat is popular, and their magic stones are above average, so it would make sense for this to become a popular hunting ground. But not in Majolica's dungeon. First, it's not easily accessible. Second, if you're not aiming too high, you can just hunt on the 25th floor. Orc meat is tastier when it comes from mages and warriors, and even better from generals, but then there's the problem of carrying it back. Without at least a magic bag, it's not going to stay fresh. Of course, it can also be carried around in an item bag, but those don't have a function to prevent deterioration, so people would have to spend time taking the monsters apart and preserving the meat as blocks. Conversely, it's said that people who don't have trouble moving between floors and have either magic bags or space-time magic could make good use of this floor. Incidentally, people think I use magic bags. I'm a merchant after all. At this point, the orcs have been powered up quite a bit. But they might actually be easier to hunt than kobolds because there aren't as many. Yes, and most just attack head-on. Geats agrees with Siphon. Orcs are proud of their strength, so a lot ignore stuff like tactics and just charge forward. The exception is if there is a general among them, because they move like a unit in that case. That's why we need to take the general down first, and turn them back into a disorganized mob. That's where Auger's bow shines. It's not fancy like magic, but Auger combines erasing his presence and attacks with the bow to take down a general and a few mages. It's incredible how Auger can do that without even using skills. That's just the result of me looking for something I can do. I don't really excel at anything like the others. That might just make it more impressive. I can only use a sword. Auger sounds modest, but Rurika praises him too. Rurika says she can only use a sword, but the same goes for Sarah. Then again, she's incredible in her own right for being able to use two weapons at the same time like that. I can just barely do that if I use parallel thinking. And that also means I can't afford to do anything else. I collect the orcs, and check map again. I'm thinking orcs avoid the places where I see reactions from traps, because I don't see any monsters near traps. That's good for us though, because it makes it easier for us to fight. Master, are there orcs? Yes, just like you say. Hikari. Few? Yes, only 3 coming this way, but there's also a strong reaction on magic energy detection, so there's a good chance there are mages or a general. Mages, says Geats, and sure enough, 3 orc mages come out of the right side of a T-junction. Not only that, but they have spells ready, and fire them the moment they see us. Before I can step forward, Geats goes in front with his shield in hand, and casts Aura Shield. The dome created by Aura Shield covers and protects everyone. The spells explode as soon as they touch it, but do no damage. The mages start readying their next attacks, but they immediately go down to arrows that hit them in the foreheads. Auger managed to fire them in quick succession thanks to Geats blocking the magic. Hikari and Rurika's eyes shine as they're impressed by this excellent combo. These floors really get huge once you come down this far. It really is a pain. Passages get wider the further down we go to, so we'll have to fight multiple monsters at the same time. Siphon complains while we take a break, and Jin does too. That's normal coming from Siphon, but not so much from Jin. Giant-type monsters appear from the 36th floor onward, and I've heard some people say recently that it's like the dungeon makes the passages wider to accommodate them. Well, there's no point in thinking about that now. The 35th floor comes first, and then let's think about how to take down the boss on the 40th floor. Siphon's right. And then, we walk through the 33rd floor for a week, and reach the staircase to the 34th. It took a long time to reach this one, because the staircases are on opposite sides. Also, this doesn't happen every time, but some floors have paths that become intricate like mazes, so that also costs us time even if we're not fighting monsters. I don't have a problem just walking, but the tension of walking around in a dungeon takes a toll on my nerves and leaves me mentally tired too. Let's rest for today before going down to the 34th floor. There aren't any more monsters around here. Today we're using monster-repelling items around our campsite, and I also put up a shield and bring out the golems. Parallel thinking also allows me to be ready for monster attacks, but we all managed to rest well without any interruptions by monsters. Walking in Another World, Chapter 459, Majolica's Dungeon, 34F, Part 1. The first thing I notice when we go down to the 34th floor is that I see more reactions from people than I expected. The monsters that appear here are called giants. They have big bodies that are taller than 3 meters and close to 2 meters in width. They're known for being strong, but not agile. Still, that comes with a note saying that they lack agility only in comparison to their strength. Also, they have a lot of stamina, and a lot of fights with them turn into wars of attrition. Incidentally, a lot of people are here to get used to fighting giants, because from the 36th floor onward, they appear in groups. They're also looking for the most effective way to beat them, so they can take them down quickly when fighting those groups. First, let's see if we can take them down easily, and if Geats and Sora can block their attacks with their shields. We can't test with downward slashes, so we'll lead them on so they attack with horizontal slashes, says Siphon, and I nod while feeling nervous. I've heard that a shield user of Guardian Sword can block their attacks, so I think I can too. Sora, I will cast protection too, but don't overdo it. Yes, I'll be fine. I've fought other strong ones too. It would be better if I knew how strong they are compared to Minotaurs for example, but I don't have a comparison chart or anything. In a way, I think not a lot of people have fought as many kinds of monsters as us. Those tough people that fought in the Dark Forest are one thing, but people who stay in one dungeon only fight the monsters that appear there. Also, I have pain reduction, so I want to believe I'll be fine. Well then Geats, let me go first. Geats is reluctant, but lets me fight. Hikari and Rurika coordinate their attacks, and do a good job leading a giant. Hikari's dagger isn't a very good weapon against it, but Rurika's sword creates wounds with each swing. They're mostly attacking its legs to make it lose its mobility, and when it does a sweeping attack, I jump in and hold up my shield. This isn't the new one I bought recently, it's the sturdy one I already had. The giant's attack hits it, and the impact almost lifts my feet off the ground, but I stand firm. There really is force to it, but I managed to withstand it. At first, I don't drop my center of gravity completely, to be able to go around, but I keep that in mind and manage to safely block the attack without my body trembling or anything. Is this because of my stats, or my skills? Regardless, I feel like I'll be able to help as a shield user. Then it's Geats' turn to try, and sure enough, his handling of the shield is skillful and firm. His body drags back a little, but that's him using the shield well to kill the impact. He doesn't just defend, he also puts the monster in a position that's advantageous for his allies, and Siphon bisects it. They really are tough. If you're going to attack them with arrows, you should aim for the eyes. Hikari, you should probably use your dagger more for the paralysis effect too, says Siphon to Augur, and Rurika to Hikari. Should we try magic next? We should see if any kind of magic is effective against them. like Sora said. And focus on that and forget gathering materials this time. Area of effect magic would be the best way to deal with multiple monsters. We need to try it with the monsters that are going to appear from now on. Every sorcerer is different from each other, so it's hard to find stuff like element weaknesses in documents. I guess undead monsters are weak to the holy and light attributes, and most are also not strong against fire. Fire is the one with the most power, so even people who can use multiple elements tend to focus on fire. Mia, I want to fight without protection next time, so can you not buff me just that one time? Are you sure? I need to check. I'll do my best to fend off the attack. We look for another monster, and keep testing. Yes, it really does feel different when I have protection. Please cast it again next time. Now that I know that, I ask Mia again. She looks a little happy. Is that because I'm relying on her? Chris' spirit magic is a little too strong, so can she use it in a small area when they're clumped together? When I hear that, I turn to where Chris is, and see a giant that's been torn to pieces. The magic stone has been completely destroyed too. She hasn't really used spirit magic until this floor, and I get the feeling that it's been powered up by Eliana. I want to have the golems fight one next, but do you want to practice too, Chris? I ask, and Chris nods with a somewhat apologetic look on her face. Walking in Another World, Chapter 460, Majolica's Dungeon, 34F, Part 2. At first the dog golem is pushed back while fighting a giant, but it learns as it fights, and manages to take it down without any problems in its defense. I did have to change some equipment though. The dog golem is badly matched with the giants, and its attacks aren't effective, so I'll refrain from using it. I might bring it out only when I need its mobility. There's also the fact that there are a lot of people and it stands out. As for the humanoid golem, if I dress it and hide its face with a full face helmet like a knight's, it doesn't look like a golem at first glance. It's kind of tall, but not unrealistically so. Actually, the equipment might stand out more. It might not be very adventurer-like. Adventurers prioritize speed when picking equipment, so light, but tough things. And then, we take a monster apart, to see where the magic stones are in their bodies. I can't take them down in one hit like Siphon and Sarah, so I guess I'll have to aim for the magic stones if it comes down to me, says Jin. Magic stones are like the hearts of monsters, so destroying those and cutting their heads are the quickest ways to bring them down. But monsters also know this, and guard them. There's also the method of giving them a big wound that will kill them from blood loss. They're closer to the necks, compared to orcs. It might be hard to aim for them, because they're so tall. Rurika checks the location of the magic stone with a serious expression on her face, and sees that she's going to have to jump if she's going to destroy the magic stones near their necks. Chris and Sarah, it's up to you, says Rurika. It makes sense, because jumping would leave her open for attacks. Taking them down reliably in one hit might be good, but I don't think the risk is worth it. I had already checked the position of the magic stone, but I make the golems learn it too. If the spirits using now won't do, I might have to buy a new one, or make it myself if necessary. Maybe I could also infuse the weapon itself with magic energy. The idea is to use a weapon with magic energy in it, but the skill I use to infuse magic can't actually infuse magic energy. When I have the time to spare, I should look for a skill that lets me do that. Sarah doesn't have a lot of magic energy, but if I could infuse her weapons with it beforehand, it should boost her attack power. Once that idea comes to mind, I figure I should have thought of that sooner. We've been coming across fewer monsters. There's no sign of them either. Yes, none, say Rurika and Hikari, who are walking next to each other. I'm walking in front with them, and Geets, Jin, and Orgo are in the back. In the middle we have the three magic users, and Sarah and Siphon are positioned so they're able to back them up. The golems have gotten enough combat experience, so after talking it over, I turn them back into their cores. I feel like I've gotten enough experience fighting giants too, and I'm assuming there are fewer of them as we get closer to the staircase because a lot of people are hunting them. There are at least 13 groups out here hunting. I guess a lot of people really are here to get used to fighting them. Probably. There are around 4 to 6 people per group, so they might be training to take them down with few people. I whisper as I watch people hunting far away, and Rurika responds, but there are others near them, so they're probably going to run in if it gets dangerous for the ones fighting. We can communicate via our dungeon cards, so I imagine they're using that feature. We'll probably reach the staircase tomorrow. Should we take a peek at the 35th floor and then go back? Asks Siphon while we have dinner, and that's what we'll be doing. The next field is a forest, like on the 25th floor. On the 25th floor, there were orcs during the day. They turned undead during the night, so we couldn't rest. But this time there will be treants that mimic trees, so that might be tough on its own right. I might be able to detect them on map with presence detection or magic energy detection, but I won't know until we get there. And when we do get to the 35th floor, we take a look, but don't see much because of the fog. I also use map to look for enemies, but the area it shows me is smaller than usual. Using presence detection shows me one kind, and magic energy detection another kind of abnormal reaction. Are they the treants and silent killer rabbits I read about? This fog might be trouble. Yes, and the presences of the monsters are weaker, so it's hard to look for them. Let's read about this when we get back. There might be a way to deal with it. Siphon, Augur, and Jin talk about what to do next. I agree. We should check in the reference room of the guild. Audiobooks can be requested at the link below. Any novel or story